Pack! A sharp strike sounds as the blonde girl digs into the soil to begin her harvest. Uicha! With a satisfied grunt, she pulls a cluster of fresh potatoes from the ground. Aloes beams with pride, admiring the large potatoes as proof that her hard work has finally paid off. Her basket overflows with a vibrant bounty of lettuce and tomatoes, signaling a truly successful season. She reflects on how the exceptionally rich and fertile soil has made this impressive growth possible. Deciding she has gathered enough for the day, the blonde girl skips joyfully through the greenery. She wonders at her secret garden, certain that no one would suspect a lush field exists within the forest. A shadow of solemnity crosses her face as she recalls a time before her life in the woods. Standing alone amidst the trees, she admits that she wasn't always so passionate about tending this hidden field. The scene shifts as a colorful title card marks the beginning of her dramatic story. A somber memory of the Grand Espencia estate at night highlights the tragic day her mother passed away. Though her mother left behind vast assets, the legalities of inheritance were far from simple for the grieving girl. Young Eloise sobs into her hands, clutching a stuffed rabbit as she faces a lonely, uncertain future. A formal declaration confirms that as the only daughter, all the family property should rightfully belong to her. However, the Duke of Basilland and his new wife cruelly seized her mother's estate for themselves. The mansion's warmth vanished as the Duke quickly remarried and replaced all the loyal servants with his own people. Under the guise of concern, the Duke coldly informs the shocked young Eloise that she is being sent away. Terrified and wide-eyed, the young girl can barely process the betrayal as she is cast out of her home. A lone carriage braves the storm on a treacherous cliffside path leading toward the isolated Vieira Monastery. Hidden behind a dense forest and a sheer cliff, the monastery serves as a perfect, inescapable prison. Crows circle the dark, rain-slicked spires of the monastery, emphasizing the oppressive and forbidding atmosphere of her new home. A chilling realization settles in. There is no way to leave this place without passing through the monastery walls. A monk offers a sinister smile, welcoming the noble lady to her new, secluded quarters with terrifying politeness. As the sun sets on her freedom, he promises that her new living space has been prepared specifically for her. A low, dragging sound echoes as she is brought to a dilapidated, vine-covered hut deep in the woods. The monastery's cruelty is revealed through the inedible, nauseating meals that nearly drove her to starvation. Despite the overwhelming hardship and the constant threat of death, she found the will to persevere. Eloise explains that she survived by pretending to be chronically ill to lower the monk's guard and surveillance. Shh! A soft rustle sounds as she steps through the grass, wishing she could maintain this peaceful secret life. Her heart skips a beat as she spots two figures from the monastery approaching her cabin in the distance. Panic seizes her as she realizes her fragile peace is about to be shattered by their unexpected visit. She recognizes the monks' distinctive robes and wonders why they have come to check on her so suddenly. Fwadak! A sudden rush of movement occurs as she realizes she must return home before they catch her. Syashk! Scrambling inside, she reaches under her bed to retrieve a hidden brown cloak from a wooden chest. Damsak! Her hand tightly grips the fabric, her movements fueled by the urgent need to hide her health. Hurry, hurry, she whispers to herself, throwing on the heavy cloak to conceal her vibrant, healthy appearance. Tick-tock! A sharp knocking sounds as the monks call out for Lady Eloise from just outside her door. Standing outside the hut with a food basket, the two monks announce they have brought her daily meal. Eloise opens the door, hunched over and shrouded in her cloak, as a foul, dark aura repels the visitors. She feigns a deep, hacking cough, thanking the men with a weak and trembling voice to maintain her ruse. Repulsed by her apparent illness, the monks cover their faces and beg her to stop talking immediately. She continues her performance, her persistent coughing making the men eager to escape her presence. Feeling uneasy and disgusted, the monks quickly excuse themselves and hurry away from the dilapidated cabin. Pwah! Eloise exhales a massive breath of relief, finally able to drop the exhausting act of being sick. She tosses the heavy cloak aside, her true energy and health returning as the threat of discovery fades. Resting among the flowers, she finds it suspicious that 2 people were sent today instead of the usual one. A thoughtful hum escapes her as she wonders why her father would suddenly take such an interest in her. Looking up at the monastery under the moonlit sky, she resolves to uncover the truth behind this change. Dressed in a borrowed habit, she slips into the monastery, standing in the shadows of a messy, candlelit room. Rats scurry over a table littered with wine and bread, a sight that disgusts her even more than before. Sneaking around the room, the girl's hand swiftly pilfers butter and sugar from the messy table. She notes that while the forest provides essentials, these stolen luxuries are necessary for her survival. A bright smile lights up her face as she successfully tucks a loaf of bread away. Her joy is short-lived as she freezes, hearing the unmistakable sound of footsteps approaching the door. 2 monks enter the room, unaware that the blonde girl is hiding silently beneath the table. The black-haired and brown-haired monks pause, and she wonders if they are here to clean. They discuss how the abbot is extremely excited about a wealthy guest who made a massive donation. Hiding below, she realizes her lack of value to them is why she was previously ignored. One monk brings up the girl abandoned in the forest hut, catching her immediate attention. They mention Lady Alizo by name, confirming they are speaking about her while pouring some wine. She listens grimly as they describe her as a woman simply waiting for death in seclusion. Shocking news follows as the dialogue reveals her father has been killed, leaving her the sole heir. The girl's eyes widen in horror and disbelief at the sudden news of her father's violent passing. The monks realize that legally, she is now the countess, making her situation far more dangerous. They confirm the mysterious guest was sent by her father's wife, her cruel and calculating stepmother. A vision of the red-haired stepmother appears, smiling behind a black fan as she plots her takeover. Documentation shows the inheritance process must be completed within a week, or things will become legally complicated. The monks question why the stepmother would bother sending anyone if Aloes was already safely tucked away. The brown-haired monk glances back with a suspicious, knowing smirk that sends a chill through her. Considering the massive bribe paid to the abbot, they realize this visit is anything but a courtesy. An ominous realization settles in. The stepmother intends to eliminate her here to avoid any legal hassles. Panic and dread wash over the girl as the full extent of the assassination plot becomes clear. A hooded man laughs softly to himself, relishing the dark task of removing the troublesome heir. Gasping for air, the terrified blonde girl flees into the dark, protective cover of the forest. She repeats the terrifying truth to herself. They didn't come to visit. They came to kill. A sudden bang from a window startles her as she recalls her early days of isolation. Shivering and alone, the young girl wept against the cold stone, feeling the weight of her abandonment. Over time, she grew older and learned to accept her lonely life, realizing no one was coming. She reflects on her past while reading in the 100 Flowers, pausing to consider her current desperate state. Driven by a gnawing hunger, she decides to search for fruit instead of trying to focus on books. While foraging for berries, she discovers a hidden, fertile patch of ground that changes her destiny. Her heart races with excitement as she realizes this soil is perfect for building her own farm. With a determined look, she raises a shovel, ready to take control of her own survival. She works tirelessly to plant vegetables, desperate to escape the misery of eating only stale black bread. Shifting back to the present, she urgently packs her bag, knowing she must flee before dawn. Dressed in a red gown and cloak, she prepares to leave her secret life behind forever. She gazes at her mother's green jewel necklace, the most precious item she possesses and must protect. Looking toward the distant capital, she holds onto the hope of returning to her rightful home.
Mother,
A younger Aloes runs through a field of flowers toward her mother's welcoming, open arms. Her blonde mother hugs her tight, asking if she can one day protect their family's beautiful garden. The young girl asks if she's capable, and her mother, with a gentle smile, the mother places the green necklace around the young girl's neck. She is told to always cherish the necklace as a symbol of her heritage and their love. Standing alone in the present, the girl clutches the jewel, whispering a final goodbye to her mother. She knows that once her disappearance is noted tomorrow, the search for her will begin immediately. Shadowy monks confirm the plan to keep the cabin isolated until the deed is done. A clever smirk crosses her face as she realizes her window of opportunity to run has opened. She sprints through the woods, her brown cloak flopping as she leaves her prison behind. As she runs, she wonders if she will ever find a place to truly grow in peace. The wind whistles through the trees as she braves the night, driven by the will to live. Standing at a terrifying height, Eloise finds comfort knowing her escape path is too dangerous for anyone to suspect. A heavy rope coiled around a metal anchor serves as her secret lifeline down the jagged cliff face. She vividly recalls the paralyzing fear and tears of her first descent, a testament to her desperate survival. To avoid the Abbey's starvation, she frequently climbed down the cliff to seek resources in the local village market. In town, the blonde girl bartered books she had memorized, slowly becoming an expert at negotiating for supplies. Her hard-earned coins were spent on essential seeds, plain garments, and books to fuel her garden and mind. Fueling her resolve, Elos tightly grips the rope, refusing to let her spirit be broken by her cruel exile. Night falls over the dense forest as a soft rustle warns of an approaching intruder near her cabin. Steeling her nerves, the blonde girl prepares herself for the final, dangerous phase of her escape plan. A shadowy figure in a light-colored habit stalks through the dark woods, intent on reaching the isolated hut. The assassin assumes Aloes is asleep, relishing the thought of an easy, silent kill under the night sky. Shock and confusion seize the intruder as a hidden trap suddenly snatches his leg, hoisting him into the air. Panicked, the man reaches out, only to find himself surrounded by lethal bear traps hidden in the undergrowth. A blood-curdling "Arr!" of agony rips through the night as the traps find their mark near the cabin. The scene shifts to the distant capital, where the sun shines over the grand towers of the imperial castle. Dressed in her red travel clothes, Aloes finally arrives on horseback, overwhelmed with emotion at her long-awaited return. The bustling capital is alive with noise and activity, its tall clock tower looming over the crowded streets. She observes the crowded thoroughfares, noting that the influx of people is likely due to the ongoing Northern War. Memories of the brutal Beastman invasion 5 years ago resurface, depicting the violent struggle against the monstrous Northern Horde. The Empire suffered massive losses, leaving northern territories in flames and sending waves of desperate refugees toward the capital. In response, the imperial military rallied, with noble families raising their banners to join the desperate defense efforts. Among the heroes, the mercenary King Harkin rose to fame, leading his troops into battle on a dark steed. Though celebrated, the dark-haired warrior Harkin remains a figure of mystery, often seen with bandages covering his eyes. A year ago, the Emperor granted Harkin peerage, though many speculate the legendary man is well over 50. Walking through the capital, Aloes laments that many citizens are still displaced and unable to return to their homes. She realizes her mother's mansion is now a fortress controlled by her stepmother Camilla's loyal and treacherous followers. Legal texts reveal a harsh truth. According to imperial law, she is not an adult until she marries. To inherit her father's title and reclaim her home, she must find a husband and declare her legal intent. If she remains unmarried, her red-haired stepmother will automatically seize the family peerage as the surviving spouse. She sets 3 strict conditions for a partner. He must be a single noble and ready to marry immediately. Driven by necessity, the blonde girl arrives at the formidable entrance of the capital's mercenary guild. Clutching her life savings of 50 gold, she hopes to hire someone who can help fulfill her legal requirements. Nearby, she overhears two men discussing a massive bounty placed on the head of a missing noble girl. Fear flashes in her eyes as she realizes the massive reward they are chasing is for her own capture. The brown-haired youth and his companion decide to hunt for the girl before anyone else can claim the gold. A sudden ding, ding, ding rings out as the city clock tower announces the passing of another hour. Panic sets in as the blonde girl realizes she has very little time left to secure her inheritance. Surrounded by roses, she closes her eyes and desperately prays for God to send her a suitable husband. A sudden thud echoes as a dark-haired man crashes through a window and lands directly at her feet. Stunned, Alose stares at the unexpected arrival, wondering if her prayer was answered with a literal gift from heaven. A bald man screams threats from the window above while the fallen stranger groans in pain on the ground. The thugs accuse the man of being a fraud who lied about his rank and his war exploits. The aggressive bald man and his friend move in, intent on shaking down the fallen stranger for money. Sensing danger, Alose tries to slip away quietly to avoid being caught in the middle of their violent dispute. Chaos erupts as a barrel is overturned, spilling fruit everywhere and drawing the attention of the hostile men. The stranger suddenly grabs her, and Alose frantically tries to explain that he must have mistaken her for someone else. Looking up with a charming smile, the dark-haired man calls her honey and begs her not to leave him. The blonde girl is horrified as the handsome stranger kneels before her, continuing his bizarre and public performance. He insists that she sent him on a mission for a big score, while Eloise panics at the lie. The dark-haired man clutches her hands tightly, weeping that everything he did was for her, leaving her utterly bewildered. Surprised and frustrated, the blonde girl shouts that she has absolutely no connection to the stranger. Panic intensifies for Alose as the bald thug realizes he's dealing with a young woman. The bald man notes her voice changed, while Alose realizes the stranger hasn't fled the scene. As the dark-haired man clings to her, the blonde girl frantically denies being his wife to the thugs. The thug mockingly suggests that having a wife like her would provide a great second income source. Smirks of greed cross the faces of the bald man and his companion as they corner the pair. Horror strikes the blonde girl as the thugs demand 50 gold coins to cover the stranger's alleged debt. Overwhelmed by the absurdity, Alose internally screams that she has no business being associated with this man. Despite her protests, the dark-haired stranger leans in close, pressuring her to pay the 50 gold coins. Struggling in his grip, the girl demands. Stunned, Alose wonders what kind of immense physical power allows the man to hold her so easily. The dark-haired stranger's face looms near hers, his charming smile hiding a calculated and desperate request. With a wink and a flirtatious grin, the man asks if she can lend him the money. Dazed by his overwhelming charisma, the blonde girl finds herself unable to resist his bizarre and sudden influence. Fear jolts through Alose as the thug reaches out, threatening to tear away her protective brown hood. Shock colors the bald man's face as the stranger suddenly intervenes, stopping his advance with silent speed. Alose stares blankly, her mind racing to process the rapid turn of events in the narrow alleyway. Standing tall, the dark-haired stranger holds a heavy coin pouch, ready to settle the debt and protect her. Surrounded by a flourish of yellow flowers, the pair stands their ground as the tension reaches its peak. Alose admits to herself that the stranger is handsome while he prepares to hand over her life savings. Clinking, the dark-haired man grips the bag tightly, his gaze fixed on the greedy thugs before him. Bewildered, the blonde girl wonders how the stranger managed to snatch her gold pouch without her noticing. Thwack! The pouch flies through the air, tossed by the stranger as the thugs lunge to catch it. Gleaming with greed, the bald man confirms the bag contains exactly 50 gold coins, his eyes shining bright. The thug leers at Eloise, suggesting she should work for them now that her money is gone. A cold, dangerous glint appears in the stranger's blue eyes as he hears the bald man's vile suggestion. Rejecting the offer, the dark-haired man takes her hand, his smile returning to mask his hidden strength. He kisses her hand dramatically, claiming he only obeys one person, while the atmosphere fills with roses. Utterly mortified, the blonde girl wonders what nonsense the stranger is spouting in front of the hostile thugs. Her attention is caught by a sudden, distant flute sound that seems to echo through the crowded street. Looking relieved, the stranger tells her the debt is paid, and they should leave the scene immediately. Exhausted, Eloise leans against the stone wall, gasping for breath as the stranger checks on her well-being. The dark-haired man offers a soft, genuine smile, his blue eyes softening as he watches her recover. He reflects on the chaotic situation, adjusting his cloak as they finally find a moment of peace. Ding, ding! The clock tower rings as the man promises to repay her at his home. Panic resurfaces for the blonde girl as the tolling bells remind her that she is running out of time. The stranger asks if she's listening, noticing that Eloise is nearly collapsing from the stress of her journey. Silence falls between them as they stand on the cobblestone path, surrounded by the weight of their encounter. Fueled by anger, the blonde girl rounds on him, demanding to know if he is actually a noble. With a sheepish smile, the dark-haired man confirms his status as a noble and an heir apparent. Eloise lunges forward, grabbing his cloak and furiously demanding the return of her precious 50 gold coins. Flustered and desperate, she asks if he intended to repay his massive debt by offering up his body. In a lavish room, the red-haired Camilla sighs with boredom, reclining on a sofa in her mourning dress. Camilla snaps at her maid, uncaring if her funeral gown wrinkles as she waits for her next move. The stepmother orders wine and prepares to receive a guest, her eyes fixed on consolidating her new power. A heavy, static-filled darkness descends, reflecting the cold and calculating nature of the woman's growing greed. The president of the Merchant Association enters, offering false condolences to the Countess as he prepares a deal. The greedy merchants discuss the mansion's vast size, seeing only the perfect location for a massive new arcade. They pressure Camilla to sell the family estate immediately after the funeral, including the prestigious top floor. Smiling behind her blue lace fan, the stepmother relishes the thought of being paid handsomely for the betrayal. Red-haired Camilla smiles, relishing the deal to sell the estate, while thinking it's a perfect, unmanageable bargain. A thought bubble reveals her relief in having exiled the blonde girl to a monastery years ago. Memories depict young Eloise crying out as she is pulled away, begging to inherit her mother's mansion. Camilla narrows her eyes, noting that the girl was supposed to reveal her intentions for inheritance today. The stepmother assumes the girl has finally given up since she hasn't made an appearance yet. Surrounded by purple roses, the red-haired woman plans to live luxuriously in the south after selling everything. She surveys the grand room, becoming impatient as she wonders why her guest is taking so long. A clatter sounds, and Camilla realizes the merchants she was expecting have finally arrived at the mansion. From a distance, the carriage enters the garden courtyard, where the household staff is already waiting. Wearing a deceptive, welcoming smile, the red-haired woman prepares to greet her long-awaited guests. A man in a brown cloak assists a girl in a red dress as she steps down from the carriage. The hooded man looks down at his companion, asking for her identity in a tense, quiet moment. Butler and maids rush forward, announcing that they cannot accept any more customers for the day. Amidst a flurry of roses, the blonde-haired girl pulls back her hood, stating she has come for what's hers. The elderly maid gasps in recognition of the girl's hair and eyes, while Camilla watches with silent annoyance. A soft memory of Eloise being held by her late, blonde mother fills the atmosphere with nostalgic warmth. Eloise stands confidently with her cloaked companion, glad that someone in the household still remembers her face. Camilla smirks coldly, her eyes gleaming with a hidden, dangerous intent toward her unexpected stepdaughter. The red-haired woman mocks the girl, shouting that she must be married to inherit any of the assets. Eloise looks on with a determined expression, her mind focused on the legal necessity of her marital status. A hand holds up an official marriage certificate, naming Eloise Basalan and Lakshan Ashid as a legal couple. The blonde girl introduces her husband, Lakshan, who offers a simple and casual greeting to the shocked household. Camilla stares intensely, realizing the girl must have heard about the inheritance laws from some outside source. The stepmother continues her theatrical performance, questioning when the cloistered girl could have possibly met a man. Eloise looks away, stating firmly that her choice of husband is not a matter for Camilla to worry about. Camilla scoffs, privately thinking the man must have a hideous face if he is covering it so thoroughly. Looking at the back of their heads, the red-haired woman questions why Lakshan is hiding his face. Angrily, Camilla yells for the man to show his face if he has any confidence in himself. Lakshan agrees with a calm tone, raising his hand to finally pull back the heavy brown hood. Shock washes over the red-haired woman and her servants as the man's features are finally revealed. Surrounded by blooming flowers, the handsome, dark-haired Lakshan winks at Eloise, asking if she feels relieved now. The blonde girl gazes at him, completely dazed by how truly breathtakingly handsome her new husband actually is. With a shower of hearts, Lakshan leans in for an affectionate hug, saying he wants to be alone. Eloise looks overwhelmed, thinking that he certainly didn't act this flirtatious when they were at the government office. A flashback shows a hand signing the name Lakshan, as the pair finalized their official agreement earlier. Sitting at a desk, the blonde girl nervously asks the man if he is sure about this arrangement. A chibi scene shows the two arguing at a typewriter over the idea of getting married for money. Lakshan smiles broadly, reminding her that she was the one who suggested he pay back his debt. A close-up of Lakshan's blue eye shows his soft expression as he mentions their eventual divorce. In the government office, the pair stands at the counter, finalizing the paperwork for their strategic marriage. The name Lakshan Asid glows on the document, marking the moment the blonde girl chose her partner. A chibi Eloise falls backward in shock, realizing she literally picked up a husband off the street. Back in the present, Lakshan asks if they are going to the mansion, but Eloise has other plans. A hand triumphantly holds up the government-approved document, ready to prove the legality of her marriage claim. Surrounded by purple flowers, the blonde girl looks forward with a clear and focused gaze of determination. The sound of hooves rings out as several men on horseback arrive at the estate courtyard. Camilla greets the newcomers with excitement, while Eloise and Lakshan watch the arrivals with confusion. A cold mercenary with a scar on his face looks down with an intimidating, glowing yellow gaze. The red-haired woman welcomes the merchants and mercenaries who have been waiting for this meeting for months. Camilla touches her cheek with a smile, admitting there is a bit of a problem to handle. Camilla alerts the merchants to the uninvited guests as Eloise and Lakshan face the hostile thugs together. Frustrated and defiant, the blonde Eloise demands to know the identity of those standing before her. The gray-haired man introduces himself as the chairman of the Merchants Association, seeking an audience with Camilla. Surrounded by a bloom of white flowers, Eloise boldly proclaims her new title as the Count of Bazalan. Camilla and the merchants worry about the timing of the contract, fearing Eloise's arrival has ruined their plans. The thugs mockingly suggest that Eloise might never have returned if they had finished their business sooner. A wave of intense pressure and anger washes over Eloise as she realizes the extent of their treachery. Chaos erupts as the thugs draw their swords, surrounding the pair in a menacing display of lethal intent. Lakshan leans in close, his blue eyes cold as he offers to eliminate the group for her. Shocked by his casual confidence, Eloise wonders how he could possibly defeat so many armed men alone. With a smirk and a dismissive gesture, Lakshan assures her that no task is beyond his capabilities. In a brief moment of levity, a chibi Eloise considers actually taking him up on his dangerous offer. Despite the danger, Eloise remains resolute, insisting on handling the situation since it is her personal burden. Furious at the defiance, Camilla orders her men to seize the pair and end the confrontation immediately. The thugs lunge forward and grab them, though Lakshan remains strangely composed while Eloise struggles in their grip. Desperate to protect him, Eloise screams for them to let him go, claiming he is not involved. Lakshan flashes a charming, knowing smile, mockingly asking why she would say her own husband isn't involved. Amidst a flourish of roses, Lakshan playfully declares his status as her husband to the entire stunned room. Alose freezes in utter bewilderment as the thugs behind her recoil in complete and total shock. Camilla shouts for them to stop the nonsense while Alose tries to process Lakshan's sudden, flirtatious behavior. Camilla mocks the returning child, claiming the years at the Abbey haven't taught her the virtue of obedience. Sharp and perceptive, Eloise questions the true nature of the secret contract Camilla made with the merchants. The red-haired woman feigns grief over the mansion, while Alose watches her theatrical display with growing disgust. As the sunset glows behind the estate, Camilla reflects on her late husband's pride and the property's value. Hiding behind her fan, Camilla whispers a lethal threat, suggesting Eloise will soon join her dead parents. Alose interrupts the monologue with a chillingly calm question, catching the stepmother completely off guard. Standing alone against them all, the blonde girl acknowledges her isolation, but remains surprisingly unshaken by it. Looking at her stepdaughter's steady gaze, Camilla feels a prickle of unease at the girl's inexplicable confidence. The sound of hooves announces the arrival of a lavish carriage, drawing everyone's attention to the gate. Panic strikes the room as they realize the visitors have come directly from the prestigious imperial palace. Terrified of imperial scrutiny, Camilla frantically orders the thugs to release Alose before their crimes are witnessed. Once free, Lakshan immediately checks on her, while Alose catches her breath after the tense physical struggle. A dignified man steps out of the carriage, revealed as Marquis Lexion, the imperial minister of finance. The atmosphere shifts to pure dread as Camilla and the merchants wonder why such a high-ranking official arrived. Lexion's gaze scans the crowd, his expression tightening as he takes in the chaotic scene at the mansion. The minister clears his throat, frustrated by the unexpected crowd and questioning if he must wait for service. Alose welcomes Lexion warmly, dismissing the others as uninvited guests who are just about to be expelled. Lexion bows his head slightly, acknowledging that he is the one who should be grateful for her summons. To everyone's horror, the minister announces that Eloise is donating all her territories and wealth to the country. Camilla's jaw drops as Lexion explains that even this grand mansion is included in the unprecedented donation. A vision of the Basilen legacy, jewels, art, and land, fades as Alose chooses to give it all away. Alose reflects on her strategy to place the estate under the protection of the one person Camilla fears. Surrounded by cherry blossoms, Lexion expresses his deep gratitude for the scale of her historic contribution. Alose entrusts the paperwork to the minister, reminding him of her one specific condition for the donation. An aerial view of the estate confirms the agreement to preserve the mansion and gardens exactly as they are. The weight of their defeat finally sinks in, leaving Camilla and her co-conspirators collapsed on the ground. Floating on a breeze of flower petals, the pair departs the courtyard, leaving the past behind them. Tears of joy glint in Alose's eyes as she celebrates finally fulfilling the promise made to her mother. The scene shifts as the credits signal a brief pause in the unfolding journey of the new couple. Under the quiet moonlight, Alose runs toward Lakshan, ready to face their new future together as a couple. Lakshan looks at Alose with concern, asking if she is really prepared to leave the estate in this state. Radiating warmth, the blonde girl smiles brightly, declaring that her savior's well-being is always her top priority. Alose hands a heavy pouch to her husband, explaining it contains valuables she took from Camilla's private quarters. As jewelry spills from the bag, Lakshan looks bewildered while Alose insists he keep the entire gold reward. Watching him, Alose privately considers the treasure a meager payment compared to the massive debt she owes him. Under the soft glow of the garden lamps, the pair stands together as Alose offers her sincere thanks. Lakshan tilts his head in confusion, his blue eyes questioning why she would thank him for his simple actions. A flashback depicts the dark-haired man leaning in close, offering to violently handle the merchants for his wife. Transitioning from a playful chibi thought to reality, Alose laughs joyfully, feeling safe for the first time in years. Struck by her radiant beauty, Lakshan watches the blonde girl in silent awe as flower petals drift around them. Looking back at the grand Basilan mansion, Eloise takes pride in her clever plan to safeguard her family's legacy. In a light-hearted chibi moment, the girl chuckles over her brief temptation to keep the vast family fortune. Eloise reflects that total ownership would only make her a target, choosing peace over the burden of excessive wealth. With a resolute expression, the girl announces her intention to leave the capital and start her new life. Eloise waves a cheerful goodbye, bidding Lakshan a safe journey as they temporarily part ways for the night. Amidst a floral border, she whispers a final reminder to meet for their planned divorce at the government office. Standing beneath a flickering street lamp, the lone man watches his temporary wife disappear into the darkness of night. Returning to a hidden location, the hooded Lakshan is greeted by a man asking if he has finally arrived. A subordinate bows deeply, addressing the cloaked man as Your Highness and thanking him for securing the vital evidence. Lakshan rubs his temples in exhaustion, noting that he has finally completed the arduous tasks his brother assigned him. He dismisses the guards with a wave, stating he will report the mission's success to the palace in the morning. The green-hooded men scurry away quickly after Lakshan orders them to stop guarding his private quarters. Collapsing onto his bed, the dark-haired man reflects on the bizarre turn his day took with the sudden marriage. Staring at the official document in his hand, Lakshan finds the idea of a marriage based on paper quite amusing. He whispers his wife's name into the quiet room, admitting he never expected their meeting to lead to this. Memories of his time in the city swirl, including a moment with a curious noblewoman on a flowered balcony. A series of flashbacks shows Lakshan winking, borrowing money, and evading pursuers through the busy capital city streets. Thinking back to his escape, he remembers the shouts of guards as he jumped through a window to avoid capture. Sfax. The memory shifts to the moment he literally fell into Eloise's life while hiding in a dark alleyway. Lakshan recalls the vibrant beauty of Eloise's shiny blonde hair as she smiled at him during their brief alliance. Surrounded by floating hearts, the man wonders if her hair is as soft as it looks, his face softening. Gasp! Lakshan suddenly bolts upright in bed, horrified that he is having such romantic thoughts about his partner. He turns restlessly, planning his return home despite the Emperor's constant efforts to keep him stationed at the capital. Musing about their first night, he thinks that a real marriage would have them sharing a bed right now. Overwhelmed by embarrassment, the dark-haired man hides his face in his hands, cursing his own runaway imagination. The scene transitions to the quiet capital, suggesting it is time for everyone to rest after the day's chaos. Clad in a delicate blue gown, Eloise gazes from her balcony, feeling a strange sense of loneliness despite her freedom. She reflects on a life defined by solitude, ever since she was cast away to live in a remote cabin. A soft memory shows her mother gently brushing her hair, a rare moment of tenderness in a harsh upbringing. Clutching her chest, the girl asks her mother's spirit for guidance on what path she should take from here. Suddenly, the green gemstone on her necklace begins to glow with an ethereal light, surprising the stunned blonde girl. Sunlight bathes the Basilan mansion, signaling the start of a new chapter for the estate and its true owner. Seated in a luxurious parlor, Lakshan waits impatiently, noting that his contact is taking a long time to arrive. Bored and restless, the dark-haired man decides to wander the estate gardens to clear his head while he waits. In a grumbling chibi form, Lakshan reminds himself to keep a low profile to avoid unwanted attention from nobles. His attention is captured by a massive, gold-framed portrait of a regal woman with long, flowing blonde hair. Comparing himself to the blonde figure in the painting, Lakshan skeptically questions if they share any actual family resemblance. A childhood memory surfaces, showing his father sitting at a table, admitting he never actually met Lakshan's mother. Young Lakshan watches in wonder as his father draws a sketch of a shining woman dressed in full plate armor. The bittersweet memory ends with Lakshan recalling the day his father passed away, surrounded by a sea of lilies. A portrait reveals Lakshan's mother as the former Emperor Eucrasia, who lived in seclusion after defeating dangerous traitors. In a bloody flashback, a silver-haired warrior in white armor collapses on the battlefield while the young man watches. Clasping her helmet with blood-stained hands, the dying warrior prepares to reveal a final, life-changing secret to her son. The helmet falls away, revealing the warrior's long, silver hair as the young Lakshan stares in absolute disbelief. Spach! Cheers erupt for the legendary hero Harkin as the crowd celebrates a victory won through great sacrifice. Mounted on a black horse, the armored figure remains a symbol of bravery, though her death stays a secret. In the present, the blonde emperor welcomes Lakshan with open arms, his face glowing with genuine brotherly warmth. Sphinx, Lakshan bows deeply to the sovereign, though the emperor quickly expresses his distaste for such formal gestures. Gesturing casually, the emperor reminds his companion that such rigid etiquette is unnecessary between the two of them. Svak, Lakshan chuckles, explaining that it feels impossible to treat the emperor with anything less than total respect. Memories return to the battlefield where the imperial army faced the Suin people, with the emperor leading the charge. Svak. The tide turns as the emperor finds himself dangerously isolated and surrounded by fierce blue-skinned enemies. Thrump. Seeing the sovereign in peril, Lakshan and his comrades gallop across the field to intercept the ambush. Fear grips Lakshan's heart as he realizes the emperor's life hangs by a thread amidst the chaotic fighting. Svamp. Galloping into the fray, Lakshan shouts for the emperor to hold on as he risks everything to help. Lakshan grunts in pain, cutting through the enemy while sustaining wounds to protect the fallen ruler. Slash! With a final, decisive strike, the dark-haired warrior slays the Suin attacker, threatening the emperor's life. Svasp! Lakshan calls out in relief, finding the wounded emperor smiling back at him through the battle's dust. Though battered and bloody, the emperor identifies Lakshan immediately, recognizing the son of the woman he admired. Back in the palace, Lakshan sips tea, marveling at how the emperor knew his identity before seeing his necklace. Noticing his companion's distant gaze, the blonde emperor curiously asks what thoughts are occupying the warrior's mind. Lakshan admits he was reminiscing about their first meeting, still puzzled by the emperor's immediate recognition of him. The dark-haired man gestures emphatically, finding it fascinating that his royal heritage was spotted so easily on the battlefield. The emperor smiles softly, explaining that the late ruler had spoken of Lakshan often, preparing him for their meeting. A tender flashback shows Eucrasia holding a baby, noting the child's striking resemblance to his father upon his birth. Asphex, yo! In a playful chibi moment, they joke about the imperial family possessing an almost animalistic sharp intuition. Bathed in a radiant light, the emperor continues to beam, clearly enjoying the company of his trusted friend. The emperor sighs dramatically, lamenting that Lakshan continues to address him with such stiff, formal titles. Lakshan remains cautious, jokingly suggesting that relaxing his guard might make him look like a prospective traitor. Sfax, the emperor thanks him for resolving the gambling house issue, but his tone shifts toward a new topic. Sft. Lakshan chokes on his tea as the emperor abruptly brings up his friend's looming marriage problem. Wiping his mouth, the dark-haired man offers a sheepish smile, hoping to dodge the uncomfortable conversation about his future. Sphex, Lakshan dismisses the concern, insisting his marital status isn't something the ruler needs to worry about. The emperor leans forward with an incredulous expression, demanding to know why he shouldn't be concerned for his brother. Gesturing toward him, the emperor notes that Lakshan is 26, well past the typical age for marriage in the empire. Sphex, a massive stack of marriage proposals slams onto the table as the emperor commands Lakshan to prepare. Svap. Paralyzed by shock, Lakshan stares at the mountain of paperwork representing his impending forced social life. As the emperor schedules meetings, Lakshan panics, shouting "Brother!" to stop the royal matchmaker in his tracks. Oh, the emperor is momentarily stunned, his heart melting because Lakshan finally used such an intimate, familiar title. Seizing the moment, Lakshan claims he already has a partner, trying to escape the stack of marriage proposals. The emperor shouts with excitement, demanding to meet her instantly, but Lakshan argues it would be far too sudden. Lakshan explains that a sudden royal summons would be terrifying for her, urging the emperor to be more considerate. Surrounded by flowers, Lakshan privately prides himself on how smoothly his lies are working to buy himself some time. The emperor isn't easily swayed, insisting on at least knowing the woman's name so he can stop generalizing her. Sphinx. A tense silence falls between them as they lock eyes, Lakshan searching for a believable name to give. Lakshan blurts out Aloz's name, describing her as energetic and wonderful to satisfy the emperor's intense curiosity. To avoid a formal summons, Lakshan insists he will be the one to go out and meet her instead. Panicked and overwhelmed, the dark-haired man realizes his only option now is to run away before he's caught. Sphinx, near a tall clock tower, the blonde Aloz checks the time, wondering if she arrived too early. Sigh. Aloz reflects on completing the donation tasks, feeling a mix of relief and discomfort regarding her former home. Aloz ponders the difficulty of finding an escort without revealing her secret divorce plans to the public. Taking a moment for herself, the blonde woman sips from a small cup while tea service waits nearby. The atmosphere in the mansion is heavy as maids work diligently while Aloz watches them from the background. Aloz recalls the constant discomfort of her old home, where even drinking water felt like a restricted act. Seated on a park bench, the blonde girl wonders if she should delay her divorce for a peaceful life. A dark-gloved hand suddenly reaches out from the shadows, catching the unsuspecting girl off guard from behind. Wah! Aloz winces in pain as a sharp sensation stings her neck, causing her vision to blur instantly. Clutching her throat, the terrified blonde girl gasps that it hurts as the world around her begins to spin. Darkness and distortion take over as Aloz feels her consciousness slipping away into a deep, forced slumber. A mysterious figure in black gloves catches her as she collapses, offering a cold and mocking comfort. Aloz's eyes flutter open to see the red-haired Camilla, who commands the girl to regain her fading senses. Camilla smiles cruelly, describing the gruesome fate of her previous messengers, while Eloise fears for her own life. As she fades, Aloz worries that her sudden death would cast unfair suspicion on Lakshan after their marriage. Near the tall clock tower, a group of men is ordered to lift the unconscious girl and move quickly. Camilla looms over the sleeping girl, casually suggesting they should cut off her limbs to force her awake. A sharp command to let go of the girl interrupts Camilla's wicked plan, startling the red-haired woman. Lakshan appears on the scene, his blue eyes burning with a calm but deadly intensity as he intervenes. Facing the group of criminals, the dark-haired warrior stands firm, his presence immediately shifting the balance of power. Camilla mockingly welcomes him, questioning if a lone man really intends to fight her armed mercenaries empty-handed. Undeterred by the numbers against him, Lakshan prepares to act while the red-haired woman signals her thugs. Pointing a gloved finger, Camilla orders her men to catch him, eager to eliminate the unwanted intruder. Lakshan delivers a powerful, bone-shattering punch to the face of a mercenary who lunged at him. The group watches in absolute shock as their strongest fighter is taken down with a single, effortless strike. Cracking his knuckles with a smug grin, Lakshan declares that hand-to-hand combat is his absolute best skill.
Gasp! Aloz suddenly bolts upright in a soft bed, screaming Camilla's name as she wakes from her nightmare.
Looking around the unfamiliar, opulent bedroom, the blonde girl realizes she is no longer in any immediate danger. Lakshan enters the room carrying a tray of hot food, greeting her with a warm and gentle smile. Stunned to see him, Eloise demands to know why he is there and where he has taken her. The dark-haired man prepares to serve her breakfast, explaining the situation while she questions her current location. A steaming bowl of vegetable stew and a fresh cup of milk are presented for the recovering girl. Checking for a fever, Lakshan rests his hand on her forehead as she admits to feeling quite dizzy. Eloise urgently asks about the fate of Camilla and the dangerous mercenaries who had captured her in the alley. The scene shifts back to the courtyard where the thugs lie defeated and unconscious on the stone ground. Trembling with fear, the cornered Camilla begs for mercy as a tall figure looms over her menacingly. Arg! A pained scream echoes through the capital city streets as justice is finally delivered to the kidnappers. Carrying the blonde girl in his arms, Lakshan orders the cleanup of the mess and seeks a hospital. The warrior recalls the sight of Eloise being dragged away, a memory that clearly fueled his protective rage. In a cute chibi flashback, Lakshan explains how he reported the kidnapping to a pair of armored guards. While Lakshan rescues the girl, the bumbling guards successfully take Camilla and her men into imperial custody. Eloise is baffled, finding it hard to believe that such a dangerous woman was captured so easily. Lakshan chuckles, revealing that Camilla was actually poisoned by her own hired mercenary during the chaotic infighting. Processed by the news, the blonde girl stares at Lakshan as she begins to understand the lucky turn. Softening her expression, Eloise offers a sincere thank you to her partner for saving her life once again. Surrounded by blooming flowers, the dark-haired man beams, stating it is simply his duty to his wife. Lakshan encourages her to eat before the stew gets cold, wanting her to regain her strength quickly. Taking a spoon, the blonde girl begins to eat, the warmth of the meal soothing her nerves. Delight fills her face as she declares the food delicious, enjoying a peaceful moment with her savior. Turning the conversation to more serious matters, Lakshan asks what her plans are for the immediate future. At the mansion gates, an angry crowd gathers to reclaim donations, highlighting the new legal troubles facing Eloise. Eloise sighs, realizing that her best course of action is to leave the busy capital city for now. The blonde Eloise laughs joyfully, expressing her relief at having secured a significant portion of her personal assets. In a playful moment, Eloise explains how helpful ministry officials discreetly returned her assets before the mansion's final inspection. Clutching her necklace, the blonde woman prepares to reveal another secret regarding her hidden resources for the future. Wearing a beautiful floral gown, Eloise is suddenly distracted by a mysterious, shimmering light emanated from within the room. The radiant glow concentrates around an ornate painting on the wall, drawing the curious woman closer to the source. Eloise gasps in surprise as she discovers a hidden hollow space concealed behind the decorative paneling of the room. Reaching inside the secret compartment, she pulls out a rolled parchment sealed with wax, revealing a long-forgotten family treasure. Her green eyes widen as she reads the document, discovering a massive emergency fund and a password for 5 safes. A warm flashback shows Eloise's mother handing her the necklace, apologetically explaining that the hidden emergency fund is unfortunately small. Eloise is absolutely flabbergasted, wondering how her mother could possibly consider a staggering 100,000 gold a small amount. Donning sunglasses in a sunny garden, the blonde girl imagines a lifetime of luxury and leisure funded by her inheritance. Back in the present, Eloise rests her chin on her hand, pondering where she should flee to start her new life. Lakshan offers a gentle smile, suggesting that the recovering blonde girl should travel to his remote hometown with him. Seated on her bed, Eloise is momentarily stunned by the dark-haired warrior's sudden and unexpected invitation to his home. Lakshan looks away sheepishly, realizing he blurted out the offer simply because she expressed a desire to travel far away. Ha ha ha. Laughing nervously, the man tries to play it cool while privately assuming she will most likely reject his offer. To his absolute shock, Eloise beams with pure delight, her face lighting up at the prospect of his northern village. Lakshan breaks into a cold sweat, visibly confused by her enthusiastic reaction to what he thought was a humble suggestion. Surrounded by a floral aura, Eloise expresses her excitement, finding the idea of a distant, quiet village incredibly appealing. Lakshan explains his village is a tiny northern settlement, which Eloise believes is the perfect place to hide from relatives. He describes a picturesque land of fertile soil, golden wheat fields, and children fishing peacefully in the sparkling river. The dark-haired warrior smiles warmly, while Elaz notes how much he clearly loves the place he calls home. Elos reasons that the uncivilized northern territories are ideal since the snooty aristocrats of the capital will never travel there. Turning serious, the blonde girl looks at him and asks why he is being so exceptionally kind to her. She notes how he looked after her instead of leaving her at the hospital and even offered her a sanctuary. No, Lakshan shouts in a panic when she jokingly asks if he makes this specific suggestion to every woman. Regaining his composure, the dark-haired man looks at her intently, preparing to ask a very important and difficult question. Amidst a backdrop of roses, Lakshan nervously asks if she would be willing to become his official partner. A silhouette of a wedding appears as a narration explains that partner is the northern term for a legal spouse. Heavy golden chains bind two hands together, symbolizing the northern belief that partners can never be separated once joined. Remembering the romantic but permanent nature of the term, Elaz begins to speak before Lakshan frantically shouts for her to stop. Waving his hands in distress, Lakshan clarifies that he only meant for her to pretend to be his partner. Crossing her arms, Elaz looks at him with a skeptical expression, waiting for a full explanation of his bizarre request. She realizes he lied to his imperial half-brother about having a lover and now needs her to play the role. Lakshan hangs his head in a deep apology, admitting he used her name and description to satisfy the emperor's curiosity. He explains that the persistent emperor would investigated any inconsistencies, leaving him no choice but to commit to the lie. Elos agrees to the plan, accepting that they must maintain the appearance of a married couple for the time being. Lakshan is relieved, while Elos realizes the fake marriage will prevent her own greedy relatives from suspecting a marriage of convenience. A soft smile graces her face as she settles into the idea of their mutual arrangement amidst the blooming flowers. Lakshan, Elos calls out as the scene shifts to their journey, startling the warrior as they travel in a wagon. The blonde woman asks if he is truly all right, but the confused man wonders what could possibly be bothering her. Elos offers to pay for the wagon service, worried that the travel costs are placing an unfair burden on him. Lakshan assures her he is perfectly fine, explaining he was merely lost in thought while calculating their upcoming travel schedule. He realizes she still views him as a poor mercenary, an image firmly established during their very first meeting. Narrative text reveals Lakshan's true past as the mercenary king, who received fertile, valuable lands for his distinguished service. A chibi emperor laughs atop a mountain of gold, confirming the vast wealth and properties he bestowed upon Lakshan. Elos watches him quietly, touched by the realization that it has been a very long time since anyone genuinely worried. Thud. The wagon departs the estate as someone calls out a final farewell, marking the beginning of their long journey. A nauseous Elos leans against a wall, gasping that the rough wagon ride feels like it is killing her. Gulp. Elos sips water, explaining she was always too tense in the capital to ever enjoy a comfortable view like this. Elos beams with a warm and gentle smile, offering a sincere thank you to her partner. Clad in his hooded cloak, Lakshan hands a water skin to the blonde woman during their brief stop. A cheerful innkeeper with a thick mustache enthusiastically welcomes the travelers to his establishment. Lakshan requests a single night's stay and meals, but the innkeeper's question about sharing a room causes tension. Grinning playfully, Lakshan insists they share the same room, catching the wide-eyed Elaz completely off guard. The blonde woman is left speechless as the innkeeper apologizes for his insensitivity, assuming they are a couple. Claiming they are inseparable newlyweds, Lakshan ushers a stunned Elaz toward their shared room for the night. Lakshan calls her honey to maintain their cover while a nearby man with a spider tattoo watches them. The room is meticulously prepared with glowing candles and scattered rose petals, creating an unexpectedly romantic atmosphere. Standing together in the decorated room, both Lakshan and Elaz appear incredibly stiff and awkward. Panic-stricken, Elos brandishes a candle holder and warns that all men are nothing but predatory wolves. Lakshan gestures toward the memory of the man in the lobby, pointing out his distinctive spider tattoo. Elos gasps in shock as she learns that the spider tattoo is the mark of professional robbery experts. The dark-haired man explains the dangerous nature of the thieves lurking below, justifying his insistence on staying together. Lakshan clarifies that separate rooms would have invited a robbery attempt, trying to calm the trembling girl. Lakshan watches Elos's back, silently wondering if his explanation of the local dangers was far too frightening. A soft smile plays on Lakshan's lips as he pauses, lost in his own private reflections. He recalls a high praise for Harkin, the mercenary king, contrasting it with Lakshan's own past experiences. Clenching his fist, Lakshan remembers being dismissed as a barbaric northern punk and a slave to money. Surprised by her sudden curiosity, Lakshan looks at a chibi version of Elos as she asks about other tattoos. Elos excitedly describes various beast tattoos, eager to learn the secret meanings behind the different mercenary marks. Admitting her fear, the blonde woman notes she feels safe because Lakshan is a mercenary himself. Lakshan is stunned by her sincere praise for the mercenaries who helped win the Empire's Great War. Laughing softly, Elos asks why he ever thought she would be afraid of someone as kind as him. Eager for more stories, the blonde girl urges him to continue explaining the meanings of the famous tattoos. Amidst a backdrop of flowers, Lakshan softly calls out to Elos to see if she has fallen asleep. Finding her asleep on the bed, Lakshan sighs at her total lack of caution around him. In a chibi memory, Elos insists that Lakshan take the bed instead of sleeping in a shabby spot. Lakshan stares at the tiny, ornate sofa, realizing it is far too small for him to sleep on. Lying at the edge of the bed, Lakshan dismisses the nonsensical thought of this being their bridal night. Shifting in her sleep, Elos rolls over comfortably, unaware of the internal conflict she is causing. Lakshan freezes in shock as the sleeping Elos suddenly clings to him, murmuring in her dreams. The dark-haired warrior gazes down at her with a gentle, protective expression as she sleeps peacefully. Elos mutters for her mother in her sleep, leaving Lakshan in a moment of quiet, contemplative silence. Thud. Heart pounding. Lakshan decides they must sleep in separate rooms tomorrow to avoid any more heart-pounding nights. In a warm flashback, Elos's mother warns her young daughter that all men are essentially wolves. While young Eloise defends her friend, her mother gently advises her to be very careful when choosing a husband. Waking with a yawn, Eloise sleepily reflects on the fact that she is already technically married. The blonde woman bolts upright in bed, completely disoriented and wondering when exactly she fell asleep. Noticing the messy sheets next to her, Elos realizes with a start that Lakshan really did sleep there. She takes a soft sniff of the air, detecting the lingering scent of soap and Lakshan's presence. A look of calm serenity washes over Elos as she enjoys the lingering warmth of the morning. Lakshan enters the room and stops short, looking utterly flustered to find her awake and watching him. Startled by her gaze, Lakshan offers a tray of food, admitting he expected her to sleep much longer. Blushing furiously, the dark-haired man tries to regain his composure while explaining his early morning errands. A fresh breakfast of salad, toast, fruit, and milk is presented on a sparkling silver tray. During their meal, Elos expresses her excitement about the drachma currency she hopes to see at his home. With a hopeful expression, the blonde girl asks if she can truly live at Lakshan's house in the north. Lakshan explains his plan to introduce her as his savior's daughter to avoid any suspicion in his village. Seated at the table, Lakshan promises to renovate a vacant house just for her once they arrive. Elos realizes that their fake marriage only needs to be legal, not a daily performance in the village.
She stabs at her salad, her heart secretly longing for the possibility of them truly living together. Clad in a traveler's hood, Lakshan leads Elos into a currency exchange shop to prepare for their journey. The stern shopkeeper welcomes them with a sharp warning that he refuses to accept any stolen merchandise. Examining a gold coin, the merchant explains the unfavorable exchange rate for the local copper drachma coins. Lakshan notices the merchant's greed, but decides to proceed anyway, prioritizing the exhausted blonde girl's comfort.
Gasp!
Elos reacts with sudden shock as a clever plan begins to form in her quick-witted mind.
Clinging to Lakshan, Alaz puts on a dramatic performance, calling him honey, and mentioning a precious family keepsake. The blonde woman spins a tragic tale about her mother's hard-earned gold coins to manipulate the merchant's sympathy. With a secret wink, Elaz acknowledges her own deception, knowing her performance is a necessary survival tactic. Deeply moved by the sob story, the merchant coughs and offers a much higher exchange rate for their gold. Elaz smiles serenely, promising to buy a flower and pray for her mother once the transaction is complete. Sobbing, the merchant returns 2 gold coins out of sheer pity, completely falling for the girl's masterful acting. The pair stands in the quiet street after leaving the shop, the atmosphere thick with Lakshan's utter disbelief. Lakshan is flabbergasted, struggling to comprehend how she managed to secure such an incredible profit from their gold. Grinning, Elos points out that his silence during the initial low offer was her cue to take charge. She explains that she noticed his hesitation and decided to step in before they were cheated. Standing proudly, the blonde woman declares that true bargaining requires putting one's entire heart and soul into it. She reveals her secret. She spotted a vase of daffodils and a letter addressed to the merchant's mother. Deducing the merchant's sentimental nature, Elaz used the daffodil clue to tailor her keepsake story to his heart. Chibi Lakshan stares in awe as Elaz gleefully recounts how she devised the entire scheme in seconds. Flourishing her new funds, Elaz laughs and explains that a merchant's claim of loss is often just a lie. With money in hand, a cheerful Elaz asks where they should go to purchase their essential travel necessities. Tapping into her inner fashionista, Elaz tries on a variety of new bags, shoes, and a lovely dress. Blushing slightly, she asks if she overindulged, but her eyes sparkle with joy at her new wardrobe. Lakshan assures her it was necessary, noting that her current clothes were the only things she had left. He helps her try on a dress, reminding her that the harsh northern winters require much warmer attire. A tender moment passes between them as Elaz offers a sincere thank you for his unexpected care. Pop, a massive, overstuffed traveling pack sits ready for their departure, bulging with all their newly purchased supplies. Grunting, Lakshan insists on carrying the heavy pack himself, refusing to let the smaller woman strain her back. He effortlessly hoists the luggage, displaying the impressive physical power that served him well as a mercenary. Elos watches him in thoughtful silence, realizing that his gentle demeanor hides the immense strength of a warrior. Traveling through a vibrant market, Elaz marvels at the colorful stalls and fresh produce she has never seen. She dreams of the simple life ahead, imagining baskets filled with crisp greens and sun-ripened tomatoes. The blonde woman envisions a cozy home where she can finally cook her own recipes over a warm hearth. Holding a tiny seedling, Elaz expresses her excitement about cultivating her very own vegetable garden in the north. While Elaz rests, Lakshan smiles, hoping his fertile and safe village lives up to her high expectations. Glowing with anticipation, the blonde girl prepares herself for the new life awaiting her in the legendary settlement. As the sun sets, Lakshan points toward Eldon, while Elaz shares her excitement for their final destination. Narrative text describes a dream of fertile soil and peaceful dinners, contrasting sharply with the harsh reality approaching. Dasp! Arriving at the hill's peak, Elaz's joyful expression instantly turns to one of pure, unadulterated horror. Eldon is no paradise. It is a charred wasteland of ruins and broken homes, devastated by years of war. Lakshan's heart sinks as he mutters that it looks better than expected, having feared there would be nothing left. The dark-haired warrior explains that the entire region was ravaged by war, leaving only these skeletal remains. Looking at him, Elaz realizes that he knew the village's true condition and wonders why he didn't warn her. Lakshan feels a wave of guilt, realizing he only shared happy childhood memories and ignored the grim present. He recalls his cold life as Harkin, regretting how his excitement led him to make such a foolish oversight. Looking at her, he assumes she will want to leave this desolate place immediately to find another sanctuary.
Lakshan offers a sincere apology, but the blonde girl notes how much the sight must hurt him as well. Elos remains silent, realizing the deep desperation Lakshan must have felt to bring her to his broken home. Lakshan reassures Elos that the village's destruction was the Suan people's fault, not hers. Shifting focus, Lakshan leads the weary blonde girl toward a house, urging her to go inside and rest. He reflects privately on how little he cared about the war's damage before returning to his home village. They arrive at a large house, but their arrival is interrupted by a sudden shout from a stranger nearby. A red-haired man named Kian rushes out, recognizing Lakshan and nearly blowing his cover as a mercenary captain. Lakshan aggressively silences Kian, threatening him to use his real name instead of his old mercenary title. Kian asks about the girl, and Lakshan introduces Alaz as a family acquaintance who has nowhere else to stay. The red-haired warrior gives a suspicious smirk, sensing there is more to the story than Lakshan is letting on. Kian teases Lakshan about his taste in women, while Elaz observes their rough but friendly interaction from afar. Lakshan dismisses Kian to find his other comrades, firmly insisting that his life as a captain is over. Watching Elos, Lakshan feels a pang of sadness knowing she plans to leave the village in a year. Kian lingers nearby, mulling over the news that the blonde guest only intends to stay for 1 year. With a devious grin, the red-haired man decides that the girl won't be leaving the village anytime soon. Elos asks about the encounter, and Lakshan explains that Kian is simply an old, rowdy friend of his. Worried about Kian's big mouth, Lakshan urges Elaz into the house while his friend goes to find the others. A thunderous shout echoes across the settlement as Kian announces the captain's return to the rest of the group. Inside a tavern, a man named Rahman and his group celebrate the arrival of their long-lost mercenary leader. Rahman jokingly mocks his comrade Kugan while they wait to properly greet Lakshan and his mysterious female guest. Mercenaries named Darius and Eden express their relief that Lakshan finally returned from his long stay in the capital. Lakshan groans in frustration, desperately commanding his old subordinates to stop using formal titles and honorifics around him. When Rahman asks if they were followed by a spy, Lakshan clarifies that the girl is merely his guest. The tavern erupts in shock as Kian reveals that their former captain has brought a woman home with him. A sudden, heavy stomping of boots sounds as someone bellows for the punks to stop in their tracks. The group rushes outside, their concern piqued by thick plumes of smoke billowing from the chimneys of Lakshan's house. Inside the kitchen, Elaz is trapped in a haze of smoke and fire, coughing as she struggles to breathe. Crash! Lakshan kicks the door open in a panic, relieved to find Elaz startled but safe from the smoke. Laughing awkwardly, Lakshan explains he rushed back because of the smoke while his confused comrades watch from the doorway. The blonde woman blushes deeply, embarrassed by the chaotic entrance and the attention of Lakshan's rowdy mercenary friends. Elos explores the house, dismayed by the thick layers of dust and cobwebs covering the long-neglected interior. Coughing from the stagnant air, she begins pulling sheets off the furniture to see the state of the rooms. She is stunned to find an expensive, high-quality carpet hidden beneath the grime of the abandoned house. A warm memory surfaces of Alaz's mother, showing her a beautiful, rare blue fabric from a distant southern region. Her mother explains the secret dyes used on the island, leaving the young Elaz wide-eyed with fascination. Determined to restore the home, Elaz resolves to clean and trim the valuable items that have been left unattended. She discovers a well-stocked storage room filled with barrels, supplies, and hidden potential for their new daily life. Gasping in surprise, Elaz spots something in the corner that makes her eyes widen with pure excitement. She finds a proper oven and several expensive cooking pots, exactly what she needs to start her new life. Realizing the house contains more treasures than expected, she prepares herself for a day of heavy cleaning and organization. Rushing outside to the well, Elaz is delighted to find that her prediction about the water source was correct. She draws a bucket of clear, clean water, noting with relief that the well has been well maintained and ready. Her heart pounds as she explores a food storage area, finding bags of flour and produce to cook with. Despite the poor quality of the ingredients, Elaz is thrilled to finally try recipes she practiced at the Abbey.
Carrying a heavy basket of potatoes, she feels a sense of freedom, knowing she won't be punished for cooking. She begins vigorously scrubbing the old pots, her hands moving with the practiced rhythm of a dedicated kitchen worker. She utilizes the cleaning techniques she secretly learned from the Abbey's kitchen staff to restore the tarnished metalware. Sizzle! A simple egg fries over a small fire as Elos reflects on how useful her secret lessons became. The kitchen comes alive with the sounds of sizzling sausage and the rhythmic chopping of fresh tomatoes and garlic. A savory stew bubbles in the pot, filling the house with a warm, inviting aroma that signals a new beginning. She recalls the frantic journey from the Abbey to a forced marriage and her eventual escape into the unknown. Elos gazes into the distance with a somber expression, haunted by the memories of her past and her uncertain future. Chibi Elos cries into a tub until a thumping noise and Lakshan's voice startle her at the well. Lakshan and his comrades are stunned that Elos managed to prepare a meat stew in such little time. Laughing, the blonde woman asks Lakshan if he would prefer to eat with his rowdy friends first. Lakshan issues a terrifying death threat to his subordinates, forbidding them from ever addressing him as their captain again. A steaming bowl of savory meat and potato stew sits ready to be enjoyed by the hungry group. Elos waits with bated breath, nervously asking Lakshan if this simple meal is actually good enough to eat. Lakshan is momentarily struck speechless, a visible blush creeping onto his face as he prepares to taste her cooking. The mercenaries greedily inhale the stew, one man declaring his desire to eat her delicious cooking for eternity. Radiating pure joy amidst a floral background, Elos wishes she had boiled the meat longer for her appreciative guests. While the others feast, Lakshan agrees that stocking the warehouse was a wise decision for their future meals. Kian smiles broadly, bringing up the fact that he heard Elos intends to stay in their village for a while. The blonde woman looks on in surprise as the red-haired mercenary asks if she would cook for them too. Lakshan angrily rejects the request on Elaz's behalf, but she quickly interrupts to declare her willingness to help. Glowing with excitement, Elaz is clearly thrilled by the prospect of finally having people to cook for regularly. The men are thoroughly impressed by the meal, though Lakshan tells a hyperactive Kian to put his tableware down. Kian and his companions shower Elaz with praise and gratitude, touched by the first proper meal they've had. The black-haired mercenary admits with a bashful smile that they usually just grilled food because they lacked cooking skills. Lakshan watches his departing friends with a silent, intense stare as the house finally begins to quiet down. While Lakshan diligently washes the dishes, Elaz playfully points out that he left a greasy spot on a bowl. Enjoying an apple, Elaz's tone shifts as she prepares to address the lingering tension between her and Lakshan. Lakshan is so startled by her voice that he jumps, nearly dropping the dishware with a loud, clattering crash. Turning around in a panicked fluster, the dark-haired man insists that being angry with her is completely impossible. Elos notes how unusually quiet he has been since Kian and the other rowdy mercenaries left the house. Softening his expression, Lakshan assures her he could never be upset with someone who provided such a wonderful meal. Gripping a plate tightly, Lakshan recalls their journey, feeling immense guilt for bringing her to such a ruined place. He feels like a failure for letting a guest work, while his greedy friends envision a feast of desserts. Lakshan falls to his knees in a dramatic display of shame, but Elos insists she doesn't want guest treatment. Looking out at the village, Elaz explains her desire to belong here rather than live as a distant stranger. The blonde woman smiles softly, admitting that being treated like a formal guest makes her feel excluded and lonely. She recalls her isolated life at the Abbey, where the crushing silence once caused her to develop a stutter. Haunted by memories, she remembers desperately talking to birds and rabbits just to keep from losing her own voice. Elos envisions herself returning to a dark, empty home, a recurring nightmare of the total isolation she once endured. Contrastingly, the current dining room is filled with warmth, laughter, and the rowdy company of Lakshan and his friends. Thud, Elaz vigorously chops a large slab of meat, relishing the freedom to cook without rationing any ingredients. Elos laughs heartily while sharing drinks with the group, wishing this newfound sense of community could last forever. The blonde woman excitedly explains that she wants to cook various recipes that she simply cannot finish alone. Lakshan suddenly stands up and looms over her, declaring with surprising intensity that he will eat everything she makes. With a fierce, possessive gaze, the man orders her to never give her cooking to any other men again. A massive blush erupts across Lakshan's face as he realizes the embarrassing weight of his impulsive, jealous outburst. Mortified by his own words, Lakshan hides his face in his hands while a giggling Elos thanks him warmly.
Elos gives a charming, playful wink, clearly amused and flattered by his sudden display of protective and jealous behavior.
Regaining his composure, Lakshan explains he only wants her to be comfortable and happy under his guardianship. He leans in close, sternly advising Elos to always value her labor and ensure she is paid fairly. They divide the remaining chores, with Lakshan offering to finish the dishes while Elos checks the storage room. Surrounded by a vibrant floral aura, Elos beams with a sense of peace and belonging in her new surroundings. Her cheerful mood evaporates instantly as she gasps in horror at the sight greeting her in the storage area. Elos finds a bin of sprouted potatoes and a large quantity of butter that has turned completely rotten. Kyak! Screaming in terror, she falls back as an insect scurries by, lamenting the storage room's truly disgusting condition. Rushing back into the room, a panicked Elos demands an explanation for the appalling state of their food supplies. The blonde woman is utterly distraught, informing a bewildered Lakshan that most of their expensive purchases are now useless. Lakshan presents a clean bed with fresh sheets, inviting Elos to rest comfortably in his home tonight.
Lakshan explains he's sleeping at Kion's house due to the single bed, surprising the curious blonde woman.
He hands her a magic flute and promises to return tomorrow, wishing her a peaceful night of rest. Surrounded by a floral aura, Elos happily bids Lakshan farewell and looks forward to seeing him tomorrow.
Alone now, Elos fidgets with her necklace, reflecting on her growing trust in the man who saved her.
Deciding against testing the flute as a joke, Elos begins organizing her luggage for the night ahead. While planning for tomorrow, the blonde woman decides to take a much-needed bath before finding another house. She is delighted to find a wooden tub filled with the warm water Lakshan thoughtfully prepared for her. Remembering the sounds of boiling water, Elos realizes Lakshan went above and beyond to ensure her comfort. Clutching her pillow, she admits she would have felt safe sharing the house with Lakshan tonight. Back at his own home, the red-haired mercenary Kian screams in outrage, demanding Lakshan return his bed. Lakshan dismissively tells his friend to shut up, leaving them both squeezed awkwardly into the single bed. Morning light pours through the window as a well-rested Elos stretches amidst a backdrop of blooming roses. Shivering slightly in the northern chill, the blonde woman snuggles deeper under her blankets for warmth. Elos frantically digs through her bag, searching for a map to guide her next steps in the village. She studies a map of Eldon and Ruhan, calculating her mother's remaining gold for her future survival. Remembering rumors of mercenaries and magic-blocked borders, she worries about the worsening war outside their village. Despite the risks, Elos remains hopeful that she can retrieve her gold in a year to live abundantly. Lying in bed, she resolves to reward Lakshan generously once she recovers her family's hidden inheritance. Getting ready for the day, the blonde woman ties her hair back and looks around for a mirror. She searches through every drawer and cabinet, frustrated by the lack of a single mirror in the house. While digging through a dusty drawer, Elos gasps as she pulls out a mysterious piece of paper. The paper reveals an old sketch of a couple, leading Elos to wonder about the woman's identity. Gazing at the drawing, she notes that Lakshan never mentioned having a significant other in his past. Suddenly, she notices a mole on the man's face, realizing with a start that it isn't Lakshan. Tap tap! A sudden knock at the door startles her as Lakshan calls out to check if she's awake. Lakshan enters and compliments her appearance, asking if she managed to sleep well in the northern cold. The blonde woman looks on with a confused smile, unsure which part of her outfit he is praising.
Lakshan admires her practical northern clothes, which Elaz explains are actually pants cleverly disguised as a skirt.
A close-up highlights the functional design of the teal plaid pants that look identical to a modest skirt. Eloise excitedly demonstrates her mobility, praising the comfort and the deep, useful pockets of her northern attire. She apologizes for looking through his things, though Lakshan notes the old drawing features a very good expression.
Lakshan stares silently at the sketch, his expression turning somber as he holds the relic from his past.
He awkwardly explains that the man in the drawing isn't him, while a flustered Elos looks on. Elos is visibly relieved to learn the woman in the drawing isn't a former girlfriend of Lakshan's. Both characters blush as Lakshan admits it has been a very long time since he last saw this picture. He reveals the sketch depicts his parents, a rare piece his father managed to keep from the flames. Elos envisions the tragic memory of Lakshan's father burning his mother's portraits in a fit of grief. Lakshan notes the forgotten drawing would have remained hidden forever if Elaz hadn't searched the drawer today. The heavy atmosphere lifts as the pair shares a lighthearted, laughing moment over the morning's unexpected discovery. Eloise apologizes for her prying questions, but Lakshan kindly assures her there is nothing to be sorry about. They plan a simple vegetable soup for breakfast, and Elaz offers to fetch water for the morning meal. The blonde woman jokes about not paying for breakfast, her playful smile warming the quiet house. Lakshan insists his friends should be paying her, noting how a house needs life to avoid becoming deserted. Eloise agrees wholeheartedly, enjoying the growing sense of community and purpose within their shared home. She recalls the ruined hut she once inhabited, which she slowly transformed into a habitable place through hard work. Reflecting at the table, Elaz realizes she wants to fix Lakshan's house rather than find a new one. Lakshan asks if they should go house hunting now, and Elaz enthusiastically agrees to the morning outing. They step outside into the beautiful weather, with Elaz resolving not to cause any more harm to her host. Scratching his neck, Lakshan wonders if his home was truly uncomfortable for his golden-haired guest last night. Lakshan asks the blonde woman if she has any specific requirements for her future home in the village. Elos ponders her needs, envisioning a spacious kitchen equipped with a large oven for her various recipes. Lakshan listens intently as she adds a backyard well to her list of essential features for a comfortable life. Beaming with joy, the blonde woman looks forward to a fresh start in a home that truly feels like hers. They approach a quaint, small cottage that stands quietly under the bright blue sky, ready for inspection. Lakshan explains that the house belongs to his friend Sion, hoping it will be a perfect fit for her. His expression shifts to shock as he notices someone has already entered this supposedly empty property. Kneeling to inspect the ground, the black-haired man grows suspicious of the fresh, muddy footprints leading inside. Lakshan's suspicion is confirmed as the red-haired mercenary Kyan bursts out of the house with a loud greeting. A look of sheer annoyance crosses Lakshan's face as he demands to know why Kian is there. Kian beams with pride, claiming he spent his free time repairing the other house for their guest. Lakshan argues that Kian and the homeowner aren't even close, skeptical of his friend's sudden helpfulness. Undeterred, a cheerful Kian invites them to take a look inside and see the quality of his work. Entering the home, Lakshan notes Sion's tidy nature, while Elaz looks around the clean interior with interest. The kitchen is revealed to be sparkling and well-kept, featuring the large brick oven Elaz requested. Eloise compares the space to Lakshan's kitchen, wondering if she will be comfortable living here all by herself. Moving toward the bedroom, Lakshan suddenly freezes in his tracks, his eyes wide with pure, unadulterated horror. A massive, gaping hole has been smashed through the bedroom wall, completely ruining any hope of shelter. Kyan proudly points to the damage, seemingly oblivious to the fact that his repairs made the house uninhabitable. Realizing the situation is hopeless, Chibi Kian and Eloise conclude that this definitely isn't the right house. Lakshan stares at his friend with deep suspicion, wondering what mischievous goal the red-haired man is truly pursuing. Pushing the grinning Kyan aside, Lakshan decides they must move on to the next property immediately.
Left behind, the red-haired mercenary wears a devious, satisfied smirk, pleased that his sabotage is working.
Framed by roses, Lakshan remains determined to find Elaz a home, while she looks on with a soft expression.
A memory surfaces of young Lakshan being swarmed by people who adored him and offered him gifts.
In the past, a vibrant red-haired woman had boldly declared that Lakshan must live with her when he grew up.
Haunted by the memory, Lakshan recalls fleeing from aggressive admirers who fought over who would be his partner.
In another memory, Kian asks his captain by a campfire if there is anyone he actually likes.
Lakshan had dismissively rejected the idea of needing a partner, much to the red-haired man's disbelief. The black-haired man's solitary resolve back then left Kian feeling quite sorry for his lonely, stubborn future. Back in the present, Lakshan introduces Elaz to Kian, explaining her situation as a guest with nowhere to go.
Observing them share a meal, Kian realizes his friend's cold exterior is finally starting to thaw. The scene shifts back to the village exterior as someone calls out to the group from a distance. Kian gathers the other mercenaries, conspiratorially telling them there is a specific task they must do for Lakshan.
Wearing a determined grin, the red-haired man resolves to make his secret matchmaking scheme a total success.
Crushing sounds echo as the roofs of several village houses are shown collapsed and ruined by the war.
Lakshan is mortified to find every decent home destroyed, suspecting his rowdy friends played a part in the mess. With no other options, Kian casually suggests that Elaz should just stay at Lakshan's house permanently.
Lakshan shocks everyone by presenting a document and declaring that he and Elaz are already legally married.
The blonde woman is stunned by his blunt admission, though he mentions her eventual departure in a year.
Her attention is caught by something on the path. She suddenly stops and kneels to investigate the ground.
Elaz is delighted to find a lush patch of fresh, aromatic basil growing wild along the walking path. Lakshan explains they are on Anand's farm, which has become overgrown with weeds and useful herbs over time.
The field is shown filled with a variety of seedlings and wild plants that have survived despite the war. Radiant with happiness, Elaz celebrates the discovery of fresh ingredients, her eyes sparkling with culinary inspiration.
Lakshan peers toward a nearby building, suspecting it contains the farming equipment they will need for harvesting.
A boisterous swarm of mercenaries comes charging toward them in a cloud of dust, loudly calling for Elaz.
The hungry men enthusiastically ask about lunch, their hearts set on a hearty meal that includes plenty of meat.
One man laughs, stating he will be happy with any meal as long as the portions are massive.
With a cheerful ta-da, Elaz reveals that today's lunch is a delicious basil pesto pasta made from their harvest. The mercenaries' hearts sink as Elrose mentions the mountain of dry pasta waiting for them in the pantry.
Noticing their sudden, gloomy silence, a confused Elrose wonders what could possibly be wrong with a pasta meal.
The men slump in disappointment until Elrose brightly promises to grill some hearty meat and potatoes alongside it. A chaotic scuffle erupts with multiple thwacks as the hungry men playfully fight over their shared craving for meat.
Stepping in with a firm block, Elrose shields Cugin and demands they stop fighting like children before their lunch.
Rubbing a fresh bump on his head, Cugin petulantly complains that he wasn't even the one who started it. Elrose pleads with the mercenaries to be gentle, genuinely believing that the powerful Lakshan is actually a weak man.
The mercenaries stare in total disbelief as they recall Lakshan's terrifying power as a legendary monster-slaying warrior. Waving her arms frantically, Elrose insists Lakshan is frail and immediately enlists the group's help for a basil harvest. The men look on with sheer horror as Elrose casually suggests a massive, reckless harvest of the delicate herbs.
Showing a gentle touch, Elrose demonstrates how to carefully pick only the largest leaves to keep the plants alive.
A massive bag sits ready to be filled as Elrose assigns specific harvesting and gathering duties to her crew.
Elrose and Lakshan discuss the remaining ingredients, noting they still need to slice vegetables and boil the pasta. Lakshan offers his assistance and confidently volunteers his mercenary friends to handle the simpler peeling and slicing tasks. Let out a loud cheer. Kian and the other men enthusiastically agree to take on the kitchen preparation. Elrose lets out a light-hearted laugh, delighted to have such a willing and boisterous crew of kitchen helpers.
Kian wonders if making everything from scratch is too much work when pre-made ingredients are readily available. Shelves of preserved jars sit untouched because the mercenaries never learned how to properly use them in their cooking.
Elrose firmly explains that fresh ingredients are far superior in taste and necessary to save their limited funds.
When Kian mentions plants growing wild, Elrose excitedly volunteers to cultivate her own garden for the household's benefit. A nostalgic warmth fills Elrose as she fondly remembers the simple joy of tending to her own small garden. Lakshan grants her request to use a nearby plot of land, noting the original owner has not yet returned. Elrose asks Kian to see the grocery list so she can optimize their spending and manage the pantry.
With a twinkle in her eye, Elrose is eager to take charge of the household's food budget and supplies.
Hearing her request, Kian makes a quick dash toward the house to retrieve the old purchase receipts.
Elrose asks Lakshan if they could potentially sell any excess produce to the local merchants for an extra profit.
Inspired by her mother's wisdom, she beams while imagining the wonderful feeling of earning her own money.
Kian rushes back in a flash, proudly holding up the crumpled receipts he managed to save for her inspection.
Elrose takes the papers with a polite thanks, but Kian's smug pride is about to meet her professional scrutiny. While Kian boasts about being detail-oriented, a heavy, dark aura begins to radiate from a trembling, silent Elrose. Letting out a furious clench, Elrose rages that she has never seen such horribly managed and incomplete receipts.
She realizes the merchant scammed them, charging 20 imperial gold for basic supplies without listing any specific prices. As she flips through the papers with a frustrated sweat, she declares the northern prices to be absolutely outrageous.
Elrose's rage boils over as she discovers a daylight robbery of 5 gold coins just for a simple delivery fee. Kian awkwardly scratches his head, repeating the merchant's excuse about the difficult mountain path required for the delivery. Elrose asks if cargo wagons are expensive, prompting Lakshan to explain the local logistics and his missing equipment. Lakshan details the high cost of wagons, leaving Elrose stunned by the massive financial exploitation they have endured.
Fuming with anger, Elrose envisions the sneering merchant who has been shamelessly overcharging her friends for their ignorance.
Clenching her fist, Elrose insists on handling all future grocery orders herself to put an end to the scamming. Kian laughs off the situation, admitting he blindly followed the merchant's recommendations without questioning the steep costs. He hands over a bag of 40 gold coins, shocking Elrose with the massive weekly contribution from the group. Kian kindly explains that she doesn't need to contribute any money since she's doing all the hard work. Elrose realizes the men have already discussed the burden of her cooking and want to compensate her fairly. Lakshan steps forward firmly, refusing to let her work for free despite her genuine love for the craft. He explains that since they requested her services, she must be paid like a professional to prevent eventual burnout.
They establish strict rules for her health, insisting she must rest if she ever feels sick or overworked.
Elrose is encouraged to take time for her own culinary research as long as she notifies the group beforehand.
Lakshan reveals the mercenaries' true excitement by presenting a massive list of specific dishes they've been dreaming of eating.
Letting out a boisterous laugh, Elrose happily accepts the grand responsibility of feeding her enthusiastic new community. With the plan set, the group prepares to head back and begin crafting their first grand village feast. Outside by the well, Elrose instructs Kian and Kugan to wash and boil the potatoes for their meal. Elrose turns to Lakshan, asking to borrow his strong hands for a task, leaving him momentarily surprised. Inside the kitchen, a fire crackles in the stove, while fresh basil leaves wait on the counter. Elrose asks Lakshan to squeeze the excess water from the boiled basil leaves, and he readily agrees. While Lakshan crushes the herbs, Elrose notices his name is missing from the food request list on her paper. Lakshan looks at her with a gentle smile, telling her she doesn't need to worry about his preferences. Elrose wants to make something he likes too, feeling concerned about adding any pressure to her host. Lakshan finishes his task and asks what's next, surprising Elrose with his efficient and willing assistance. With a cheerful reveal, Elrose presents a manual grinding barrel designed to blend their fresh ingredients together. A savory mixture of basil leaves, pine nuts, garlic, and olive oil is sprinkled into the bowl. Radiant with excitement, Elrose encourages Lakshan to turn the handle as quickly and forcefully as he can. Lakshan vigorously cranks the handle with a series of rattles and clatters while Elrose cheers his progress. Grating cheese with a rhythmic sound, Elrose hums a happy tune while finalizing the fresh pesto sauce. A jar of vibrant, freshly made green pesto sits ready, sparkling against a backdrop of delicate flowers. Elrose offers a small taste to Lakshan, who watches curiously as she brings the spoon to his mouth. Tasting the sauce, Lakshan gasps in genuine shock at the delicious flavor, much to Elrose's delight. Lakshan is puzzled by the superior taste compared to restaurant food, while Elrose giggles at his honest reaction. Elrose explains that long-term storage ruins the flavor, making their fresh, homemade pesto far superior in quality. Lakshan can't stop snacking on the pesto, prompting a flustered Elrose to snatch the jar away from him. Beaming with immense pride, Elrose cradles her jar of fresh pesto, surrounded by a floral aura of happiness. Lakshan gulps in anticipation, realizing the meal will be even better than he had initially imagined. The table is set with a hearty spread of potato salad, croissants, and savory sliced meats for the group. Steaming plates of basil pesto pasta topped with fresh shrimp are served, completing the impressive village feast. The returning mercenaries are awestruck by the amazing aroma, comparing the meal to high-end restaurants in the capital. Smiling warmly, Elrose presents a large basket overflowing with freshly baked bread to the hungry and appreciative men. After the feast, the table stands clean and empty as the group expresses their heartfelt thanks for the meal. Lakshan pours tea for Elrose while loudly commanding the other men to handle the dishwashing duties themselves. Kian and his companion begin cleaning the kitchen, noting the ancient oven is currently filled with thick ash. They discuss the necessity of scraping out the grime and repairing the vent to ensure the kitchen stays functional. Elrose enthusiastically announces she wants to clean the house today instead of searching for a separate place. A cheerful mercenary promises to have the oven fully restored and ready for her use by the end of the day. The men eagerly volunteer for various chores, including cleaning the chimney, fixing the roof, and tending the garden. Watching them, Kian realizes the men have gained incredible energy from Elrose's food after months of weakness. Wiping away emotional tears, Kian recalls how silent and listless the group was before Elrose's arrival. With sparkling eyes, Kian credits the group's newfound vitality entirely to Elrose's incredible and nourishing cooking. Kian's dramatic gratitude leaves Lakshan and Elrose looking completely bewildered by his sudden, intense emotional outburst. Lakshan grows annoyed, worrying that Elrose thinks Northerners take marriage lightly because of Kian's boisterous behavior. Elrose playfully suggests she might reconsider if the men pick more basil, but Kian finds the task too daunting.
Elrose laughs at the banter, while Lakshan remains deep in thought about the perception of their marriage.
Lakshan reflects on his own actions, wondering if his hasty pursuit of legal documents made him look insincere. As Elrose laughs, Lakshan feels guilty, fearing he is the reason she views northern marriage as a casual arrangement. Kian snickers mischievously at Lakshan's sour expression, teasing him about his sudden, hidden desire to pick herbs. Elrose asks Lakshan why he's gathering wooden planks, wondering if there is something else in need of repair. Lakshan explains he wants to build a footstool, noticing she struggles to reach the high kitchen counters comfortably. Waving her arms frantically, Elrose insists it's unnecessary since she plans on moving out in the near future. Lakshan tells her to be extremely careful when choosing a new home to avoid any potential dangers. Perspiring slightly, Lakshan urges her not to rush, suggesting she stay at his house for the foreseeable future. Elrose's heart beats faster as she looks at him, touched by his genuine concern and hospitality. Blushing, Lakshan's own heart races as he struggles to express his desire for her to remain with him. The moment is shattered as Kian bursts through the door, loudly announcing his return with the house receipts. As Elrose considers staying with Lakshan, he silently wonders how he could ever ask her to remain. A sudden, sharp smash and crack echo through the room as Lakshan hammers a wooden board into place. Startled by the noise, Elrose asks if Lakshan is hurt, while he simply asks where Kian lives. Elrose smiles brightly, explaining she wants to know where everyone lives so she can always find them.
Lakshan turns to get a new plank, touched that she would actually go looking for him. She adds that knowing their locations would make it easier to drop off fresh food for everyone. With a series of loud bams and bangs, Lakshan insists the men will surely come to her instead. A warm, genuine grin spreads across Lakshan's face as he continues working on his surprise for her. As evening falls, Lakshan lets out a tired sigh while standing amidst the quiet, clean kitchen. Lakshan proudly presents the finished footstool, much to the wide-eyed amazement of a stunned Elrose. Elrose lets out a cheerful cry as she tests the perfect new step, finding the counters finally reachable. Stepping onto the stool, Elrose realizes that if she stays, she won't need to find a new home. A radiant aura of happiness surrounds Elrose as she beams with joy over Lakshan's thoughtful and handy gift. Lakshan prepares to leave, reminding her to lock up and keep the emergency pipe he gave her close. Elrose raises the pipe attached to her necklace, assuring him with a smile that she is well prepared. The heavy door shuts with a loud clack, leaving Elrose standing alone in the now quiet kitchen. Elrose looks toward the door, admitting to herself that the house feels a bit scary now that everyone's gone. A horse-drawn wagon approaches with a rhythmic clip-clop while the merchant smirks, anticipating another easy payday. The merchant arrives at the village, greeting Kian while Lakshan and Elrose stand watchfully nearby. Surveying the group, the merchant notes the presence of new people joining Kian for today's delivery. Elrose introduces herself politely, but the dismissive merchant demands immediate payment so he can leave quickly. Kian firmly announces that Elrose is now in charge of all future orders and managing the payments. The merchant's expression sours with skeptical annoyance as he questions why a lady is suddenly in charge. Gesturing toward the wagon, the merchant tells Elrose that the supplies piled inside are finally all hers. Looking into the bag, Elrose's eyes narrow with suspicion as she realizes her dark predictions were absolutely correct. With a sudden grab and toss, Elrose spills the contents of the sack onto the ground. The merchant panics, frantically trying to gather and pick up the potatoes as they roll away. Elrose looks down coldly, declaring she won't buy the potatoes because they aren't worth any money. Stunned and offended, the merchant lets out a loud shout, demanding to know what she means. Raising a potato, Elrose points out that they are rotten and sprouting, making them unfit for sale. The merchant is struck with a sudden shock, horrified that she can actually identify his poor quality produce. While the men whisper and murmur, the merchant realizes he can no longer exploit their lack of knowledge. Feigning an apology, the merchant claims he brought the wrong bag and offers them for free instead. Elrose tells him to take his trash back before preparing to confront him with a much larger issue. With a sharp swish of papers, Elrose presents the old receipts, noting they are filled with major issues. She points out that the records claim he sold the men expensive saffron during his previous visits. Elrose raises a small glass vial found in the storage room, glowing under the bright sunlight. Confronting the merchant, she asks if he truly claims this vial contains saffron, causing him to let out an ack. Remembering her mother's lessons, Elrose recalls how real saffron turns water golden, while fake saffron turns it red. She remembers being taught that deceptive merchants often mix real saffron with cheap dyed red threads. Elrose displays a bowl of dark red water, proving the merchant sold them the lowest quality fake saffron. Taking a long sniff of the threads, Elrose notes they haven't even been infused with a proper scent. Kian flinches as Elrose turns to him, sharply asking why he ever bought such obvious fakes. Kian explains the weary men sought saffron tea to help chase away war memories and find peaceful sleep. Looking completely glum, Kian realizes his good intentions were cruelly exploited by the merchant's greed. Holding the bottle high, Elrose declares to the group that every single bit of the saffron is fake. The merchant flinches again, loudly protesting her accusations while struggling to maintain his failing composure. Pointing aggressively, the merchant insists his decades of business prove he would never sell anything fake. Elrose stands her ground, firing back that a real merchant should easily know the difference between the two.
Imaginary swords jab and stab the merchant as Elrose's words pierce his conscience for his complete sham. The merchant erupts in a fit of indignant rage, loudly declaring he will no longer tolerate their insults as he prepares to flee. With a sudden, forceful snatch, the merchant yanks the glass bottle of fake saffron back from Elrose's hand in a desperate defensive move. The merchant aggressively tosses a small brown pouch of coins toward a startled Elrose, mockingly claiming he went through immense trouble to source the goods. With a sharp turn of his body and a frantic shout to his horse, the merchant abandons the village, vowing never to return. A muddy splash erupts as the wagon wheels churn, but Elrose's sharp voice rings out, commanding the retreating merchant to stop right there. Elrose's eyes blaze with fierce determination as she makes it clear she is far from finished with her confrontation against his deception.
Lakshan lets out a dark grin while Kian wears a mischievous smirk, both men clearly eager to begin a new physical assignment.
As the men lean in expectantly, Elrose points toward the distance and commands them to catch the merchant, sending them into a sudden dash.
The merchant's panic peaks as he realizes the men have outpaced his horse, ending in a loud, chaotic crash within the dense forest. A heavy silence falls as the merchant is revealed kneeling on the floor, his body tightly bound in thick, inescapable coils of rope. Standing with an air of authority, Elrose demands to know who the local lord is so she can report the fraudster to the authorities. The merchant frantically pleads for mercy while revealing the territory belongs to Lord Harkin, though Elrose remains unimpressed by his desperate begging. Sobbing uncontrollably while holding a written confession, the merchant promises to deliver high-quality goods to Elrose once a week for an entire year. With the conflict resolved, Kion's stomach lets out a loud growl, prompting him to eagerly ask what Elrose has planned for their next meal. Surrounded by a gentle floral breeze, Elrose describes a delicious menu of tomato basil salad and steak drizzled in savory mushroom sauce. Lakshan looks on in disbelief as Elrose points toward a modest house, cheerfully confirming her plan to move into the dilapidated structure today. The interior of the bedroom reveals a massive, crumbling hole in the wall that provides an unwanted view of the lush forest outside. Elrose points toward the hallway, explaining she'll simply use the study since its smaller bedroom is perfectly sized for her height and has intact walls. Lakshan breaks into a nervous sweat, frantically suggesting she stay at his home instead while offering to sleep on the living room floor. Brushing off his concern with a radiant smile and a floral aura, Elrose remains focused on the excitement of moving her belongings today. Lakshan stands in stunned, silent defeat while Kian wails in the background, hilariously mourning his companion's failed attempt to keep Elrose nearby. As the scene shifts to a peaceful farm with grazing sheep, Lakshan explains they can easily source fresh eggs and milk from the neighbors. Elrose is delighted by the prospect of nearby dairy, while Kian quivers and trembles in the background, seemingly exhausted by the duo's oblivious nature. Lakshan promises to gather the rest of Elrose's things with Kian's help, encouraging her to take some time to explore her new surroundings. Overflowing with pure joy and surrounded by blooming white lilies, Elrose expresses her immense gratitude for all the help she's received today. A sudden, powerful dash through the tall grass startles Elrose, causing her to let out a sharp cry of alarm as something moves nearby. Her heart begins to thump-thump with fear as she leans over a fence, peering into the dark woods at a large, mysterious shape. Elrose trembles as she looks around the empty path, admitting to herself that the sudden movement truly scared her. Trying to calm herself, Elrose settles into a field of colorful flowers to gather herbs, though she remains cautious of her surroundings. Elrose's eyes widen in suspicion as she senses a presence, spotting a pair of glowing white eyes watching her from the dark forest. Her heart racing, Elrose gulps and raises a large rock high above her head, shouting a challenge at the person creeping up behind her. A woman wearing a simple headscarf and apron cringes in terror, frantically waving her hands and begging Elrose not to throw the stone. Lowering the rock slightly, Elrose asks for her identity,
and the woman introduces herself as Lisa from the farm at the village's edge. Lisa explains that Kian had visited her farm earlier that morning, which is why she recognized Elrose from his descriptions. With a gentle smile, Lisa mentions that Kian had asked her to say hello if they ever happened to cross paths in the village. Letting out a relieved woo, Elrose tosses the rock aside and laughs at her own jumpiness, realized she was just being followed by a neighbor.
Elrose asks how she can help, wondering why the woman traveled all the way from the opposite end of the village to find her. Lisa's expression sours as she places her hands on her hips, crossly stating she specifically came to have a serious word with Kian.
Gesturing toward a memory of her plump chickens, Lisa explains that Kian took some eggs this morning, but carelessly left the coop door open. Fuming with a literal aura of fire, Lisa roars that 3 of her precious chickens have now vanished thanks to Kian's negligence. With a sudden swish of movement, Lisa grabs Elrose and begins dragging her along, determined to hunt down the red-haired man immediately. A series of rustles and shuffles echo through the thicket as Elrose struggles to keep up with the farm woman's aggressive pace. The peaceful day is shattered by a loud smack as Lisa finds Kian and delivers a swift, stinging blow to his head. Kian rubs his sore head in confusion, looking completely upset as he insists he definitely remembers closing the chicken coop door. Ignoring his protests, Lisa delivers a sharp whack and a slap to his back, reminding him he was the only one there this morning.
While Lakshan and Elrose watch the domestic dispute in awkward silence, Kian groans in frustration over his inability to prove his innocence.
Offering a humble bow, Kian tries to settle the matter by paying for the lost livestock, but Lisa firmly rejects his money. Lisa points an accusing finger, demanding that Kian personally travel to the cattle market to handpick 6 healthy new hens for her. Holding up 2 fingers, Lisa adds one final demand. She wants 2 wolf dog puppies to help guard her farm in the future. Kian cries out in protest, feeling completely taken advantage of, while Lisa remains fuming with anger over her missing chickens. A wolf dog stands in the woods while the narrative describes its loyal nature as a half-wolf hybrid. Elrose looks thoughtfully into the distance, imagining that raising such a dog would provide security during lonely nights.
Lisa strides forward, cautioning Elrose that these creatures are notoriously difficult to handle unless raised from a young age.
As they walk through the woods, Lisa explains the difficulty of taming them while Lakshan and Elrose listen intently. Surrounded by a joyful floral aura, Elrose admits she loves animals but worries she might struggle raising one. Stopping near a wooden fence, Elrose asks Lakshan if he is busy or can help her with another task. Elrose expresses her desire to visit Anand's warehouse as the scene shifts to a large 2-story stone structure. Lakshan agrees to go after storing his gear, prompting Elrose to promise she will return quickly to join him. Elrose suddenly stops, wearing a startled expression as she realizes she may have forgotten something important at home. The interior of the house sits in heavy silence, its rustic furniture illuminated by beams of afternoon sunlight. Scratching her chin nervously, Elrose wonders if she left the door open and decides to quickly retrieve her bag first. Outside the warehouse, Elrose excitedly discovers a patch of rosemary, noting its culinary uses for seasoning fish and meat. With a heavy thunk, Lakshan effortlessly yanks a wooden door off its hinges, surprising Elrose with his brute strength. With a mischievous grin and a quick swish, Lakshan invites her inside, promising to fix the door later. Elrose is awestruck as they step into a bright, airy room that resembles a greenhouse more than a warehouse. Close-up shots show numerous envelopes labeled with the names of various kitchen herbs like fennel, parsley, and capers. Elrose's eyes sparkle with excitement as she opens an envelope, finding it full of high-quality herb seeds. Pointing excitedly, Elrose notices several tubers inside a bag, while Lakshan looks on with a supportive smile. Elrose looks up curiously, asking Lakshan about Anand's actual job before he left the village behind. Pondering the question, Lakshan describes Anand as an eccentric man who loved gardening more than his own home life.
The scene reveals a desk covered in vials and open books as Lakshan mentions Anand's talent for creating strange objects. A sudden da-dun sound draws attention to an illustration of a hybrid plant growing both tomatoes and potatoes simultaneously. Elrose is skeptical of the strange hybrid, while Lakshan admits the grafted plants unfortunately resulted in terrible-tasting produce. Rain falls on a field as Lakshan explains that Anand also bred storm-resistant wheat that locusts wouldn't touch. Elrose reacts with wonder as Lakshan mentions rumors of magic, though he clarifies it was actually just advanced knowledge. With a clenched fist and twinkling eyes, Elrose declares that Anand was truly a pioneer in the field of agriculture. Lakshan chuckles, noticing how Elrose's opinion of the eccentric man has drastically improved after learning about his research. Narrative text explains the high costs and difficulty of seed improvement, noting that even northern regions have little success. Elrose finds a collection of sturdy farming tools and feels delighted that she won't have to buy them. Proudly holding a sickle and a hand hoe, Elrose excitedly decides to use them for her new gardening project. A flashback shows a hooded Elrose at a market, questioning a merchant about tubers that are supposedly unfit for sale. The merchant allows her to take the rejected produce, and Elrose gazes at the bin of tubers with a plan. Elrose smiles warmly while holding a tuber to plant the healthy portions to grow her own food later. A triumphant ta-da shows Elrose successfully growing tomatoes, though she remains hopeful that her current planting also thrives. Her joy turns to despair as Elrose holds a rotted, moldy tuber, crying out in shock at the failed harvest. Textual notes explain the risk of crop failure, warning that even healthy-looking seeds can decay after a few years. With a soft sniffle, Elrose recalls giving up on her ruined garden and the pain of starting all over again. Back in the present, Elrose grunts with effort as she packs her massive bag, straining against its heavy weight. A sudden rip sounds as Elrose struggles to carry her heavy pack, while a worried Lakshan questions her intense efforts. Straining with the weight, Elrose insists she can manage alone, determined to repay Anand's kindness in the future. Lakshan questions why she is pushing herself so hard with tasks like cooking and farming for the entire village. Lakshan observes that her passion for these simple chores is far deeper than he expected, leaving him deeply impressed. Elrose looks up at him with wide, thoughtful eyes as his words resonate with her own inner motivation. The two stand together in the sunlit yard, the atmosphere peaceful as they share a quiet, meaningful moment. With a determined and happy expression, Elrose declares that she sincerely wants to take care of the entire village. Lakshan looks genuinely confused, asking what she means by taking responsibility for a place that isn't hers. Recalling abandoned towns, Elrose explains how easily she can tell when a village has lost its spirit and life. As a carriage passes a farm, she notes that inhabited villages are always defined by the presence of gardens. Looking at a wooden sign, Elrose expresses her desire to help improve her new home in any way possible. Gazing at the buildings of Elden Village, Elrose hopes her gardens will show travelers that people truly live here. Elrose offers a warm, appreciative smile as the peaceful atmosphere of their shared moment lingers. Overwhelmed by the situation, a blushing Elrose admits that things have become quite awkward between them. Surrounded by a floral aura, Lakshan gently tilts Elrose's chin up to meet his gaze. Kian and the village men discuss the abundance of produce, looking forward to a long-awaited feast. A sudden rush of movement follows as the hungry men scramble toward the kitchen, being told to wash first. Detailed instructions show how to fry dried corn in butter and salt to create a southern snack. Kian looks skeptically at the bowl of popcorn, admitting he would much rather have traditional corn porridge. One bite of the salty, buttery treat sends Kian into a divine, angelic state of pure culinary bliss. The kitchen erupts into chaos as the men greedily chomp on the popcorn, much to Kian's frantic dismay. Elrose stands at the hearth, carefully preparing more of the special snack over the large iron pots. Lakshan startles Elrose by entering the kitchen and asking what she is making with such focus. Turning with a joyful grin, Elrose is delighted to share her progress with Lakshan. Together, Lakshan and Elrose stir the massive pot, ensuring the sweet caramel coats the popcorn perfectly. A crackle and pop echo as the corn roasts on low heat, smelling so good that waiting feels like torture. With a cheerful laugh, Elrose reveals a massive pile of freshly made caramel popcorn, ready to be served. Nervous about her first attempt, Elrose offers Lakshan a piece and watches his reaction with wide eyes. Against a backdrop of roses, Lakshan tastes the snack while Elrose waits with bated breath for his verdict. Their hearts go badoom as Lakshan flushes, admitting the snack is actually very good. A loud grumble from Kian interrupts the moment as he crossly asks if the food is finally ready. The village men sit around the table, marveling at the perfect balance of sweet, salty, and savory flavors. Elrose feels a sense of satisfaction, happy to have successfully used up all the old corn stores. Lakshan listens as Elrose explains that the corn was still good but needed a creative touch to be enjoyed. Calling the meeting to order, Elrose presents several sheets of paper for the village men to review. The documents outline a bold one-year plan focused on the ambitious goals needed to rebuild Elden Village. A close-up emphasizes the title of the plan, signaling a major turning point for the community's future. One of the men raises a hand, questioning if the plan involves inviting people who aren't originally from the village. Elrose confirms his suspicion, explaining that this necessity is exactly why she requested everyone to gather tonight. Lakshan supports her vision, arguing that the village's survival depends more on its people than land or money. With a piercing gaze, Lakshan insists they cannot afford to wait indefinitely for the original inhabitants to return. The entire group falls into a heavy silence as they consider the weight of Lakshan's and Elrose's proposal. Darus, a brown-haired man, suddenly speaks up, crossly declaring his firm opposition to the plan. Elrose acknowledges the importance of good neighbors, but clarifies they won't be accepting just anyone into the village. Rising from his seat, Darus remains adamant, stating he has no intention of welcoming any new people. The room becomes incredibly tense as the others watch the confrontation unfold in awkward silence. Turning to the black-haired man, Elrose asks Lakshan directly if he agrees with her plan for growth. Lakshan offers a firm nod of agreement, prompting Elrose to decide she will proceed with his support. Kian admits his own worries about strangers, but notes that being too cautious would prevent them from progressing. Munching on the popcorn, Kian jokingly claims it all for himself while Elrose laughs at his antics. Elrose looks on with a pleased expression, feeling encouraged by the support she received despite the disagreement. Looking toward the empty seats, Elrose promises to personally deliver lunch to Darus if he misses it tomorrow. Lakshan watches Elrose, his expression soft as he observes her dedication to the village. Grabbing a broom, Elrose cheerfully assigns Lakshan the task of washing the pots so they can finish quickly. Lakshan smiles and agrees to help, clearly happy to share in the simple evening chores. A series of sounds fill the room as Elrose sweeps and Lakshan scrubs the cookware clean. Noticing the late hour, Lakshan considers asking Elrose to stay the night rather than walk home alone. Before he can speak, Elrose thanks him for the help and grabs her bag of leftovers to depart. In the moonlit night, Lakshan insists on walking Elrose home, determined to ensure her safety. Under the starry sky, Elrose thanks Lakshan for the escort and bids Lakshan for the escort and bids him a friendly goodnight. A creak sounds as Elrose enters her house, lighting a candle to prepare for bed. A sudden clatter rings out from above, causing Elrose to flinch in terror at the unexpected noise. A heavy silence hangs in the room as Elrose stands alone, contemplating the strange noise from earlier. Looking troubled, Elrose bites her thumb while trying to decide on her next course of action. Holding her glowing green necklace, Elrose considers summoning Lakshan, confident that he would respond immediately to her call. Her movement pauses as a sudden doubt strikes her. She wonders if Lakshan will even hear her summons. Elrose considers if the disturbance was simply a rat, as a cheeky hamster illustration gives a peace sign. The kitchen remains perfectly silent, shrouded in the dim light of the evening,
as the mystery persists. Laughing at her own overreaction, Elrose realizes the startling sound was just a pot lid falling to the floor. Staring at the dark woods, Elrose reflects on her past life at the monastery, where the night never felt frightening. A candle flickers on the desk next to a quill and blank paper, awaiting Elrose's thoughts and plans. Determined to be honorable, Elrose vows to eventually repay Scion for every resource she utilizes in the village. A soft scritch and scratch sound as Elrose carefully lists the current residents, organizing her plans for the spring. Lakshan walks through the village and is stopped by a woman named Marie, who calls out to him cheerfully. Waving a friendly greeting, the short-haired woman named Marie welcomes Lakshan back to the village with a smile.
Curious about the newcomer, Marie asks about Elrose, prompting Lakshan to introduce her as the daughter of a friend.
Lakshan asks if Marie has returned for good, but she explains her life as a merchant makes staying difficult. Marie gestures toward the quiet buildings, explaining that the lack of crops and customers is forcing her to move.
Citing her children's education as a priority, Marie regretfully informs a solemn Lakshan that she cannot remain in Eldon. Elrose observes from the side, vividly remembering the deep disappointment that clouded Lakshan's face at the merchant's news.
Looking at the village scroll, Elrose resolves to work harder to prevent the population of 32 from dwindling further. A rhythmic whack and thwack echo across the field as the village men diligently till the dry soil. Wearing a wide-brimmed hat, Elrose brings a basket of potato pie, prompting a joyful cheer from a red-haired man. Sitting in the shade, Kian, enthusiastically munching on the pie, admits he's working hard for more of Elrose's cooking.
While Kian and Lakshan continue their chomp and chew, Elrose peacefully plans to prepare a grand lunch for everyone.
Noticing her distant expression, Lakshan pauses his eating to ask Elrose what is weighing on her mind.
Elrose admits she is worried about Darus, fearing he might skip the group lunch after their disagreement.
With a playful smirk, Kian jokes that he will happily eat Darus's share if he doesn't show up. Lakshan delivers a quick whack to Kian's head, while a distressed woman named Lisa rushes toward them with a sniffle. Huffing and panting from her frantic run, Lisa cries out to the group, desperately seeking their immediate assistance. With an anxious expression, Lisa begs the group to help her find her missing chicken before it's too late. Lisa explains that the village's protector rooster has vanished, leaving the rest of her flock vulnerable and afraid. Lisa insists that the coop's latch was definitely closed, suggesting that the bird's disappearance wasn't a simple escape. Puzzled by the lack of footprints, Lisa makes an official request for the men to track down the mysterious thief.
A mercenary twinkle appears in Lakshan's eyes as he immediately inquires about the reward for finding the rooster.
With a quick whip of her finger, Lisa promises a whole month of unlimited eggs to whoever solves the mystery.
Elrose is struck with a sudden wave of determination, her eyes wide as she considers the value of the prize.
Thinking of the village's food supply, Elrose explains how free eggs would allow her to perfect new recipes. Surrounded by a floral aura, Elrose excitedly shares her plan to master the Empire's top 30 egg-based dishes. A sudden rattle and clatter sound as Lakshan prepares to investigate the farm immediately following their meal. Driven by the promise of eggs, Kian and Lakshan engage in a competitive munch and slurp to finish lunch.
While eating her bread, Elrose ponders who could possibly open and close a latch without leaving a single trace.
Lakshan's expression turns serious as he confirms that there is indeed something capable of such a feat.
A sharp scree sounds as the scene shifts to monsters, strange beings used by the hybrids of the north.
A massive whoosh of fire erupts from a two-headed beast, illustrating how these creatures are used for transportation and attack. Skeptical, Elrose points out that all hybrids and their monsters supposedly retreated across the northern mountains long ago. Lakshan reasons that while most were taken back, several stray monsters likely remained behind after the war ended. Lakshan notices with a sweat drop that Elrose is actually fascinated by the prospect of encountering a real monster. With a sudden swish, Kian dashes out the door, eager to be the first to catch the mysterious creature.
Handing over a basket with a quick lift, Elrose asks Lakshan to ensure Darus receives his portion of the lunch.
Shaking and flopping his hands, Lakshan agrees to help while Elrose adjusts her hat, ready to begin the search. The two walk together through the sun-drenched village, determined to solve the mystery of the missing rooster. Lakshan offers to walk Elrose home, his expression turning gentle as he gazes at her. Looking surprised, Elrose realizes they are heading away from the farm where the monster was reported. While Lakshan argues that the monster makes things too dangerous, Elrose insists on joining the monster hunt. Twinkling with innocent confidence, Elrose tells Lakshan she feels perfectly safe as long as he is there. A Badoom heartthrob moment catches Lakshan off guard, a slight blush creeping onto his face at her trust. Turning away bashfully, Lakshan hilariously claims he can barely protect himself to hide his growing embarrassment. Walking together, Lakshan warns Elrose to flee if things turn dangerous, privately amused by her view of him. Later, Lakshan suggests Elrose rest, but she playfully rejects his offer to use the signal whistle. A soft ba drifts through the air as the scene shifts to the tranquil fields of the village. Examining the coop, Lakshan notes the lack of footprints, confirming Lisa's report that the thief leaves no traces. Observing the intact latch, Lakshan realizes the thief is an intelligent being with a strangely protective nature. Kian admits he was scolded for an open coop before, wondering if this same creature was responsible then. Lisa flinches as Kian shruggingly considers the coincidence, the atmosphere around the fence turning quite awkward. Pondering the mystery, Lisa reveals that a total of 3 chickens have been stolen by the unseen thief. Negotiating the reward, Lisa agrees to provide 3 months of free eggs if the monster is caught. Under the moonlight, Lakshan and Kian track the scent until they suddenly find the missing bird. Discovering buried bones, Lakshan realizes the monster is both strong and intelligent enough to hide its tracks. Night falls over the quiet village houses, the still atmosphere thick with a sense of impending mystery. Awake in bed, Elrose lies with a book until a sudden flash of light captures her attention. Groaning in frustration, Elrose realizes she accidentally fell asleep before eating any dinner tonight. Still yawning, Elrose considers finding some corn crackers while wondering if Lakshan has found the monster yet. A clack and munch sound from downstairs startles Elrose, signaling that something is eating her crackers. With a quick swish, Elrose turns toward the stairs as a tense, chilling silence fills her home.
2 glowing green eyes gleam from the darkness, marking the presence of the mysterious intruder.
A heavy thump echoes through the room, leaving a terrified Elrose questioning if it's the monster. Rhythmic step sounds approach the stairs, signaling that the creature is now coming directly for her. Terror fills Elrose's eyes as a scratch and claw sound against the door warns of the creature's arrival. Frantically, Elrose grabs her whistle and calls out Lakshan's name in a desperate plea for assistance. A sharp fweet rings out across the village, signaling Elrose's distress call into the night. Out in the woods, Kian asks if that was Elrose's whistle, a dun sound of realization hitting Lakshan. With a sudden dash, Lakshan sprints through the trees, his face set in a determined rush toward Elrose. The fweet echoes again through the dark sky, intensifying the urgency of Lakshan's rescue mission. Lakshan's rush continues as he tears through the path, his lantern swinging as he heads for her house. Rustle and swish sounds fill the air as Lakshan calls out Elrose's name, his gaze turning fierce. Leaping over the fence, Lakshan arrives at the house, screaming Elrose's name in a frantic search. Elrose appears at the window, pointing down toward the door where the intruder is hiding. A rattle and thunk sound as the monster tries to escape through the door, while Lakshan closes in. Relieved, Elrose beams at the sight of Lakshan, her fear replaced by a wave of pure gratitude. Lakshan orders Elrose to hide under her blankets, promising to handle the dangerous situation alone. Stunned, Elrose begins to protest his dangerous request, her expression one of deep worry for him. A sudden chill settles over Lakshan, his expression turning cold and deadly as he faces the threat. Elrose flinches from the window, startled by the intense bloodlust radiating from Lakshan's frightening aura. Lakshan pauses, a flicker of internal conflict crossing his mind as he considers his own power. Turning away with a grimace, Lakshan curses under his breath, seemingly struggling to control his rising instincts. An oof sounds as a man accidentally bumps into Lakshan, who is walking through a dark street. Lakshan's terrifying glare causes the stranger to eek in fright, highlighting the dark intensity of his nature. The man falls to a kneel, shaking and begging for forgiveness as Lakshan stands over him impassively. Shaken, Kian tells Lakshan that his gaze is truly frightening, wondering if he realizes the effect he has.
Narration explains the tragic madness that consumes mercenaries as they accumulate countless kills on the battlefield.
Flashbacks reveal that even the mercenary King Harkin once struggled to distinguish his own son from an enemy. Covering his face, Lakshan is consumed by the worry that Elrose might eventually become afraid of him. A sudden shudder and gasp echo through the house, prompting Lakshan to shout Elrose's name in alarm. Hearing a heavy wham, Lakshan notes the monster has escaped toward the backyard as he continues his search. Navigating the dark hallway, Lakshan turns with a sense of urgency, calling out to Elrose to ensure her safety. Lakshan decides to chase the monster immediately, trusting the arriving men to look after Elrose in his absence. He executes a quick dash and sprint down the stairs, his movements fueled by adrenaline and concern. Lakshan makes a frantic rush toward the room, his voice echoing through the house as he calls for Elrose. With a soft click, the door opens to reveal a startled Elrose peering out from her room. Unexpectedly, Elrose makes a sudden dash past Lakshan, leaving him momentarily stunned by her quick and determined movement. Watching her go, Lakshan's heart sinks as he wonders if she is actually trying to run away from him. A troubling thought crosses his mind, leaving him to wonder if she plans to leave the village entirely. Lakshan quickly follows, begging Elrose to wait and listen to him for just a second as he catches up. Surrounded by a floral aura, Elrose turns back with a determined expression, her voice full of unexpected passion. Elrose flails her arms and cries out that they could have captured the mysterious intruder together. As Elrose yells about him handling everything alone, Lakshan realizes with relief that she isn't scared of him. A sharp ow sounds as Elrose accidentally steps on glass shards, her bare foot beginning to bleed. Worried, Lakshan tells her not to move as she begins to slump toward him from the sudden pain. Kian suddenly appears at the doorway, shouting their names as he arrives to assist with the situation. Turning cold, Lakshan gives a piercing glare and orders Kian to chase the creature into the woods. Later, Elrose sits on the bed as Lakshan kneels before her to tend to her injured foot. Holding her foot gently, Lakshan explains that he wants to check for any other hidden cuts or injuries. Looking at her with intense focus, Lakshan asks if she is truly not feeling any more pain. Elrose blushes and looks away bashfully, admitting that while she isn't in pain, her feet are quite dirty. Lakshan asks if she was truly frightened, and Elrose gives a small, vulnerable nod in response. Lakshan offers a sincere apology, explaining that his frightening intensity was born from deep worry for her. Seeing the mess in her room, Lakshan suggests Elrose sleep there while he guards the house from downstairs. Surrounded by a soft, floral glow, Elrose admits she was indeed scared during the encounter with the creature. Thinking she is still mad, Lakshan apologizes again, unaware of the request she is about to make.
Elrose clenches her skirt tightly, her expression hesitant as she prepares to voice her true feelings to him.
In a bold moment, Elrose blushes deeply and suggests that they should sleep together tonight for safety. Stunned, Lakshan touches his neck in disbelief and asks her to repeat exactly what she just said.
Elrose shouts that she was scared, her face turning pink as she firmly reiterates her request for company.
With a wave and flail of her arms, Elrose explains the creature's scratching was what truly terrified her. Elrose pots the bed and invites Lakshan to lie next to her, proving she trusts him completely. Elrose notes that she hasn't even changed out of her dress yet as they prepare to share the bed. Snuggling in, Elrose giggles about the monster's intentions while Lakshan watches her with a warm, gentle gaze. Thinking to himself, Lakshan concludes that it's only natural for her to have been afraid of the intruder.
Elrose asks if he wants to share the blanket, but Lakshan politely declines, claiming he is perfectly fine.
Elrose wonders aloud what the creature could have been, and if it was the village's mysterious chicken thief. Lying beside her, Lakshan admits that he is currently thinking the exact same thing about the monster.
With a gentle pat, Lakshan promises Elrose that he will personally catch the creature to ensure her safety.
With a sudden snuggle, Elrose leans against Lakshan, catching him off guard with her affectionate and trusting gesture. Lakshan's face flushes with a slight blush as he gazes down at the sleeping, peaceful woman beside him. While Elrose drifts off with a soft Z, Lakshan stays awake, watching over her with a tender expression. Lakshan's gaze turns sharp and focused as he considers the identity of the winged monster they encountered. A creak sounds as Lakshan enters the main room, finding Kian already waiting there to deliver a report. Dark chills emanate from Lakshan as he glares at Kian, who offers a nervous, sweat-dropping smile.
With a small ahem, Kian admits that the pursuit of the winged creature was ultimately a failure.
Kian recalls seeing large wings on the creature, confirming that the thief is more than a simple land monster. Lakshan's expression turns stern as he scolds Kian for lounging around in a chair after failing his mission. Kian screams in frustration, lamenting the difficulty of tracking the creature through the farm and woods. Discussing the creature's massive size, Kian gestures widely while the black-haired man listens with crossed arms. Investigating the wreckage at the girl's house, they find broken pottery shards scattered across the wooden floor.
A zoomed-in view of an empty wooden plate confirms that the intruder devoured every last caramel cookie. Kian points upward, concluding that the stolen chicken wasn't enough to satisfy the creature's immense hunger.
Lost in thought, Lakshan ponders the situation while a soft escapes his lips in the dim light.
Surrounded by a gentle floral aura, the blonde girl sleeps peacefully, undisturbed by the ongoing investigation. As morning breaks over the quiet village house, the group discusses splitting into teams to continue the search. The search party organizes into a woods team and a farm team, represented by cheerful chibi illustrations. Examining a coiled rope, the blonde girl identifies it as a snare, while the older man watches intently. Imagining a trapped foot, the girl giggles bashfully, admitting she has plenty of experience crafting various contraptions. Boasting of his expertise, the older man offers her a trap to use in her search area. Rockman provides a quick lesson on hunting techniques before the group finally prepares to set out. Returning to the house, Lakshan, Kian, and the girl prepare to conduct a more thorough search inside. Receiving a nod from the black-haired man, the girl asks for permission to finally begin cleaning up. Staring at the empty bowl, the girl realizes the creature must have been truly starving to eat everything. A chilling memory of glowing eyes following her through the dark woods suddenly flashes through the girl's mind. Horror dawns on her as she wonders if the monster has been stalking her since before last night. During their forest search, the girl crouches low while Lakshan and Kian scan the surrounding trees. Turning back with a serious gaze, Lakshan asks what she just said, his attention focused on her. He asks for permission to hold her waist, leaving the girl confused about the reason for his request. A sudden grab sounds as Lakshan's gloved hands firmly grasp her waist, preparing to lift her up. With a surprised shout, she is hoisted high into the air by Lakshan's effortless and sudden strength. Looking up at her with a gentle smile, he checks to see if she is feeling all right. Blushing deeply, she bashfully asks if she is too heavy and suggests that he put her back down. Dismissing her worries with a light-hearted laugh, Lakshan carries her while Kian watches with a tired expression. Pointing to a snapped branch, Lakshan explains how the creature's flight path caused the distinct wooden break. From her elevated vantage point, she looks closely at the broken branch Lakshan pointed out among the leaves. She notes the unusual direction of the snap, realizing it differs from the damage found further below. Pointing upward, Kian explains that the creature likely attempted to escape before deciding to return toward them. Kian wonders aloud if it's after sweets, while she ponders a much more unsettling and personal possibility.
Determination fills her eyes as she plots a way to use herself as bait for the mysterious intruder.
Helping her back to the ground with a soft tap, Lakshan urges her to be careful as she lands.
Chills run down her spine as she realizes the monster might actually be hunting her specifically. Wondering if she's a more appealing target than the mercenaries, she assures a worried Kian she's fine.
Transitioning to her plan, she strikes a confident pose in her apron, ready to start her mission.
Working over a hot stove, she stirs a massive pot, determined to use a delicious scent as bait. A mischievous hee-hee escapes her lips as she envisions the success of her fragrant, irresistible scents waft from the house into the yard, creating a tempting trail of aroma for the creature.
Outside, Kian readies a cage while Lakshan stays hidden behind a tree, waiting for the monster's arrival. Sudden chaotic sounds of crashing and fluttering erupt outside, startling the girl as she waits behind the door. Victorious, Lakshan announces their success while Kian secures the heavy metal cage on the ground.
A heavy thunk and rattle sound as Lakshan calls out for her to come see their captive.
Shouting in excitement, she swings the door open and rushes out to meet the successful hunting team.
Holding a long stick, she explains that the monster is lucky it didn't trigger her indoor floor traps. To illustrate her point, she demonstrates how the many bear traps would have snapped shut with a smack.
Laughing nervously, she notes that any intruder would have been severely injured by her hidden defenses. Bursting toward the cage with intense curiosity, she asks exactly where the fearsome monster is being held.
Confusion and disbelief fill her wide green eyes as she gets her first look at the captured beast. To her shock, the monster is a tiny, whimpering puppy shivering uncontrollably under the cover of the cage.
Elrose gasps in total shock as she catches her first real glimpse of the captive creature. Inside the cage, a tiny puppy with small wings and huge eyes looks up with innocent curiosity.
Deeply confused, Elrose asks if this adorable little creature is truly the terrifying monster they were hunting.
Elrose admits the creature is incredibly adorable, falling for its charm as Kian and Lakshan watch her. The tiny creature slumps in exhaustion while Elrose asks Lakshan what normally happens to captured monsters. With a chilling and dark expression, Lakshan explains the grim and violent fate that usually awaits monsters. Terrified by Lakshan's cold words, the little creature lets out a fearful cry and begins to sob. A powerful, bone-chilling shriek suddenly echoes through the sky, startling the group as they look upward together. Kian points toward the clouds while Lakshan and Elrose look up to see a massive threat approaching. Elrose cries out in horror as she spots a terrifying, winged creature with a human-like head flying above. Lakshan steps in to protect Elrose, identifying the nightmare in the sky as an unnatural evil beast. Amidst images of fire and chaos, the narrative explains that evil beasts come from a different world. A glowing magic circle illustrates how these monsters appear as phenomena when a powerful magic spell fails. The explanation continues, showing a mage inadvertently summoning a living being instead of drawing in pure energy. Horrified, Elrose realizes the monster's human head suggests it was likely a mage before its tragic transformation. The massive creature flaps its wings as it flies toward the farm, threatening the safety of the village. Lakshan remains calm, explaining to a worried Kian and Elrose that they must find a way to catch it. The creature's existence is described as a violation of natural rules, causing it to desperately want to return. Lakshan flashes a small smile, admitting he learned the secrets of these creatures from a mage in his past. Lakshan explains that wherever an evil beast appears, a divine animal will eventually emerge to fight it. The radiant divine animal exists only to eliminate the evil beast before vanishing back to its own realm. Her eyes wide and sparkling with excitement, Elrose asks Lakshan what a divine animal actually looks like. In a chibi vision, Lakshan admits he's never seen one, but heard they have wings and golden sheens. A dark memory shows the evil beast preying on livestock, growing larger as it consumed more and more. The monster displayed a chilling intelligence by locking the chicken coop to save its prey for a later meal. Now driven entirely by bloodlust, the monster shrieks as it loses its remaining shreds of human intelligence. Turning back to Lakshan, Elrose asks what they should do with their small, winged captive now. A look of sudden realization washes over Elrose as she makes a shocking connection regarding the puppy. With a sudden radiant glow and a happy yip, the little creature begins to overflow with celestial energy. A heavy thunk sounds as the group watches the cage rattle, finally understanding the puppy's true identity. A dramatic revelation confirms that the shivering puppy they found is actually the legendary divine animal. Huffing and panting, Coogan struggles to lift his massive sword while wondering how Lakshan caught the beast alone. Twirling a rope, Coogan notes that Lakshan is far different from them as the gray-haired man watches. A vision of delicious egg dishes appears as an incentive for whoever manages to capture the flying intruder. Fueled by the reward of eggs, the men charge forward with drawn blades and absolute determination. Kyan shouts that they are here as the winged beast swoops down toward the prepared mercenary team. Holding the divine animal, Lakshan prepares to face the threat as the puppy lets out a fierce battle cry. A sudden thud sounds as Coogan is knocked back, realizing the divine animal is far more powerful. Surrounded by a brilliant magic circle, the divine animal charges its energy to unleash a powerful attack. The evil beast lets out an agonizing shriek as it is struck by the divine animal's pure light. The monster is sent reeling through the air, its body silhouetted as it struggles to stay aloft. Clenching his fist with a confident smirk, Lakshan prepares to end the threat once and for all. The divine animal takes flight, its wings glowing brilliantly as it charges toward the weakened evil beast. To everyone's shock, the divine animal suddenly loses its momentum and begins to fall awkwardly. Elrose watches in confusion as the bird monster flies away while their savior falls back to earth. With a loud growl and a heavy slump, the divine animal hits the grass, completely exhausted. Lakshan's expression turns deeply annoyed as he stares down at the uselessly sleeping creature after its performance. The tiny puppy whimpers and growls, its stomach rumbling loudly as it collapses from extreme hunger. Lakshan turns to Coogan, demanding to borrow his sword so he can handle the monster himself. Coogan clenches his jaw, agreeing to help only if he receives a full week's worth of eggs. Lakshan urges the red-haired man to take credit for the kill, while the mercenary holds a bloodstained sword. A sharp whistle sounds as Lakshan stands alone in the field, the massive blade resting on the ground. Hidden by the trees, Lakshan resolves to keep his identity as Harkin a secret from Elrose for her safety. Monitoring the group's slow progress over the hills, Lakshan realizes he has a few minutes of total privacy. As the monster shrieks and reaches out, Lakshan draws his blade with a calm, predatory smirk. Exhausted and breathless, Elrose pants heavily as she finally catches up to the site of the battle. A dramatic "done" sounds as a stunned realization hits that the terrifying evil beast has actually been defeated. The massive, bloodied carcass of the beast lies still, while Lakshan and the red-haired man stand victoriously nearby. Lakshan gives the red-haired man a firm nudge, insisting he tell Elrose that he struck the final blow. Her eyes sparkling with admiration, Elrose gushes over the red-haired man's supposed bravery and incredible skill in the fight. The red-haired man happily claims the credit and ag reward, while an agonized cry of "No!" echoes nearby. Despite the victory, Elrose and the red-haired man watch as the client, Lisa, clutches her head in despair. Trembling and deeply upset, Lisa faces the grim reality of the losses her farm suffered during the attack. With a heavy slump, Lisa mourns the dead sheep, leading the group to classify the mission as a failure. Later, Elrose gently brushes the winged puppy's fur, while Lakshan reflects on the strange events of the day. Lifting the small creature, Lakshan wonders why the divine animal hasn't returned to its own realm yet.
The adorable puppy tilts its head with a curious sound, its large amber eyes filled with innocent confusion. Fluttering its wings with a soft goo, the creature hovers in the air while Elrose and Lakshan watch in awe. Elrose erupts into happy laughter as the affectionate little creature licks her face with frantic, loving energy. Lakshan realizes the puppy is attracted to sweet scents, noting that Elrose smells like the caramel she melted. Sniffing her own hair, Elrose confirms she still carries the sweet aroma of the bait used earlier. Lakshan teases Elrose about the creature's clinginess while she huffs in embarrassment, holding her new winged friend. After Lakshan offers to draw a bath, Elrose and the puppy let out a long, synchronized yawn of exhaustion. The creature lets out a sharp little cry as Elrose continues to pet it with a gentle, sleepy smile. Elrose decides that having this magical companion is much better than buying a wolf dog from the market. With a soft flutter, the happy creature flaps its wings as Elrose invites it to stay and live with her. Lakshan returns to find Elrose and her new pet have already drifted off into a deep, peaceful sleep. Smiling softly, Lakshan carefully scoops up the sleeping blonde girl and her tiny companion to carry them inside. A soft creak sounds as he enters his home, deciding it's best for Elrose to sleep there tonight. After tucking her into a comfortable bed, Lakshan lets out a weary yawn, finally feeling his own fatigue. The tiny puppy wriggles and wiggles in its sleep, looking perfectly content in its new environment. The morning light filters in, finding Lakshan, Elrose, and the puppy all sharing the same cozy bed together. Outside the house, a man waits patiently atop a horse-drawn carriage as the village awakens around them. Dressed for travel, Elrose realizes she's lost her hat while Lakshan waits by the door in his traveling cloak. Panic sets in as Elrose searches the room, wondering where her essential travel hat could have disappeared to. The puppy, now wearing a tiny pink sweater, lets out a "her" as it presents the missing hat. Elrose laughs joyfully, praising her genius puppy Rua as she prepares to leave for their journey. A heavy thunk sounds as the driver whistles, instructing Rua on how to behave while they are in public. Inside the carriage, Rua obediently lets out a sharp bark to pass as a normal dog for the trip. Elrose explains that Rua's name comes from the legendary beast Eterua, who allegedly shaped the very landscape. A mythic vision depicts the golden-sheened animal descending from the heavens when the continent was still empty. Legends say the beast created the lakes and mountains with its divine power and immense physical labor. The story concludes showing how the beast's bones became the northern mountains and its fur became the forests. Lakshan gives a small nod, agreeing that the name Rua is a perfect fit for their special companion. Elrose happily chats with Rua, who responds with another bark as they travel along the countryside. The red-haired man suggests a more adorable name, wondering if something like Cuckoo wouldn't be much cuter. Rua tilts its head in confusion as the red-haired man tries to teach it to say its new nickname. Becoming protective and upset, Elrose pulls Rua away and tells the red-haired man to stop teaching it nonsense. Lakshan adopts a serious tone, warning Rua that it must stay hidden to avoid being captured by others. He emphasizes the danger, noting that a creature of Rua's value would be kidnapped within a mere hour. Lakshan looks serious as he warns that hunters will swarm the village if Rua's divine nature is discovered. Glaring intensely, Lakshan threatens that Elrose won't feed him anymore, leaving Rua looking absolutely horrified and pale with shock. A quick fwhip sounds as Rua frantically practices a normal bark, determined to pass as a regular dog. A heavy thunk and rattle sound as the carriage rolls through the countryside toward the bustling city ahead. The scene shifts to a grand city filled with timber-framed houses and a massive castle towering in the distance. A soft wag and sniff sound as Rua explores the cobblestone streets, his tail moving with joyful excitement. Her heart going bedum, Elrose marvels at the massive city and its monthly market with wide, sparkling eyes. Looking at the castle, Elrose asks about the mercenary king, while Lakshan pulls his hood down to remain hidden. A grim vision recalls the fall of the Lord of Deva,
and the empire's subsequent takeover of the territory. The emperor granted the land to Harkin. Elrose asks Lakshan if he's ever seen the legendary mercenary king himself.
Kian and the red-haired man hesitate, sweating nervously as they struggle to answer Elrose's question about the king.
Observing the grim mood, Elrose realizes how unapproachable the mercenary king Harkin must truly be for ordinary people. Clenching her fist, Elrose encourages Lakshan to train hard so he can become an excellent mercenary like Harkin. Lakshan looks completely stunned and bewildered by Elrose's suggestion that he should aspire to be like his secret self. A snort and chuckle erupt from Kian and the red-haired man as they mock Lakshan becoming like Harkon. With a snicker and a thumbs up, the mercenaries tease Lakshan, telling him to drink milk and train harder. A sharp clench sounds as Lakshan's fist trembles with suppressed irritation at the two mercenaries mocking his abilities. A loud thud and collapse follow as Lakshan settles the score, smiling pleasantly while the mercenaries lie unconscious. Consulting her schedule, Elrose mentions their next destination is the cattle market while Rua trots along behind them. Surrounded by blooming flowers, Elrose excitedly declares her intention to buy all the livestock they need for the farm. A basket of eggs appears as Lisa explains that this will be the last gift she can offer Elrose. Lisa laughs weakly, explaining that she must leave because she can no longer afford to run her farm. Lisa's father believes returning to a larger village is the only way for them to survive their recent losses. Elrose looks determined to find a solution, unwilling to let her friend Lisa leave the village in such despair. Elrose stops Lisa, suggesting a partnership that could benefit both of them and save the struggling farm from closure. At the table, Lisa clarifies the proposal. Elrose buys the cattle, and Lisa raises them on her farm. Excitedly, Elrose describes the plan as consignment rearing, her eyes shining with hope for their mutual success. Elrose explains the trade-off. She provides the animals since she lacks a farm, while Lisa provides the land. The contract details the split. Elrose gets the majority of produce and a percentage of future livestock sales. Elrose adds a generous clause, offering Lisa ownership of all offspring after the first 3 are successfully born. Lisa is stunned by the fairness of the deal, her eyes wide with shock as she considers the offer. A firm grab sounds as they finalize the deal, both women eager to give the new arrangement a try. Standing together, Elrose and Lisa hold hands, their partnership sealed with mutual joy and a bright future ahead. Back in the city, the scene shifts as Elrose prepares to head to the cattle market with Lakshan. A peek from a mysterious pink-haired girl follows them while Elrose cheerily waves goodbye to the mercenaries. Lakshan points toward the smelly livestock market while Elrose carries Rua, both navigating the busy, crowded city streets. Elrose asks if Lakshan wants to explore the rest of the market, her face bright with genuine curiosity. Pulling his hood, Lakshan admits he dislikes crowded places, but must go because Lisa ordered him to help. A step sounds as Lisa explains Lakshan worked on a farm and has a sharp eye for quality livestock. Lakshan sighs, admitting he would have come anyway, while Elrose is surprised to learn about his farming background. Elrose asks with a smile if he enjoyed farm work, clearly interested in learning more about his mysterious past. Lakshan gives a flat nope, his expression making it clear that farming was definitely not his preferred life. A horse lets out a snort as Lakshan recalls wanting a horse but being denied by his father. A point and a loud neigh accompany Lakshan's memory of his father's extreme method for obtaining a ride. A sigh escapes Lakshan as he recounts the hardship, while Elrose finds his father's parenting style quite extreme. Lakshan reveals a scar near his ear from falling off a cliff while trying to catch a wild horse. Elrose stares intently, her focus entirely on the injury Lakshan mentioned as he pulls back his dark hair. A gentle poke sounds as Elrose reaches out to touch the scar, her expression filled with soft concern. A warm flush colors Lakshan's face as he reacts to Elrose's touch, looking surprised by her sudden closeness. Her hand still outstretched, Elrose apologizes with a worried look, wondering if touching the old scar caused him pain. A sudden slide sounds as Lakshan hides his face, reacting with embarrassed intensity to the warmth of Elrose's touch.
His heart going badoom, Lakshan quietly admits to himself that he doesn't actually mind her touching him at all.
With a sudden rush and jump, Lakshan hurries away from the flustered Elrose while Rua lets out a sharp woof. As the massive city clock tower looms ahead, Elrose pauses in confusion, wondering why Lakshan reacted so strangely to her. Entering the livestock market, Elrose winces at the stench, while chickens cluck and pigs wait in their pens nearby. Lakshan asks Elrose exactly how much livestock she intends to purchase as they navigate the busy, smelly market stalls together. A soft rustle sounds as Elrose consults her list, planning to buy 200 chickens and 50 sheep for her farm. She continues through the list, mentioning 30 pigs and 10 cows, much to the surprise of a sweating, stunned Lakshan.
Friendly merchants welcome them to the stall, excitedly showing off their fresh eggs and promising that all their chickens are healthy.
Lakshan begins teaching Elrose the finer points of livestock inspection, explaining that she must check the chicken's health very closely. A loud cluck rings out as a plump white hen stands amidst a flurry of feathers and golden star patterns. With serious nods, Elrose listens as Lakshan explains how quickly diseases can spread between animals if one is already sick. A curious sniff-sniff sounds as Rua investigates a chicken through the wire mesh, his expression full of focused suspicion. A low, protective growl rumbles from the tiny puppy as it senses something is definitely wrong with the animals here. Elrose asks if she should avoid this cellar, and Rua confirms her concern with a defiant, energetic woof. Lakshan adopts a serious, analytical tone, completely agreeing with Rua's assessment that they should move on to another stall.
Elrose praises her clever companion just as a mysterious pink-haired girl observes them, her interest piqued by the unusual puppy.
With a friendly smile, the pink-haired girl approaches and asks for permission to pet the cute little creature Elrose is carrying.
Elrose remains silent, her eyes wide with a mix of surprise and caution as she takes in the stranger's sudden arrival.
Elrose introduces Rua, while the pink-haired girl lets out a soft sniff, reaching out to touch the tiny, sweater-wearing pet. A swift reach sounds as the pink-haired girl's hand moves toward Elrose's back, revealing her true intention as a pickpocket. With a firm push, Lakshan steps in to shield Elrose, shoving the young thief away before she can complete her crime. Letting out a frustrated "Arr!" the pink-haired girl glares with pure anger after being thwarted by Lakshan's quick reflexes. With a rapid dash, the thief flees into the distance, leaving the group alone in the bustling, dusty market path. Lakshan warns Elrose about the city's many pickpockets, while Rua lets out an annoyed rumble at the girl's deceitful actions. Elrose lets out a nervous, sweaty laugh, clearly embarrassed by how easily she was distracted by the thief's friendly facade. Lakshan looks at her with a mix of worry and exasperation, asking what she would do if he hadn't been there to watch. Elrose stubbornly insists it's impossible to fool her twice, even as Lakshan teases her about his own ability to steal. With a playful glint in her eye, Elrose admits that Lakshan might be the only person skilled enough to actually rob her. Elrose challenges him to try, but is quickly distracted by the sight of Kian waving to them in the market distance. Thinking she's outsmarted him, Elrose lets out a confident certain she won't fall for any more of Lakshan's silly tricks. Lakshan leans in close with a charming, knowing smile, his sudden proximity causing Elrose to blush and ask what. A clear ting sounds as a gold coin is expertly flipped into the air by Lakshan's steady, practiced fingers. With a leap from Rua and a panicked fumble and search from Elrose, Lakshan reveals he has already taken her coin. A gentle slide sounds as Lakshan asks for her bag to explain the trick, while a bewildered Elrose looks on. Holding the strap, Lakshan proves his point by showing her just how easily he could steal her bag right in public. Elrose's shoulders drope in defeat as she is teased, while Lakshan realizes he might have been a bit too playful. Her face set in a determined pout, Elrose declares that she will never let anyone else fool her like that again.
Her heart going badoom, Elrose blushes fiercely while confessing that she only fell for his trick because it was him.
Overwhelmed by her sweet words, a flustered Lakshan rushes away with a pounding heart, wondering why he feels so happy. A series of slaps and smacks sound as Elrose playfully hits his back, insisting they go see the sheep immediately.
Rua trots along after them, letting out a satisfied little huff of air as they head toward the next market stall.
They find themselves surrounded by fluffy sheep, all letting out loud baa sounds as the group begins their careful inspection. Lakshan asks if they need sheep for wool or milk, and Elrose chooses wool because of the cold northern climate. With several nods, they move through the crowd with a bustle, focused on finding the highest quality sheep for the farm. A repetitive tap sounds as Rua playfully jumps atop the woolly sheep, helping the couple check their hooves and teeth. Rua lets out a sharp woof and shakes its head, signaling to Elrose that this particular sheep isn't good enough. With a fwip and an intense stare, Rua continues its expert judging by inspecting the local pigs and horses. Having completed their massive order, Elrose holds up the final list of livestock, feeling accomplished and ready for the farm. The livestock merchant beams with a wide smile, praising Elrose for her wise choice and her truly exceptional taste. Finished with their market run, Elrose credits Rua for saving time while the puppy responds with a happy woof.
They arrive at a grand bank where Elrose plans to safely transfer the large payment to the merchant's account.
Lakshan is surprised by the indirect method, but Elrose explains that carrying so much gold is far too risky. Detailed receipts are stamped, confirming the transaction is official and ready for the animal delivery to the village. The livestock merchant waves goodbye while Lakshan notes that the animals will be safely transported to their destination. Rua lets out a big stretch and a sharp bark, catching Elrose's attention as something piques his interest. Both Elrose and Lakshan sniff the air as a delicious, buttery scent drifts through the busy market street. They discover a bustling bakery where the sweet aroma draws in a chattering crowd of hungry citizens. Elrose peeks through the window, mesmerized by the bakers at work, her golden hair glowing in the sunlight. Seeing the braided pastries she's only read about before, Elrose marvels at their beautiful golden brown color. She watches with wide-eyed wonder as a baker twists dough into shape, finally seeing the culinary secret in person. A sudden slam interrupts her stare, leaving Elrose momentarily startled as Lakshan nudges her away from the glass.
Elrose expresses her desire to keep watching, but Lakshan gently guides her toward the shop's counter instead.
Lakshan asks if she wants to go inside, and Elrose enthusiastically agrees, her face bright with anticipation. Inside, a friendly baker with pink hair offers a warm welcome and a sample of their new pastry. The baker playfully offers a treat to Rua as well, delighted by the little creature's eager interest. A crisp crunch sounds as Elrose takes a bite, her expression shifting to one of pure, sugary bliss. They enjoy the treat together, noting the perfect combination of a crispy crust and a sweet, soft interior. Promotional signs detail a special offer where buying 5 pastries earns a 6th one for free today only. Elrose lets out a soft ugh, finding the price of a single pastry quite expensive compared to rye. The baker girl alerts the crowd that they are nearly sold out, causing a stir among the waiting customers. With a playful wink, she warns that brown sugar is scarce and restocking could take several long months. Customers begin shouting their orders in a panic, desperate to grab the last few pastries before they vanish. Caught up in the crowd's energy, Elrose cheers and decides she definitely wants to buy some for herself. Lakshan points out the different varieties, explaining that soft pastries were almost never seen back in the north. He explains since rye grows better than wheat there, soft white bread was a legendary luxury.
With a thoughtful hum, Elrose ponders which one to get while Lakshan stands ready with his hands full.
Deciding to go all out, Elrose raises her bag and declares they should buy them all, much to Lakshan's amusement. They leave the shop with hearts full and bags overflowing, while the merchant wishes them a pleasant day. Elrose notices a pink-haired girl peering into the bakery window, her curiosity piqued by the stranger's strange behavior. Lakshan notices Elrose's struggle and offers to carry the heavy bag, prompting a grateful smile as he helps her with the load. A baker's loud shout rings out as he tells the loitering pink-haired girl to get lost immediately. Lakshan observes the girl's arm, noting a serious paralysis that suggests she can no longer use it normally.
A sudden rush follows as the girl runs away, while Lakshan asks if they are ready to head out.
Elrose looks back at the empty window, still wondering why the girl was staring into the bakery like that. Her heart sinks as she recalls the girl's expression, looking as if she were about to burst into tears. Though the shopping is heavy, Elrose and Lakshan walk together, glad for their successful haul and Rua's company.
Lakshan suggests finding a storage place to leave their heavy bags so they can continue their day comfortably.
He reaches for Rua's small bag as well, surprising the puppy who was diligently carrying his share. With a quick toss and a dash from Rua, the group heads toward a nearby storage facility.
Lakshan informs the attendant they'll return in 3 hours, securing their many purchases for the time being.
Watching Lakshan, Elrose thinks about how reliable he is and how much she enjoys having him around. She feels a pang of sadness, wondering who she will go shopping with after she leaves the village. Lakshan notices her distracted look and asks what's wrong, surprising Elrose with his incredibly sharp intuition. He realizes it's already lunchtime and suggests they find a meal, bringing a smile back to Elrose's face. Lakshan tells her she can pick any place she likes, as he is perfectly fine with anything she chooses. They pass a bustling tavern filled with clamor and murmurs, searching for the perfect spot to eat. The scene shifts to a more elegant building with beautiful architecture, standing grandly under the warm afternoon sun. A waiter welcomes them, explaining they can dine on the terrace with their pet right beside them. Elrose's face beams with pure joy, framed by soft pink flowers, as she looks forward to their lunch.
Elrose looks out from a balcony at the sprawling, clock-towered city, marveling at the vibrant view.
Settling in at the restaurant, Elrose pets Rua and remarks how much better dining together feels, while a happy woof sounds.
Elrose notices a long line of people in the street below and wonders what they are waiting for.
As a steady pour sounds, the waiter explains that the crowd is waiting to meet Harkin, the mercenary king.
Elrose turns back toward the waiter, curiously asking if the legendary mercenary king is currently in the castle. The waiter smiles, explaining Harkin is absent, but imperial officials have arrived to handle local tasks instead. People wait in anticipation, believing the arrival of officials signals Lord Harkin's imminent and long-awaited return. Surprised, Elrose questions if they really wait, despite not knowing exactly when he will finally come back. Handing over a menu, the waiter confirms that for these people, even a chance to see him is worth the wait.
Reading the menu, Elrose finds it incredible that Harkin is such a renowned and famous figure in Deval.
Letting out a soft ha-ha, Elrose tells Lakshan she probably wouldn't survive long enough to reach the front of that line. Lakshan clears his throat with an ahem, asking Elrose if she would take a chance to meet him if offered. Elrose pauses, staring blankly as she ponders his unexpected question with a look of pure confusion. Accusing him of being guilty of joking, Elrose tells Rakshan to stop pretending he could actually arrange such a meeting. Crossing her fingers in a firm X gesture, Elrose declares that her final answer is a resounding no. Taken aback, a startled Lakshan asks why she wouldn't want to meet the famous mercenary king herself.
Elrose explains that while she once thought he was impressive, she has since developed a much harsher opinion.
Lakshan lets out a nervous gulp, asking her to elaborate on what exactly she thinks of the Lord. With a steady gaze, Elrose takes a drink and bluntly labels the absent ruler a truly horrible lord. She notes Harkin's territory is shabby and neglected because the man supposed to take care of it is missing. A loud slam sounds as Elrose argues he should resign, causing the black-haired man to let out a flinch. Lakshan sweatily defends the Lord, mentioning Harkin didn't want the land but was forced to accept by His Majesty. Suspicious, Elrose looks at him and asks how he could possibly know such specific personal details about Harkin. A long silence follows as they sit across from each other, the atmosphere becoming noticeably tense and quiet. As a soft scratch sounds, Lakshan awkwardly suggests the Lord must have his reasons for his peculiar behavior. Lakshan continues, noting that Harkin rarely showed himself even in battle, only appearing when he was absolutely needed.
Lakshan points out the imperial aid as a good sign, but Elrose remains convinced the Lord is neglecting his duty. Lakshan sits dazed and silent, staring at her as her harsh words about the mercenary king sink in. A tight squeeze sounds as hands clench, emphasizing the inner conflict of taking responsibility for unwanted burdens.
Feeling the awkward tension, Lakshan nervously wonders if he should start visiting the territory more often.
Realizing she may have overstepped, Elrose covers her mouth with an oops, wishing she had stayed quiet. Elrose worries she offended him by speaking ill of Harkin and attempts to start apologizing to her companion. The conversation is cut short by a sudden, energetic shout of, "I got you," and "You thief!" A loud crash sounds as Elrose and Lakshan peer over the balcony, alerted by a commotion in the street. Below, a clamor and murmur rise as guards hold her down, pinning the pink-haired thief to the ground. Elrose recognizes the girl from the livestock market and watches as she tearfully struggles against her captors. The merchant shouts as the girls wriggle and struggle continue, demanding she be held for stealing from them. The merchant mocks her for being an imperial beggar in the north, while the pink-haired girl glares back defiantly.
She lets out a fierce shout, claiming she didn't choose to come to this dirty land, surprising the merchant.
A sharp smack sounds as the merchant strikes her, enraged by her perceived arrogance despite being a thief. The merchant roughly performs a grab, threatening that the imperial girl won't get away with her crimes so easily.
A clamor and murmur fill the street as the crowd expresses anger at her for shaming the North.
People demand she be turned over to authorities, suggesting Lord Harkin's deputy will surely deliver a harsh punishment. The merchant lets out a sinister smirk, deciding there's no need to involve the authorities in this matter. He begins to reach into his jacket, stating they should handle things according to the rules of mercenaries. A sharp shing sounds as the merchant draws a dagger, intending to enforce a violent local brand of justice. The pink-haired girl lets out a fearful flinch as he explains the law, an eye for an eye. With a firm grip, the merchant raises his blade, preparing to slice off the hand that committed the theft. The girl begins to tremble, shake, and quiver, desperately pleading for him not to take her arm. Her eyes shut as she lets out a final, soft cry of no as the blade begins to descend. Rua leaps through the air with an energetic jump and a playful bark, ready for action. The mustached merchant looks down with a grimace, focused on his target with intense concentration. With a triumphant landing, Rua pounces directly onto the merchant's head while Elrose cheers for her pet. Elrose shouts from the balcony for everyone to stay put, while Lakshan watches the chaos unfold silently. The merchant lets out a pained cry as Rua's small paws press firmly against his startled face. A flying red apple strikes the merchant's face with a loud whack, interrupting his attempt to use a dagger. Stunned by the blow, the merchant drops his blade with a loud clang as he stumbles backward. Elrose stands tall on the terrace, pointing down at the crowd and demanding they release the girl immediately. One of the men below looks up in confusion, asking if Elrose is actually acquainted with the thief. Lakshan catches the merchant's dropped dagger with an effortless toss, his expression remaining cold and stoic. The men below flinch in fear, realizing the cloaked man possesses a dangerous level of skill and precision. Elrose sternly reminds the group that the North is now imperial territory, forcing the men to reconsider their actions. With a sharp raise of the dagger, Lakshan declares that the merchant must be punished under imperial law. Standing over the defeated group, Lakshan asks if anyone has objections to his swift and firm judgment. The merchant groans in pain as he wakes up, sporting a massive, throbbing bump on his forehead. Elrose informs the merchant she is reporting the crime, but insists he must accompany them as the victim. Fearing a run-in with the authorities, the merchant curses his luck and makes a quick dash away. Lakshan gently carries the unconscious pink-haired girl, noting how incredibly light and fragile she feels in his arms. Walking toward the exit, Lakshan asks about their next move just as a shady stranger calls out.
A man in a brown hood claims the girl belongs to his gang and demands they hand her over.
Lakshan shoots a fierce glare at the strangers, protective of the young girl currently in his care.
Elrose narrows her eyes in suspicion, questioning if these hooded men are actually the girl's family.
When the man offers to take her home, Elrose sarcastically suggests they all go to the authorities together. The hooded man is visibly shaken, realizing that Elrose's plan to involve the police is bad news. Elrose cheerfully asks if she should call the police right now, causing the gang members to panic.
With a frustrated tsk, the gang members quickly turn tail and flee the scene, leaving the girl behind. As the sun sets over the city, Elrose tells Lakshan they must find a hospital for the girl. In the dark city streets, a purple-haired woman rushes forward while frantically calling out for someone named Scylla.
A freckled girl peeks from behind a wall, informing the woman that Scylla was caught stealing earlier.
The purple-haired woman is devastated, tears filling her eyes as she asks if Scylla was arrested.
The girl explains that Scylla wasn't taken by guards, but was instead carried off in a wagon. Desperate for answers, the woman grabs the girl before making a frantic dash in the direction of the wagon. A young girl named Daisy happily asks a baker to let her try the fresh bread she made.
Scylla wakes up with a sharp gasp in a soft bed, weakly calling out for her sister, Daisy.
Confused and disoriented, Scylla notices a rustle on the bed and sees Rua sitting right beside her.
Scylla watches in absolute disbelief as Rua flutters a pair of small, golden wings while happily wagging his tail.
The door opens with a soft creak as a smiling Elrose enters, relieved to see the girl is awake. Terrified by the winged dog, Scylla shivers and demands to know where she has been taken.
Elrose tries to soothe her, explaining that Rua is harmless despite Scylla's fear of the winged creature.
A sharp throb of pain hits Scylla's side as she recalls the merchant nearly cutting off her hand. Scylla shudders at the traumatic memory of being pinned down and threatened by the angry merchant.
Elrose introduces herself warmly and asks the girl for her name, hoping to earn her trust.
Scylla introduces herself with a soft sniffle as Elrose warns her to move carefully due to her injury. Lakshan, now dressed in a simple blue vest, enters the room and asks if the young girl is up. Scylla flinches at the sight of Lakshan, thinking fearfully about Northerners while Elrose confirms the girl's name.
Still overwhelmed, Priscilla looks back at Elrose and asks once more exactly where they are.
Lakshan smiles gently, informing the young girl that she is currently safe within the quiet Elden village. Priscilla is shocked, never having heard of the place, and insists she must return to Deva immediately. The scene shifts to a carriage traveling through a lush forest several hours away from the city center. Elrose stands over the bed, shocking Priscilla by revealing that she has been unconscious for 3 full days. Priscilla wakes in a state of shock, her eyes wide as she learns 3 days have passed. Barefoot and weak, a stagger sounding marks Priscilla's desperate attempt to leave for Deva despite Elrose's intervention. Elrose firmly holds the purple-haired girl back, insisting she is in no condition to travel anywhere right now. A step sounding announces Kian's arrival as he reminds Priscilla of the care Elrose has provided while she slept. Kian bluntly suggests that Priscilla should show some gratitude toward Elrose instead of immediately planning her escape. Priscilla's face flushes with frustration and tears, her pride clearly wounded by the mercenary leader's stern words. A flurry of bam, wham, and pow soundings erupts as Priscilla weakly hits Kian, crying for her sister.
Despite her breakdown, a stagger sounding follows Priscilla as she tries to force herself to move toward the door.
Elrose calls out in alarm, her green eyes filled with worry for the girl who is pushing herself too hard. Priscilla suddenly passes out, and Kian catches her, noting that her emotional outburst was too much for her recovery. Kian confesses to a shocked Elrose that his intention for bringing the girl to Elden was to prevent more pickpocketing. A somber close-up reveals Kian's inner guilt over inadvertently tearing Priscilla away from her family during the transition. Kian announces that he will travel to Deva himself, much to the surprise of Elrose and his spectral companion. A swish sounding accompanies Kian as he gathers his things, feeling a personal responsibility to fix the situation. Donning his traveling cloak, Kian reassures the blonde woman that she has nothing to feel sorry for. Elrose radiates joy and warmth, her bright smile framed by blooming roses as she bids Kian a safe journey.
As Kian walks away, he warns Elrose to stay vigilant and protect her valuables while he is gone.
Kian reflects on the novelty of having someone wait for his return, a feeling that brings him quiet peace.
The perspective shifts to Darus fishing peacefully at the river, a rhythmic plop sounding as the line hits water.
Darus stops his work, sensing something amiss as he looks toward the distance with a cautious expression. An sounding escapes Priscilla as she wakes on the ground, struggling with her identity as an imperial citizen.
A memory of Darus's childhood shows his parents' cottage, where they often opened their doors to weary travelers.
Darus recalls his father welcoming a hooded stranger into their home, upholding their family's tradition of mountain hospitality.
A grip sounding occurs as Darus's mother comforts her son, teaching him that guests are always welcome in their home.
A sudden grab sounding marks the moment Darus, now older, takes a wanted poster for a dangerous criminal.
During his mercenary days, Darus learned that the Rakshan group was pursuing the same serial killer he sought.
A gasp and pant sounding echo through the flashback as Darus corners the target, who begs for his life. With a fierce haya sounding, Darus charges forward, determined to deliver justice for his parents' memory.
An arg-sounding scream pierces the night as the battle reaches its grim and inevitable conclusion in the village.
Blood-spattered and exhausted, Darus breathes heavily with a ha and hu sounding, the weight of the kill sinking in.
A wipe and pot-pot sounding signal a comrade's support as Darus cleans his blade after the harrowing encounter.
In the present, Darus looks down at the sleeping Priscilla, acknowledging that he too is an outsider here. Letting out a heavy sigh, Darus wonders why he continues to involve himself in such complicated matters.
Darus prepares a simple meal of soup and bread, intending to offer it as a peace offering to Priscilla.
Elrose notices the lunch basket in the kitchen, assuming it belongs to Darus and deciding to bring it to him.
A creak sounding heralds Elrose's departure, while a flap-flap sounding follows as the winged Rua tries to tag along.
Elrose blocks the path, gently reminding the small creature that it must hide its wings when venturing outside.
Sunlight streams through the window onto the abandoned basket, creating a serene and quiet moment in the house.
Elrose is baffled when she discovers the food basket has vanished, questioning where it could have possibly gone.
A sharp glance from Elrose reveals her suspicion that a thief might be lurking nearby, stealing their supplies. Seeing Darus rush off in the distance with a basket, Elrose wonders if he was the one who took it. A rush sounding follows Darus as he hurries through the building, his mind set on waking Priscilla and moving on. Darus is taken aback as Priscilla quivers in fear, her body shaking with a tremble sounding as she pleads.
Terrified, Priscilla begs Darus not to strike her, her voice trembling as she promises total obedience to his commands.
Darus stands frozen in confusion, questioning whether the girl was truly planning to flee or just deeply traumatized. A wobble sounding sends Priscilla off balance as Darus quickly raises his hands to show he isn't a threat. The purple-haired girl falls back onto the bed while Darus stares at her, completely unsure of how to proceed. With a defeated sigh, Darus considers that it might be better to let Elrose take over the girl's care.
Imagining Elrose and Kian's frantic reactions to a stranger, Darus quickly decides he must handle this alone for now.
Settling in, Darus begins studying a medical text about nerve rehabilitation, determined to help the girl recover properly.
Priscilla rests in her bed while the black-haired man sits nearby, quietly reading a book.
A sharp gasp escapes the pink-haired girl as the black-haired man asks how she is feeling.
Priscilla lets out a sudden flinch as a heavy dun sounds when a picnic basket is presented. With a quick swish, the basket is opened to reveal a delicious assortment of sandwiches and fresh tomatoes. As she takes a bite, the pink-haired girl decides her companion is actually a very kind person. A soft nom sounds as she enjoys the food, happily thinking about how good the meal tastes. A week later, the blonde-haired woman notes that Darus is consistently finishing the food she provides him. Elrose cheerfully asks Priscilla if she wants to help with the afternoon cooking, and the girl excitedly agrees.
Priscilla assures her host that she is feeling much better, despite her bones still aching slightly from before. Elrose reveals the dough she prepared, and Priscilla confidently mentions her own skill in the art of baking.
A rhythmic clap sounds as Elrose praises the girl's talent after she shapes the dough into a bow. Radiant with joy, Priscilla explains that her elder sister was the one who taught her everything about baking.
Elrose reflects on Lyndhurst, a city famous for its wheat, where her mother once kept a secret safe. Priscilla lets out a flinch when asked how she ended up in the north after leaving her home.
Priscilla recalls the bustle and clamor of her family's once famous bakery back in the city of Lyndhurst.
She remembers the tragedy of her parents' death and how her sister Daisy took over the family business.
Priscilla envisions the moment a northerner proposed to Daisy inside the bakery with a large bouquet of flowers. The man convinced Daisy to sell her shop and move north, promising a new beginning for them both. A rhythmic clip and clop sound as the sisters arrive in the north, only to face immediate trouble. A harsh shout echoes as the man reveals his true nature, preventing the sisters from escaping his grasp. A sickening smash sounds as the villainous man brutally injures Daisy's hand to destroy her baking talent forever. Priscilla tearfully recounts how they were abandoned in the woods, forcing her to pickpocket to survive and return. A warm hug follows as the pink-haired girl breaks down, admitting that stealing was her only desperate choice. Desperate for a way home, the girl begs the blonde-haired woman for enough money to reach Lyndhurst again. Elrose promises to consider the request once Daisy is found, as they turn their focus back to baking. Elrose thinks about specific wedding traditions involving white dresses, blue accessories, and beautiful rose coronets on one's head. Priscilla warns her friend that missing any of these items makes a wedding ceremony completely invalid in the north. The young girl asks if Elrose is simply having fun with Rakshan, causing a moment of sudden confusion. The blonde-haired woman becomes visibly flustered and red-faced at the suggestion of a romantic interest in her companion. Priscilla questions the nature of their relationship since they live together, wondering if there is more between them.
Elrose lets out a flush as she insists they are just friends, while Priscilla remains noticeably skeptical.
A loud yawn sounds from Rua as Priscilla points out that children understand more than adults often assume.
Elrose proudly shows off the freshly baked treats, which sparkle and twinkle with a delicious golden brown glow.
Priscilla explains that the specific decorations on the bread serve as a signature to show who baked each piece. As the girl lets out another yawn, Elrose considers sending some of their hard work over to Darus tonight. As the sun sets, Elrose suggests they head upstairs so the tired young girl can get some rest. A drowsy and sleepy Priscilla makes her friend promise to hire Daisy as a baker once her hand heals. Elrose smiles and gives her a gentle pat as the exhausted girl finally succumbs to a deep slumber. Priscilla mumbles a final word about a promise before drifting off into sleep as the day officially ends. A soft creak sounds as Elrose opens the window and spots Rakshan waving to her from the street. A heavy creak sounds as the black-haired man stands at the door, seemingly carrying something for his companion. A quick tap sounds as Elrose rushes down the stairs, delighted to see that her companion has returned. A sudden crash and lunge sound as Rakshan catches the blonde-haired woman just before she falls down. Elrose blushes intensely as she thanks him for the save, the two of them standing very close together. A rhythmic ba-dum fills the air as Elrose nervously asks if he found any news during his search. Rakshan recalls meeting an informant in a gray dress who demanded a gold coin in exchange for information. The informant points the way after receiving the gold, confirming she saw a woman running in that direction. She mentions the woman was crying out for someone named Scylla as she fled, though she seemed quite unstable. Rakshan explains that although Daisy headed toward the village, no one has actually seen her arrive there yet. Elrose looks hopeful, suggesting that the missing sister might have passed through their village without being noticed before. Rakshan explains his plan to search nearby villages for Daisy, while Elrose listens with a hopeful expression.
A flashback reveals that Kian stayed in Deva to investigate, while the black-haired man returned alone. Elrosa's head lets out a sudden droop as her spirits sink while thinking about the missing girl.
Rakshan gives her a gentle pat on the shoulder, trying to reassure her during their difficult search. The black-haired man feels a sudden flinch as he realizes his own boldness in touching her.
He pulls his hand back with a quick yank, his face flushing while promising to find Daisy soon. The two friends share a lively aha and a friendly bump of their fists to stay determined. Darus carries a unique bear-shaped bread through the fields at sunset, heading toward his hidden guest. The thriving fields that were once unattended reflect the positive changes brought by the arrival of outsiders. Darus approaches a stone building, resolving to keep his collaboration with the blonde woman a complete secret. A rhythmic sound echoes through the hall as Darus announces his arrival at the guest's door. Daisy invites him in while she nervously begins to knead and fiddle with paste on the table. The purple-haired woman explains she was preparing fishing paste, showing the small bits on a white plate. Darus encourages her to keep working her hands as he prepares to lay down the food basket. He uncovers a delicious pot of pasta and mussels, inviting the weary woman to eat dinner together. Daisy enjoys the quality meal, reflecting on the poor food she ate since moving to the north. As night falls, Daisy realizes she feels better and must leave soon to find her sister Priscilla. A dark flashback shows a man's mouth shouting a cruel warning as Daisy tries to escape him. The man threatens to kill Daisy if she leaves the house, causing her to tremble in fear. Daisy's body begins to tremble and shake as she silently pleads for help from anyone nearby. Daisy wakes with a sudden jolt, a terrified scream escaping her lips after the nightmare of her past. She lets out a heavy sigh, realizing she is safe, but wondering who would truly help her. The door lets out a soft creak as the black-haired man enters her room with fresh breakfast. A rhythmic badoom fills the air as Daisy looks at her kind host amidst a floral background. Daisy shakes her head, scolding herself for hoping Darus would help her search for her lost sister. Darus slides a tray toward her, revealing the bear-shaped bread that Elrose baked earlier as a signature. A heavy dun sounds as the woman stares in absolute shock at the familiar shape of the bread. With a quick spring, the woman leaps from her bed in a state of utter disbelief and confusion. She begins to quiver and tremble while holding the treat, recognizing her sister's unique baking style. Darus looks confused by her intense reaction, asking if there is something wrong with the meal provided. Daisy lets out a sudden grab as she demands to know exactly where he got the bread. After Daisy makes a frantic rush out, Darus explains the two-story house is at the road's end. A sudden slam and burst echo as Daisy throws open the door and flees into the light. The woman makes a frantic rush into the street, desperately calling out for her sister, Scylla. A rhythmic sound follows as the woman runs away, while Darus calls for her to wait. Darus stands alone, looking completely stunned and sweating from the sudden and overwhelming encounter. The scene shifts to Kian having a breakdown in the city, screaming that he cannot take it anymore. Kian asks the hooded Rakshan if he misses Elrose, but his leader focuses only on finding Daisy. A quiet fss sounds as Rakshan sternly tells his companion to stop goofing around and start searching. Kian celebrates his temporary freedom from his chief, happy to be away from work for a while. While eating, Kian realizes with worry that no one in the local city is talking about Daisy. A dramatic shock follows Kian's reaction to the terrible, disappointing taste of the local restaurant's food. He notes that while the food isn't objectively bad, it cannot compare to the meals Elrose makes. Kian imagines Elrose surrounded by a radiant beam while she happily cooks with fresh ingredients for them. The red-haired man makes a quick dash toward home, singing about returning for the delicious food. A sudden step sounds as a hooded figure calls out his name, making him halt in place. Rakshan looms over Kian with a stern look, causing the man's heart to give a nervous thump. Rakshan asks if the girl has been found yet, and Kian nervously admits he has no news. Tears fill Kian's eyes as he realizes he cannot confess he returned simply because he missed the food. Kian suggests that Daisy might already be dead as the scene focuses on a signpost for Yozma. Kian and Rakshan discuss the suspicious lack of eyewitness reports regarding Daisy in their own village. A flashback shows Kian searching tirelessly through mountains and even under rocks, yet finding no trace of the girl. Kian notes that the only remaining place to search is their village, including abandoned houses and Lisa's farm. The companions consider the few remaining houses in the village while ruling out Darus's home as a possibility. Confident that Daisy is not hiding with Darus, the two men decide to focus their search on other local residences. A rhythmic clip and clop echoes as horses approach the village, signaling the arrival of unexpected visitors. A cloud of dust rises as the sound of a rumble follows the approaching group against the setting sun. A sudden whinny sounds as two mysterious riders arrive, their faces stern and eyes focused on their surroundings. A sudden wave of chills hits Kian and Rakshan as they spot a large group of war mercenaries approaching. The purple-haired leader of the mercenaries looks down from his horse with a smug and unsettling expression. Kian looks toward the black-haired chief, nervously asking for instructions on how to handle the armed newcomers. A silent glance passes between them as Rakshan orders Kian to remain calm until they understand the mercenaries' intentions. Kian lets out a dissatisfied humph while Rakshan demands he put away his dagger to avoid immediate conflict. The purple-haired man dismounts and pets his horse, offering a casual greeting that feels entirely out of place. With a nonchalant shrug, Rakshan claims they are looking for Priscilla, while the newcomer denies knowing her. The mercenary leader acts surprised by the question, feigning confusion about whether this is actually Elden Village. Rakshan confirms the village's identity, but insists there is no child matching the name they are searching for. The scene expands to show the mercenaries gathered as the man introduces himself as Ahmad, husband to Priscilla's sister. Ahmad pets his horse while letting out a snort, explaining that his wife and Priscilla disappeared quite recently. Rakshan and Kian exchange skeptical looks, struggling to maintain their composure while listening to the man's narrative. Ahmad recalls hearing rumors about a man named Kian looking for Daisy, which prompted his hurried arrival. A malicious smirk plays across Ahmad's lips, suggesting his intentions are far darker than he initially let on. Kian openly questions why a simple search for family members requires the presence of so many battle-hardened mercenaries. Ahmad's expression darkens as he implies he is prepared for a fight if he discovers someone has taken his family. The tension rises as Ahmad asks if the man searching for Daisy was named Kian, catching the duo off guard. Kian laughs nervously while performing a quick stretch, desperately trying to hide his true identity from the suspicious leader. Kian draws his weapon with a sudden raise, shouting the ridiculous name Vilil Babar Ladidada to throw Ahmad off. Rakshan lets out an exasperated groan, realizing Kian's hot temper has likely made a difficult situation much worse. The scene shifts to the quiet path Elrose takes when visiting the farm, oblivious to the trouble brewing nearby. Elrose imagines a gruesome scene of violence, fearing that conflict might lead to unnecessary bloodshed and injury. The blonde-haired woman covers her mouth in distress, hoping to resolve the situation without any escalation of violence. A rhythmic tap-tap sounds as Daisy runs toward the village, desperately calling out for her sister, Priscilla. Ahmad looks on with a sinister grin as he recognizes Daisy's voice, confirming that his target is nearby. Kian and Rakshan are visibly shocked to see Daisy appear so suddenly in the middle of their confrontation. A quick dash sounds as Darus emerges from the greenery, frantically chasing after the woman who just fled. The two companions stand in utter disbelief as they watch the unexpected chase unfold right before their eyes. A shocked realization regarding Darus's involvement echoes through the air as the pieces of the puzzle fall into place. A sudden jolt wakes Priscilla from her slumber as she hears the familiar sound of her sister's voice. A frantic clatter fills the house as Priscilla tells Elrose she is certain her sister is finally nearby. A sudden burst and dash follow as Priscilla rushes out, while Ruas wings let out a flap and flutter. Elrose looks relieved and joyful, her eyes brightening at the prospect of the two sisters reuniting at last. Daisy and Priscilla shout each other's names with tear-filled eyes, the years of separation finally coming to an end. A warm hug follows as the sisters collapse into each other amidst a field of blooming pink flowers. Elrose and Rua approach the scene, only to find Darus standing there with a conflicted and silent expression. The sisters let out a sudden flinch as they realize their peaceful reunion is being interrupted by a looming threat. A swarm of mercenaries approaches with a rhythmic clip and clop, surrounding the small group in the clearing. A horse lets out a loud whinny and neigh as Imad mocks the sisters for thinking they could hide.
A quick top-top sounds as Rakshan rushes to Elrose's side, asking what happened to bring everyone together. Rakshan explains the sudden turn of events while the mercenaries stand guard, trapping the group in a tense standoff.
Ahmad addresses Daisy with a chilling smile, his words dripping with a possessive and terrifying brand of malice. Daisy and Priscilla tremble as the crushing weight of their traumatic memories and current fear begins to sink in.
Darus clenches his fist while insisting any man would seek his companion, leaving Priscilla startled by the sacred term.
The sudden whack sounds as the purple-haired mercenary leader is struck, shouting in pain as he staggers back. Priscilla shouts in a rage, accusing the man of failing to perform the proper northern rites and traditions of marriage.
The mercenary leader looks frustrated, wondering how a mere child could possibly understand the sacred companion bonds of Northerners.
A vision of a pristine white wedding dress and a brilliant blue jewel illustrates the traditional items she mentioned. Sacred companion rites require 3 distinct magical media, creating a bond that anyone nearby can instantly perceive and feel. The bond of a companion is absolute and eternal, bringing divine harm to any who dare to betray their partner. A sudden knock sounds at the door, rousing the disheveled man from his drunken stupor amidst a sea of bottles.
A young messenger informs the man that his companion fled years ago, leaving the drunken leader stunned and completely speechless.
The mercenary leader's eyes widen in shock upon hearing about a wealthy cousin and a massive, life-changing gold inheritance. Darus stands silently in the clearing, his expression unreadable as the tension of the confrontation grows more intense. With a malicious grin, the purple-haired man threatens to harm Elrose and the others if they continue to resist.
Priscilla collapses into her sister's arms, sobbing uncontrollably while begging not to be taken away from her safe home.
Tears stream down Daisy's face as she pleads for her sister's safety, while a gentle hand brushes her cheek. Priscilla holds her sister's hand tightly, checking to see if her injuries have finally begun to heal properly.
The small group stands divided on the dirt path, the sisters facing their protectors in a moment of deep uncertainty.
Priscilla looks up with tearful eyes, begging for mercy while showing that she can finally move her hand again. Elrose watches with a heavy heart, her desire to help hindered by the overwhelming threat of the armed mercenaries. Rakshan orders Kian to be silent while they assess the impossibility of fighting an entire army of battle-hardened killers.
Darus scratches his neck nervously, reflecting on his failure to hold a right and his own constant, fearful wariness.
The sisters share a desperate hug while the mercenary leader mocks them, convinced their few allies are ultimately useless. A sudden raise sounds as the leader lifts his hand, threatening to use physical force if they refuse cooperation. A quick rush sounds as Elrose leaps forward, shouting a desperate protest to stop the impending violence immediately. Elrose's eyes widen in terror and sudden determination as she realizes she must step in to protect the sisters. The purple-haired leader falls to the ground in pain, clutching his bleeding mouth while Elrose stands her ground firmly. A sudden smack sounds as Rakshan delivers a powerful blow, ordering the intruders to stay away from Elrose. The mercenary leader staggers backward, clutching his face and groaning in agony after the sudden and violent intervention. Enraged, the leader shouts for his men to swarm the group, a cloud of dust rising as they approach rapidly. Kian wipes sweat from his brow, confidently telling Elrose and the sisters to hide while they handle the fight. A quick tap sounds as Rockman and Ethan arrive, brandishing a bloody blade as they prepare for the battle. A heavy stomp sounds as Coogan looms in silhouette, his massive sword resting ominously on his broad shoulder. The mercenaries murmur in terror, their silhouettes trembling at the sight of Coogan's immense size and terrifying weapon. Kian laughs triumphantly, noting how terrified the enemies look now that their elite reinforcements have finally arrived. A floral frame highlights the strength of Rakshan and Darus, two warriors whose power needs no further explanation. Ethan is revealed as an assassination expert, while Rahman specializes in the use of brutal traps and poisons. A sudden swoosh sounds as Kian runs with nimble feet, cheerfully admitting his only skill is his great speed. A quick clack sounds as Rakshan looms over Kian, warning him to keep the enemy's bodies in one piece. Rakshan places a reassuring hand on Elrose's shoulder, telling her to hide in the warehouse with the sisters. Elrose looks at him with deep concern, her voice trembling as she tells him not to get hurt. A soft nod follows as Rakshan offers a gentle, reassuring smile to the woman before turning toward the danger. The scene shifts to the village house at dusk, where the sound of a sudden step echoes nearby. The purple-haired man grins maliciously while holding a paper, laughing at his opponents for underestimating his true power. A sharp tear sounds as Rakshan rips a magic scroll open, vowing to finish his enemies once and for all. A deafening boom echoes as a massive pillar of white light erupts from a magic circle in the sky. A sudden swoosh follows as lightning strikes, while the leader mocks his victim for dying by an expensive scroll. Kian panics, screaming that his ally is a lunatic for using such a dangerous and self-destructive magic weapon. A sudden turn follows as Kian bites his hand in shock, watching the mercenary leader react with confused shock. The dark history of hybrid magic is revealed, requiring the sacrifice of blood and life to manifest its power. A gruesome pile of skulls and bones serves as a reminder of the comrades and family lost to magic. A lone knight in gleaming silver armor kneels solemnly while gripping his sword against a stark red background. Rakshan glares intensely, realizing that a sorcerer's prior experiments have granted his body a hidden tolerance to magic. Sparks crackle around Rakshan's hands as he worries Elrose will blame herself if he gets hurt in battle. Narration describes the North's peaceful past, where Elrose and her neighbors once welcomed every stranger with open arms. The idyllic memory fades into a grim reality of war, leaving the once prosperous northern villages in tattered, smoldering ruins. A sudden dun sounds as the purple-haired leader brandishes his sword, embodying the new era of violent village invasions. Elrose provides a comforting presence for Daisy and Priscilla as they huddle together during the chaotic evening. A quick top and rise sound as someone prepares to take decisive action against the intruders lurking outside. Rakshan stands tall before the village house, radiating a cold determination to end the threat once and for all. A sudden whack and sound as Rakshan catches Imad completely off guard with a series of lightning-fast strikes. A powerful pow and wham echo as Rakshan pummels the mercenary leader, followed by a metallic clang as a sword falls. Rakshan stands victoriously over the defeated leader, who lies face down in the dirt while weakly muttering final threats. A sudden thwack and ga sound as Darus emerges from the shadows to swiftly neutralize the remaining mercenary guards. A heavy thud sounds as the last enemy falls, leaving Rakshan and the massive Coogan to secure the area. Coogan praises Darus's mercy for sparing the man's life before they prepare to move the unconscious bodies away. Darus looks on with a silent, stern expression, his task finished as the immediate danger to the village subsides. A quick rush sounds as Imad flees in terror, realizing his men are no match for these terrifyingly strong warriors. A frantic bam and rattle sound as the desperate mercenary leader pounds on a locked door, searching for hostages. A series of loud slams and whams follow as Ahmad's panic grows, frustrated by the door that refuses to budge. Rakshan's eyes glow with a cold blue light as he reflects on the man's foolish decision to target Elrose. A rhythmic step sounds as Rakshan approaches, coldly informing the cornered man that their fight is far from over. A sudden raise sounds as the bloodied Imad brandishes a dagger,
screaming one last desperate threat at his pursuer. A sharp seize sounds as Rakshan grabs the man by his collar, instantly silencing his screams with a firm grip. A sudden click and creak echo from the house as a loud voice shouts an unexpected warning to the brawlers. Elrose bursts out of the house brandishing a heavy frying pan, her expression a mix of terror and fierce protectiveness. A sudden whoosh sounds as Elrose swings the pan with all her might, screaming for the villain to let go. A loud clang and crack sound as the pan connects with Ahmad's skull, comically knocking the mercenary leader out. A heavy thud sounds as Ahmad collapses, while Elrose rushes to Rakshan's side, frantically checking if he is okay. Elrose cries out in distress upon seeing the blood on Rakshan's face, her hands trembling as she touches his cheek. Rakshan looks stunned by her sudden intervention, while Elrose shouts that she was worried sick about his safety. A sudden thump and rattle inside the house explain how the women heard the struggle and prepared for defense. A quick clench sounds as Elrose grips her frying pan tighter, ordering the sisters to stay safely hidden inside. Thinking Rakshan is in trouble because he hasn't knocked yet, Elrose feels a thump of realization and decides to act. A bold shout fills the air as Elrose makes her presence known, ready to defend her home and allies. Elrose yells at the other mercenaries for not helping Rakshan, while a red-haired man explains it isn't his blood. 2 weeks later, the local authorities dismiss the entire incident as a typical brawl since no lives were lost. Narration explains that after Ahmad's release from prison, he was badly injured and whisked away by mysterious old acquaintances. Ahmad is later found dead in a dark alleyway, stripped of all valuables as a consequence of his greed. At a bountiful dinner, Rakshan explains the situation while Daisy wonders how she will ever repay their immense kindness. Elrose offers a warm smile, inviting the sisters to stay at the farm until they have fully recovered. Daisy and Priscilla express their heartfelt gratitude while a sudden shout for Ki Young echoes through the sunny room. A soft flutter sounds as Rua flies overhead, leaving the two sisters in utter shock at the sight of a winged dog. A rhythmic rattle and clunk sound as the group travels by carriage, discussing a relative's unexpected and massive inheritance. Rakshan nods as he explains that Ahmad's sudden pursuit was likely motivated by the sisters' newly discovered golden fortune. The scene shifts to Rakshan speaking with a young messenger about the official documents required to claim the inheritance. Elrose smiles brightly at the news, hoping the sisters can finally return to their home in Lyndhurst with the money. The grand government offices in Deva stand ready to process the inheritance that will change the sisters' lives forever. The group shares a hearty meal, while Daisy laughs about their lack of funds for the long journey ahead. Elrose eagerly offers her assistance with the travel costs, determined to see her friends reach their destination safely. Daisy looks at her sister, noting that she still feels a deep obligation to repay Darus for his protection. Over a bountiful dinner, Daisy expresses her gratitude and her eager desire to teach Elrose everything she knows. Daisy reveals her dream to settle in Eldon Village and open a bakery, prompting Elrose's immediate and enthusiastic investment. Looking over the ruined village, narration notes that while resources are scarce, establishing a local shop is vital for recovery. As she enjoys her meal, Elrose playfully mentions she will take a portion of the bakery's earnings as repayment. Rakshan agrees that a formal contract is necessary to ensure the village's growth as the group shares a hearty meal. A quaint house nestled among vibrant flowers stands as a symbol of the peaceful new life beginning in Eldon Village. A rhythmic wiggle and knead sound as Elrose and Daisy work side by side in the kitchen to prepare fresh dough. Daisy suggests adding a bit more water, though Elrose is certain she followed the recipe with absolute precision. A soft trickle sounds as Daisy adds water, explaining that dough must be adjusted for the local environment and humidity. As they work with the rolling pin, Elrose joyfully observes that Daisy's injured hand has healed significantly thanks to Darus. Daisy smiles warmly, grateful that Darus went so far as to call a doctor and personally pay for the visit. Elrose giggles, assuring her friend that Darus will be more than satisfied with a simple payment of fresh, warm bread.
With a cheerful giggle, Daisy enthusiastically agrees that bringing him today's bake is a wonderful way to show her appreciation. Elrose points out a perfect building near the town square bell tower that they can secure for the new bakery. A basket overflows with golden, expertly shaped rolls, including adorable bear faces and heart patterns for their venture. After moving her belongings into Rakshan's home, Elrose walks through the village with Scylla and their winged companion, Rua. While Elrose carries her boxes, Rua sneakily munches on the fresh bread being carried in Scylla's basket. A sudden burst sounds as a wooden door is thrown open, accompanied by a loud shout for Elrose. Rakshan meets Elrose outside her new residence, where she reassures him that her transition to the house is simple. Rakshan insists on taking her heavy boxes, noting that one can never be too careful when moving into a house. A satisfying nom and munch sound as Rua happily finishes the bread while the humans continue their conversation nearby. Watching the creature eat, Rakshan and Elrose wonder why Scylla is being so incredibly generous with Rua's bread portions. Scylla explains that Rua is growing larger and has even developed the extraordinary ability to hide his golden wings. Curious about his progress, Scylla asks Rua to spread his wings, and the little creature responds with a confused cue. A sudden flutter and wave sound as Rua reveals 3 magnificent pairs of wings that shimmer in the garden light. With her heart going badum, Scylla excitedly hopes the growing creature will eventually start spitting out actual gold coins. Rakshan is shocked by her greed, while Elrose lets out a bold shout, encouraging the girl's wild and lucrative imagination. Elrose stands in the middle of a sunlit kitchen, taking a quiet moment to reflect on her busy new life. Montage scenes show Elrose working alongside Rakshan and the mercenaries, building a community through shared labor and meals. A soft, content smile crosses Elrose's face as she looks back on the incredible progress they have made together. Rakshan leans into the doorway, asking Elrose what is taking her so long before she answers that she is coming. Carrying a massive pack and a crate, Rakshan leads the way up the stairs while Elrose follows with a watchful gaze. As she enters the room, Elrose thinks to herself that she finally feels like she is back where she belongs. Standing by a brightly lit window, Elrose begins to ask Rakshan a question that has been weighing on her mind. Elrose looks at him with an earnest and expectant expression, her blonde hair glowing in the soft afternoon light. Rakshan looks back with a confused expression, wondering why she is asking him such an unexpected and serious question. Rakshan turns to tell Elrose that this house has been her home all along as he continues carrying the luggage. Elrose beams with joy, while Rakshan clenches his fist in silent triumph, thrilled that she is finally staying for good. A panoramic view shows that spring has blossomed in Elden Village, covering the landscape in lush greenery and flowers. Daisy's bakery is now open for business, with she and Scylla serving a very hungry and blushing mercenary. The other mercenaries help out around the village, repairing buildings and working the land to help the community thrive. The red-haired Coogan carries a heavy box for a neighbor, showing how the warriors have successfully integrated into village life. Following a busy morning, the group shares a delicious lunch before returning to work in the sun-drenched fields. At the dinner table, Elrose recalls her mother's warnings about choosing a husband, while Rakshan listens with focused interest. Looking at Rakshan, Elrose reflects on the irony of finding her own husband behind a gambling house after that advice. Rakshan clears his throat with an ahem, asking about tomorrow's plans to sell herbs to a visiting food merchant. A rhythmic stomp sounds as a shovel is driven into the earth, and Elrose asks if Rakshan needs to visit Deva. Rakshan works alongside Coogan, questioning why he should go to Deva when Harkin is already taking care of things. The massive castle of Deva looms in the background as narration notes the many people still wanting to visit. Rakshan looks troubled as he wipes sweat from his face, admitting that thinking about his royal obligations gives him a headache. The sun shines brightly over a quaint, half-timbered house nestled among the lush greenery of Elden Village. Elrose carefully inventories her harvest, noting 15 bundles of rosemary and 10 bags of basil ready for sale. Elrose smiles brightly while packing her backpack, confident that her northern-grown herbs will fetch a high market price. Strapping on her heavy pack,
Elrose walks through her sunlit home past shelves filled with thriving green plants. Elrose pauses to examine a particularly healthy plant, wondering how it managed to grow so well in this climate. A small olive tree glows with magical intensity, its roots appearing remarkably long and strong in its pot. Outside in the field, Elrose prepares to transplant the tree, setting down her large pack and a shovel. A soft shovel sound echoes as Elrose digs into the soil, determined to nurture the tree into producing olives. While planting, Elrose envisions jars of marinated olives and dried tomatoes, making her mouth water at the thought.
Elrose's eyes go wide in surprise as a sudden shout of her name catches her off guard.
Daisy waves from the path, shouting that the merchant has arrived, while Rua lets out a cheerful woof. Daisy explains that the rude merchant tried to overcharge her and then fled as they walk together. Elrose listens as Daisy wonders if the boys would have handled the merchant's rudeness with more force. A local woman named Lisa argues with a nervous, mustachioed merchant standing near his horse-drawn carriage. Lisa complains to Elrose that the merchant is suddenly refusing to buy her milk, ruining her day's work. The merchant nervously defends his decision, claiming the sudden warm weather makes transporting fresh milk far too risky. The group stares with flat expressions as the merchant unhelpfully suggests turning the milk into butter or cheese. The merchant prepares to leave, asking Elrose if she still wants him to look over her herb collection. Elrose stands firm, telling the flustered man he is free to go if he doesn't want her herbs. A single sprig of herb with delicate purple flowers shimmers against a bright, airy background as a sample. A groan sounds as the merchant reconsiders his stance, while Elrose and Rua wait with smug, patient looks. The merchant finally agrees to settle his debt by buying pork and beef for Elrose with the money. Elrose notes the lack of fruit, while the merchant explains that the heat destroyed all his stored supplies. As he drives away, the merchant advises the women to visit the upcoming Grand Market in Deva. A rhythmic clip-clop sounds as the carriage departs, while Elrose waves a friendly goodbye to Daisy and Rua. Elrose imagines creating professional Elrose's Herbs labels once she buys paper in Deva to boost her prices. A sample label featuring a drawing of ripe tomatoes showcases the high-quality brand Elrose intends to create. A curious cue sounds from Rua as Elrose gleefully plots to demand higher prices for her labeled goods. Elrose steps back into the house, calling out to see if Rakshan has returned from his daily business. A metallic clack sounds as Elrose enters, planning to store her unsold herbs safely back in the pantry. An eek sound escapes Elrose as she accidentally walks right into a solid, bare chest with a sudden bump. A close-up shows a man with dark hair looking shocked and flustered after the unexpected physical collision. A sudden flush fills Elrose's face as she covers her eyes, completely mortified by the revealing encounter. Rakshan flinches and lets out an embarrassed ah sound, quickly trying to cover his exposed torso. A caw sound echoes as birds fly over the lush, green mountains that surround the peaceful village. Earlier that day, Rakshan returned home complaining about the heat and announcing his arrival to Elrose. With a soft ahem, Rakshan reflects on how accustomed he has become to Elrose's warm welcomes. A heavy step sounds as Rakshan heads toward the bathing area, hoping to wash before Elrose sees him. A refreshing splash, drip, and trickle sound at the well as Rakshan washes his muscular body outdoors. Rakshan worries about getting water on the newly waxed floor, fearing that Elrose might kill him for the mess. A swish sound follows as Rakshan wraps a towel around his Ryast, finishing his bath under the trees. Rakshan pauses for a moment of quiet introspection, his blue eyes reflecting a deep and serious thought. Back in the present, Rakshan offers Elrose a handful of raspberries, remembering she wanted fruit earlier. A satisfying nom sounds as Elrose samples a berry, her eyes wide with delight at the sweet flavor.
Elrose joyfully exclaims that the berries are sweet, her mood instantly lifted by the thoughtful gesture.
Rakshan blushes furiously as the berries start falling, prompting him to dart away in a sudden panic. A massive splash sounds as Rakshan dumps a bucket of water over his head to cool his embarrassment. Drip,
drop, and trickle sounds accompany Rakshan's wet clothes on the line as he hurries back upstairs. A metallic clack and sudden bump sound as Elrose accidentally runs into the shirtless Rakshan once again. Shock and embarrassment hang in the air as Elrose and Rakshan stare at each other after their unexpected collision. Mortified, Elrose dashes away with her hands over her face while a flustered, shirtless Rakshan shouts in alarm. A sudden screeching sound echoes at Kian's house as someone yells about Rakshan's unexpected presence in their home. Rakshan hides face down on a bed while the red-haired Kian asks if he had a fight with Elrose. Later in the kitchen, Rua flutters his wings with a Q sound as Elrose asks about breakfast jam choices. With a soft fwish sound, Rua flies toward Rakshan as Elrose explains she is asking about the morning toast. Elrose and Rakshan step outside into the village, exchanging cheerful greetings with a man they pass on the street. The couple stops to chat with neighbors, with Rakshan mentioning a tool needed from a man named Nefnen. Under a clear blue sky, a request is made for lemons from a backyard to help with Daisy's pie. A beautifully garnished lemon cream pie sits ready, a delicious reward promised in exchange for the requested citrus fruit. As they walk through the fields, Rakshan lets out a relieved whew, hoping Elrose wasn't too upset by the morning's incident. Elrose waves a friendly goodbye to a villager and Rua, promising that they will be back from their journey soon. Standing by the carriage, Rakshan suggests that Elrose sleep in the back during the long trip to Deva. A rhythmic rattle and clunk sound as the horse-drawn carriage carries them along the dirt road toward the market. Rakshan's muscular arms are on full display as he handles the reins, catching Elrose completely off guard. Elrose gasps and blushes intensely, quickly insisting that nothing is wrong when Rakshan notices her wide-eyed stare. Night falls as Elrose sleeps soundly in bed, accompanied by the gentle, rhythmic snore sound of the slumbering Rua. Her green eyes snap open with a sudden jolt as a shocking realization strikes her in the middle of the night. The scene transitions through a gray, textured field as the night passes and her thoughts begin to wander. Sitting up, Elrose reads a romance novel and gulps as the story describes a lady's clothes falling to the floor. She wonders about the logic of the story, questioning why the characters experience back pain after simply sleeping together. The book describes a man promising to take care of a woman, making Elrose wonder about the responsibility of nudity. A dramatic dun sound accompanies Elrose's panic as she wonders if she must take care of Rakshan now. Looking over the village, she reminds herself of her plan to divorce and leave Eldin Village after 1 year. Elrose grows pensive, imagining how awkward it will be once Rakshan eventually finds a real companion for himself. With a determined look, Elrose sits up and announces that she has made up her mind about her future. The sun shines over the bustling town square as the travelers finally reach their destination for the day. Rakshan watches over Elrose as she sleeps in the carriage, noting with a smile how tired she must be. Under a vast, cloudy sky, the carriage stands still as Rakshan calls out to Elrose to wake her up. Rakshan looks down at the sleeping Elrose, his expression softening as he contemplates her peaceful, resting face. A gentle touch sound follows as Rakshan tentatively reaches out to stroke Elrose's golden hair while she sleeps. Pulling away with a fwish sound, Rakshan blushes and reminds himself to stay focused on a peaceful, quiet life. He reflects on Elrose's desire to see the world, knowing she will likely leave Eldin Village behind one day. Clenching his cloak, Rakshan steels his heart, resolving not to develop any useless romantic feelings for his traveling companion. With a playful tap-tap sound, Rakshan gently rouses the drowsy Elrose as they arrive at their destination. Elrose wakes up looking confused and drowsy, while Rakshan chuckles softly at her adorable, half-asleep expression. Rakshan unfurls a long list of requested items from the villagers, noting that their community is growing quickly. A grand castle looms over the bustling streets, and Elrose wonders if the crowds are there for the mercenary king. To avoid the heavy crowds, Rakshan leads Elrose toward a sawmill, moving through the busy town with ease.
Elrose perks up at the mention of Harkin, surprised to hear that the man has finally made an appearance. Looking focused, Elrose hopes that Harkin's arrival means he is finally ready to take some positive action. Flashback scenes detail the village's past fears and the lack of protection while the local lord remained absent. With a thoughtful nod, Elrose wishes for a police force to be established to help and protect the people. As they walk, Elrose worries about the negative rumors she has heard regarding Harkin's indulgence in alcohol and women. Rakshan sighs, noting that many imposters pretend to be the mercenary king and vows to let Kian handle them. The scene shifts to the local sawmill, a quiet building surrounded by stacks of lumber in a clearing. Elrose expresses her desire to have a sawmill in their own village to help with the ongoing construction. With a firm nod, Rakshan agrees that a steady supply of wood is essential for repairing the broken buildings. Lush green mountains rise in the distance, serving as a reminder of the many years it takes for forests to regrow. People wait before the castle, needing permission to rebuild their destroyed villages from the elusive Harkin. The townspeople seek approvals for vital infrastructure projects like dams, reservoirs, and new roads to restore their livelihoods. A grand, empty desk sits in silence, signifying how Harkin's continued absence has stalled all provincial progress. Elrose scolds the missing lord for his irresponsibility, while a hooded Rakshan asks who she is talking about. A bead of sweat forms as Rakshan freezes, listening to Elrose vent about the mercenary king's prolonged disappearance. Rakshan looks increasingly nervous as Elrose mentions rumors of Harkin simply enjoying himself in nearby villages. Elrose vows to confront Harkin if he ever visits their village, intending to demand his signature on important documents. At the sawmill, a merchant presents a high-quality plank of wood, boasting about the exceptional level of his stock. A thoughtful sounds as Elrose identifies the timber as severe wood, carefully considering its specific properties. The merchant is stunned when Elrose reveals the wood's sensitivity to humidity, realizing she is no ordinary customer. Elrose laughs off the merchant's high price, calling the wood firewood, until he quickly claims he was joking. A dramatic done sounds as Elrose presents a massive list of supplies she intends to purchase. Elrose negotiates a massive discount by offering to reveal the location of 2 rare and valuable Roland trees. Narration explains that Roland trees are the highest grade of wood, so rare that only one grows per mountain. With a bright smile, Elrose reveals she already holds a lumbering permit, much to Rakshan's confusion. Rakshan watches Elrose curiously, asking where she managed to obtain such a rare and official document. Flashbacks show Emily, an elderly villager, giving Elrose the permit as a reward for her kindness and food. Elrose winks playfully, plotting to sell their remaining 8 Roland trees at an even higher price later. Rakshan is genuinely impressed by her business acumen as she envisions the potential profit from their hidden forest assets. A chime sounds from the clock tower as they finish their tasks and head toward the paper shop. Chitter and chatter fill the air as the crowd discusses the upcoming companion ceremonies held during the month of May. A thwip sound follows as Rakshan and Elrose both turn in surprise at the mention of finding a companion. Elrose eagerly dives into the bustling crowd to see the ceremonial items, leaving a concerned Rakshan calling after her.
An exclamation marks Elrose's surprise as she finds herself surrounded by the beautiful and elaborate goods for the ceremony.
Elrose is mesmerized by a glittering ceremonial mask, her eyes widening as she breathes out a soft wow. Sparkle and twinkle effects highlight a display of white suits, elegant dresses, and various blue ceremonial trinkets. Narration describes the tradition of the companion ceremony, requiring specific attire and a rose coronet for the union. A bustling clamor fills the market as people point out various necklaces and accessories for their future partners. A man shouts for a headpiece with a bigger ribbon, wanting only the best for his future companion. A pair of energetic salesmen shout "ta-da" while showcasing vibrant blue gemstones and a short-sleeved ceremonial dress. A frustrated customer points out a cracked bottle, demanding a replacement from the fast-talking vendors. The blonde salesman suddenly hands a bottle to Rakshan, urging him to buy something high quality for his companion.
Elrose watches with an amused "oh" as the salesman pressures Rakshan,
impressed by the man's aggressive selling tactics.
A plate of decorative cookies sits on a table as Elrose reflects on a shocking piece of information.
Sitting in a cafe, a purple-haired woman explains that Northerners rarely form companion bonds with people from the Empire. The woman notes that many people are still against such unions, making them quite rare and socially difficult.
Elrose looks stunned, realizing she might not have partnered with Rakshan if she had known about the cultural stigma.
A cheerful girl in a red bandana laughs, reminding the group that these unconventional unions do still happen. The purple-haired woman smiles and agrees, noting that it is actually quite amazing when two such different people unite. Rakshan leans in toward Elrose with a soft look, asking if there's anything she wants to buy. Elrose shakes her head vigorously, dismissing the items as overpriced just because of their specific blue color.
Elrose looks pensive, telling herself she has no reason to buy something she will never actually use.
Rakshan smiles warmly at Elrose, his expression softening as they navigate the busy market together. A confused "huh" escapes Elrose as she turns back, noticing Rakshan has stopped at one of the stalls.
A heavy thump sounds in Elrose's heart as she sees Rakshan holding a blue ceremonial dress, feeling betrayed.
With a sudden spring, Elrose dashes away, her heart racing as she tries to process Rakshan's apparent interest. Elrose wanders through the crowd alone, feeling a strange sense of isolation while Rakshan remains behind at the shop.
She reflects on how Rakshan has protected her, allowing her to travel freely despite her initial fears of solitude.
Walking through the glowing sunset, Elrose tries to convince herself she isn't upset by the sight of the dress.
A heavy sense of sadness lingers as Elrose wonders why she feels so hurt by Rakshan's secret interest.
The clerk praises the purchase, while a chibi Rakshan clears his throat with a polite ahem. Rakshan turns back with his bag, confused to find the street empty where his companion should have been.
Panic rises as Rakshan calls for Elrose, finally spotting her blonde hair and white hat moving through the crowd.
Rakshan catches up, questioning why Elrose suddenly left, his expression showing a deep sense of worry for her. Elrose forced a laugh, claiming exhaustion, though a concerned Rakshan asks if she is truly feeling unwell. The town clock tower tolls loudly with a resonant gong sounding as the sun begins its final descent. Standing in the square, Rakshan suggests visiting Elrose's desired shop, but she seems to have lost interest. Elrose decides to wait until tomorrow, her face turning solemn as Rakshan suggests they finally head to their inn. At the desk, the innkeeper apologizes for a clerical error and asks if they can share a single room. Rakshan agrees since they have shared before, turning to Elrose with a soft smile to ask for her decision. With a sudden, sharp turn, Elrose refuses the arrangement, stating they will simply have to find lodging elsewhere. The innkeeper apologizes again as Elrose walks away, leaving Rakshan standing there with a confused and hurt expression. At another inn, Rakshan asks about dinner, but a weary Elrose decides to skip it and head to bed. A heavy step sounds as Elrose retreats upstairs, leaving Rakshan to watch her walk away in pensive silence.
A plate of savory spaghetti sits on the table, its aroma beginning to steam and waft through the room.
Rakshan takes a bite of the food, making a soft ah sound as he tries to eat alone. A wave of gloom surrounds Rakshan as he sits in the dining hall, realizing the meal lacks any flavor. He recalls their happy shared meals, remembering how Elrose always made even leftovers feel like a special occasion. Rakshan reflects on the joy her presence brings him, though he remains troubled by the visible exhaustion she showed. In the quiet of her room, Elrose lets out a heavy ha as she sits alone, overwhelmed by her thoughts. Rakshan's smiling face appears in her mind amidst blooming roses, highlighting his growing impact on her heart. Clutching an apple, Elrose grumbles about how unfair it is that his gentle smile makes her heart flutter so.
Her eyes widen in a sudden gasp as she questions the nature of the romantic feelings she is developing.
With a vigorous shake of her head, Elrose resolves to focus solely on her work, since she'll leave soon.
Letting out a tired sigh, Elrose tells herself she must get a grip and maintain her emotional distance. The next morning, a restored Elrose points toward their next shop, while Rakshan follows with heavy bags.
A frantic dash follows as Elrose runs across the street, with Rakshan shouting for her to watch for carriages.
Watching her vibrant energy return, Rakshan smiles warmly, truly glad to see his companion has regained her usual spirit.
Rakshan lets out a pained groan and staggers under the weight of the massive supply bags the villagers requested.
He considers the need for more local shops, hoping that improving Elden Village will eventually reduce Elrose's burdens.
A heavy thump and thud sound through the shop as Rakshan finally drops the heavy bags onto the floor. Wiping sweat, Rakshan suggests returning home, but Elrose insists they have one more essential stop to make.
Elrose checks her list while Rakshan looks on with curiosity, wondering what final errand she has in mind. They meet a bespectacled shopkeeper who announces that the custom order she placed is finally ready for pickup.
A firm stamp sound echoes as the man displays the finished seals, each one crafted with elegant, simple designs. Rakshan holds one of the stamps, looking at the small tool with a confused and highly curious expression. The stamps show the official logos for the bakery and local farms, including one specifically made for Elrose. Elrose proudly raises a stamp, explaining how these will brand the village's goods and increase their market value.
Rakshan is surprised by her foresight, asking why she went to such great lengths to create these branding tools.
Elrose explains that official branding will allow the villagers to charge higher prices and build a better local economy. She envisions a thriving Elden village where people recognize their shops, showcasing a panoramic view of the growing town.
Rakshan stares at her in silence, appearing deeply moved by her selfless dedication to the village's future prosperity.
With a rustle of paper, Elrose reaffirms her commitment to helping the village rebuild as much as possible before she departs. Rakshan looks at the supplies, his expression softening as he remembers her plan to stay for only 1 year. Rakshan gathers his courage to ask if she'd consider staying longer, but a sudden shout about Harkin interrupts him. A man bursts through the door with a loud bang, startling the pair as he delivers urgent news. The messenger shrieks hysterically about Lord Harkin's legendary return, citing his past heroics while waving a red flag. As the man dashes away, Elrose's face hardens into a serious expression, declaring that they have a major problem. Elrose clenches her fist, determined to intercept the Lord before he leaves, while a worried Rakshan tries to stop her. A loud clamor and bustle fill the street as red-clad soldiers march through the town to massive cheers. A man in a horned helmet rides through cheering crowds as a loud cheer erupts for his arrival. The rowdy crowd bellows for Harkin, while Rakshan and Elrose observe the spectacle with growing concern.
Noticing the rider's destination, a hooded Rakshan reaches into his cloak, questioning the man's plan to enter the castle.
Rakshan prepares a silver medallion, certain that the gate guards will require this specific identifier for entry. Narration explains that the identifier glows when joined with its counterpart, held by a keeper of the imperial family. Critiquing the rider's poor posture and slow movement, Rakshan immediately identifies the man as a clumsy fraud. A sharp glare from the fake Harkin silences the whispers and murmurs spreading through the suspicious crowd. Rakshan remains baffled, sensing a threatening energy from the rider that contradicts his seemingly weak and mismatched body. Despite the suspicion, the commoners sob and cheer for their returned hero, while Rakshan watches in silent calculation. Realizing the situation is complicated, Rakshan checks on a shivering Elrose as she admits the man gives her the chills. Elrose grumbles that the fake's unsettling eyes remind her of a cockroach, though she insists she is fine. Staring intently, Elrose reflects that this man isn't nearly as terrifying as Rakshan was during their first meeting. A dark memory of an incredibly scary Rakshan flashes through her mind, making the current situation feel much tamer.
Amidst the market chatter and clamor, Elrose's attention is suddenly drawn to a new figure approaching through the crowd.
A silver-haired woman on a white horse rides past, a rhythmic clip-clop sounding as she offers a confident smile.
Elrose sighs, disappointed that the real Harkin won't be helping with the village work as she had hoped.
Rakshan suggests grabbing dinner, and Elrose agrees to leave since the fraud clearly lacks the true royal identifier.
Shock overtakes Rakshan during dinner as he hears the startling announcement that the fake Harkin was granted castle entry.
While nearby diners praise the imposter's uniqueness, a bewildered Rakshan wonders how such an obvious lie succeeded.
Even the imposter himself is visibly shaken, sweating as he questions how another faker managed to infiltrate the castle. A clink sounds as Rakshan sets down his fork, abruptly asking Elrose if they can extend their stay. Caught off guard by this sudden change in plans, Elrose asks why he wants to remain in the city. Rakshan looks away with a flustered expression, struggling to find the right words to explain his sudden urgency. At the desk, the innkeeper demands triple the previous rate, leaving a stunned Elrose to protest the unfair price. The innkeeper points out the fine print regarding seasonal rates, leaving Elrose and Rakshan frustrated by the blatant price gouging.
With a sudden reach, Rakshan produces a heavy bag of gold and declares they will stay for an entire week.
Elrose looks on in utter disbelief, questioning why their one-day extension has suddenly turned into a 7-day commitment. Rakshan offers a quiet apology, but remains firm, insisting that staying for a week is now an absolute necessity. He hands over even more coins to cover their meals for the week, further surprising the already confused Elrose. The innkeeper is delighted by the windfall, eagerly promising to provide any meals the pair might desire. A soft plop sounds as Elrose collapses onto her bed with a tired sigh, her thoughts drifting back to Rakshan. She envisions Rakshan's bashful smile as she realizes he is actually a massive fan of the legendary mercenary king. Elrose drops her fork in shock, feeling betrayed that he never mentioned his admiration for Harkin until just now.
Rakshan admits he stayed silent because he knew Elrose disliked Harkin, leaving her feeling guilty for her past criticisms.
Letting out a frustrated "ah," Elrose berates herself for calling Rakshan's idol irresponsible and lame in front of him.
A loud grumble and gasp follow as Elrose realizes her intense brooding caused her to completely forget about dinner.
Silence greets Elrose in the hallway as she calls out for Rakshan, finding his room empty and still. Elrose rushes downstairs and asks the innkeeper where her companion went, only to find he has already left. The innkeeper confirms the hooded man departed earlier, offering Elrose dinner as she processes her frustration alone. Elrose fumes silently, annoyed that Rakshan would vanish into the night without leaving a single word of explanation. Determined to make him pay, she orders a massive feast from the menu, citing Rakshan's promise to cover her expenses.
A thunderous cheer echoes from the castle under the moonlight as the celebration for the returning hero begins.
Inside the noisy hall, the rowdy crowd bellows for their mercenary king amidst a lavish and chaotic banquet. Drunken soldiers swig and chug their drinks, loudly demanding more liquor and meat from the overworked castle staff. A panicked server cries out that they are completely out of food, fearing the wrath of the demanding guests. A whole pig crackles and sizzles over an open flame, meticulously seasoned and roasted for the royal feast. The chef prepares a special fruit glaze mixed with wine to finish his culinary masterpiece for the rowdy warriors. A server bursts into the kitchen, interrupting the proud chef to demand the food before the soldiers grow violent. Trembling with fear, the server begs for the meat immediately, certain he will be killed if he delays any longer. The server grabs the half-finished roast, noting the guests are too drunk to notice the lack of a final glaze. Confused by the sudden shortage, the brown-haired server scratches his head while lamenting the loss of the cellar's alcohol. Nearby guests disparage the mercenary king's barbarous behavior over plates of fish and bread. The mustached chef defends the hero's honor, reminding the skeptics that he saved the entire North. A rowdy soldier slams the door open with a loud kick, demanding more food for the celebrating warriors. The chef and server tremble in fear as the soldier orders them to bring the roasted pig immediately. Carrying a heavy silver platter, the server trudges through the debris-strewn hallway toward the rowdy guests. Alinda approaches with a confident step, her white hair flowing as she offers to help the struggling man. The server warns her of the weight, but Alinda reaches out and firmly grabs the large silver platter. With a powerful lift, Alinda effortlessly hoists the food,
surprising the server with her incredible strength. A heavy thunk echoes through the hall as Alinda slams the silver platter down onto the banquet table. Alinda insults the rowdy mercenaries while the bearded man in red armor reacts with stunned disbelief. A sharp stab sounds as a fork is suddenly jabbed into the mercenary's forehead, leaving him crying out in pain. The bandaged imposter erupts in fury, demanding respect for Alinda while the injured man cowers in fear. Pulling the imposter close, Alinda whispers a chilling command for him to follow her outside immediately. The bandaged man's gloved hand shakes and quivers as he helplessly submits to Alinda's terrifying authority. Alinda walks out, leaving the fake Harkin to tremble and shake alone in the empty, lavish room. Glaring over her shoulder, Alinda reflects on how the fake has started believing his own fraudulent identity. Alinda uses dark magic to torture the man, reminding him she is the source of his current strength. A loud clatter sounds as Alinda commands the imposter to maintain his charade and stay quiet. With a flop, the bandaged man collapses in exhaustion, while Alinda orders him to hide until morning. Letting out a tired whew, Alinda wipes her brow, frustrated by the effort required to manage the deception. A flashback reveals Alinda using magic to fool a priest, making the fake royal identifier glow to gain entry. Alinda bites her thumb nervously, worrying that her memory manipulation spell will soon fade. Rakshan, hidden beneath his blue hood, gazes at the castle while thinking the real king must soon appear. A sharp glare crosses the fake Harkin's eyes, while Rakshan watches the castle with silent, focused intensity. With a quick snap and yank, Rakshan harvests poisonous herbs, analyzing the magical energy surrounding the imposters. Kneeling in a field of blue flowers, Rakshan remembers Alente, the powerful mage from his past. Narration identifies Alente as the mage of the magic tower who once aided the Imperial army. Flashback shows Alente casting a painful spell that granted Rakshan permanent resistance to all forms of magic. Rakshan reflects that he could easily break the imposter's magic if his annoying old companion were here. As he grinds the poisonous herbs, Rakshan wonders if Elrose is currently angry with him for leaving. He recalls Elrose's disdain for Harkin, imagining her frustration as she eats her dinner alone. Rakshan gazes at his father's old helmet, determined to restore the honor of the name Harkon for Elrose. He prepares a letter for Kian, asking him to look after Elrose while he handles the imposter. Rakshan rubs and smears the crushed poisonous herbs onto his face, beginning his physical transformation. Splashing water on his face, Rakshan reveals his now disfigured and scarred reflection in the stream. He stares at his new appearance, confident that no one will recognize him while he is undercover. Rakshan outlines his plan to infiltrate the castle by intentionally getting himself thrown into the prison. A bird chirps in the quiet morning air over the town as Rakshan begins his dangerous mission. Rakshan intentionally slams into a commoner with a loud wham, starting a confrontation in the street. The offended man yells at the hooded stranger, demanding he watch where he is going. With a powerful pow, Rakshan punches the man square in the face to escalate the conflict. A loud punch and slam echo as a chaotic brawl erupts between Rakshan and the angry citizens. Guards rush to the scene as Rakshan surrenders, demanding they arrest him for his violent behavior. A heavy clunk sounds as the cell door locks, leaving a scarred Rakshan sitting calmly behind bars. An elderly prisoner watches Rakshan, mockingly asking if the newcomer just lost a fight. A loud rattle and thump follow as a guard strikes the bars, ordering the rowdy prisoners to be silent. Elrose approaches a servant with a broom, asking if he has seen her companion since yesterday. The servant reassures Elrose, suggesting Rakshan is likely waiting in line to meet the mercenary king. Elrose looks surprised as the servant mentions how intensely curious Rakshan was about the local rumors. A quick fwish sounds as Elrose pokes at her food, letting out a heavy sigh while thinking about Rakshan's admiration for Harkon. A servant in a brown uniform suddenly makes a frantic dash toward Elrose, calling out to get her attention. The servant leans in with a soft whisper, shocking Elrose with the news that her companion has been taken to jail. As a punch and loud thud sound in his memory, the servant describes seeing a tall, hooded man starting a brawl. The concerned servant suggests that Elrose head to the government office to find more information about her companion's arrest.
Elrose arrives at the desk and urgently asks the purple-eyed official if a man named Rakshan Asid is being held there. The official scans the ledger and confirms that Rakshan Asid is indeed on the list of recently processed prisoners.
Elrose's face flushes as she desperately requests a chance to see Rakshan, her eyes wide with worry and urgency.
The official remains firm, explaining that Rakshan Asid is currently barred from receiving any visitors while in custody.
A confused, frog-patterned aura surrounds Elrose as she frantically asks if Rakshan has been badly injured during his arrest. Standing behind the desk, the official clarifies that Rakshan is unhurt but has been placed in solitary confinement for inciting a riot. Elrose firmly denies the accusation, insisting Rakshan would never cause such trouble unless he was provoked or struck first.
Looking curious, the official asks Elrose to clarify her specific relationship with the man currently locked away in the prison.
He explains that seeing a prisoner in solitary is nearly impossible unless the visitor is a verified family member. After a momentary hesitation and a soft ahem, Elrose boldly claims to the official that she is actually Rakshan's wife. The official stares back with a bewildered expression, clearly skeptical of the blonde woman's sudden claim of marriage. Despite her claim, the official states Rakshan must stay in solitary for a week and tells her to move along. A soft wish and glow fill the air as the sun sets over the tall grass, marking the end of a long day. A heavy creak sounds as Elrose stands alone, desperately wondering what she must do to finally reach Rakshan. In the hallway, Elrose's voice rings out as she pleads with someone behind a closed door to help her. Peeking through the cracked door, Elrose begs for assistance, emphasizing that her situation is incredibly serious and urgent. The chef in a white hat refuses to help, explaining that the kitchen is too busy to spare any staff. An older man with a gray mustache listens skeptically as the younger chef continues to protest against Elrose's request. The older man points out that this is a rare opportunity to cook for the mercenary king at the castle. Elrose's eyes light up with a plan as she realizes entering the castle as a kitchen worker might be her solution.
Seeing their struggle, Elrose steps forward and offers her services to help the overwhelmed kitchen crew with their workload.
Night falls over the grand castle as Rakshan reflects on spending his first full day locked inside a solitary cell. Sitting calmly on his cot behind thick iron bars, Rakshan waits patiently in the dim blue light of the dungeon. With a firm grip, Rakshan prepares to make his move, deciding to strike while the prison guards are changing their shifts. Rakshan lets out a soft sound as he rubs the scar on his face, mentally preparing for the next phase of his mission. A rhythmic step echoes through the stone corridor as a mustached guard with glasses approaches the solitary confinement area. A dull plop sounds as the guard sits down, grumbling to himself about his desire to eat a better meal. Rakshan peers through the bars and calmly asks the guard if something has happened to cause such a frustrated reaction. The guard continues to complain, explaining that he is simply annoyed by the poor quality of his current dinner. He shows off a depressing bowl of soup containing only a single fish skeleton, lamenting the terrible state of their rations. The guard notes that conditions have worsened since Harkin's arrival, confirming he is the one responsible for the night watch. He mentions his refusal to torment prisoners, promising to stay at his post outside Rakshan's cell until the morning light. After a soft ahem, the guard compliments Rakshan's voice and curiously asks if the tall man has a girlfriend. Rakshan reveals he is married, prompting the guard to remark that at least he has a nice voice to get by. A sharp knock sounds at the door, signaling the arrival of the evening meals for both the guard and his prisoner. The guard is visibly surprised, noting that today's prisoner meal actually looks much more appetizing than his own bland dinner. With a quick reach, the guard slides a tray containing hot soup and a sandwich through the bars to Rakshan. A sudden rise sounds as Rakshan stands to his full height, completely looming over the shocked and diminutive guard. A thunderous pow echoes through the cell as Rakshan strikes the guard, who lets out a pained ack before collapsing. A low groan and plore sound as the guard falls unconscious against the bars while Rakshan catches the food tray. A long, slow creak follows as Rakshan successfully opens the heavy cell door and steps out into the prison hallway. Standing over the guard with a done, Rakshan begins to pour a memory-erasing medicine into the man's mouth. Rakshan looks down at himself, thinking that while he could skip a meal, he cannot simply ignore the food's aroma. A metallic clink sounds as he examines the soup, noting that the delicious smell is strangely familiar and hard to ignore. Rakshan's eyes widen in total shock as he realizes the food he was served was likely prepared by Elrose's hand. Rakshan's eyes widen as he tastes the familiar flavor of Elrose's soup, questioning how it reached his cell. A heavy pot boils and a rhythmic simmer sounds as a rich broth is prepared for the castle's occupants. A sharp clack sounds as fresh mushrooms, broccoli, and garlic are sliced on a wooden board for the soup. A steaming bowl of Elrose's special potato soup is carefully plated and labeled for delivery to the prison. In the kitchen, the blonde-haired Elrose tastes her creation, satisfied that the seasoning is perfect for her mission. The older chef is moved to tears, relieved to have found such a skilled helper in his time of need. Elrose reassures the emotional chef with a smile, explaining that her passion for cooking is what drove her here. A loud rattle echoes as a serving cart laden with food is wheeled through the stone hallways of the castle. Elrose's green eyes widen in succession as she hears something significant while working undercover in the castle halls. She asks the kitchen worker if he personally delivered the solitary confinement meals, seeking confirmation of Rakshan's location. The man confirms he handed the tray to a guard, unaware of Elrose's secret interest in the prisoner. Overhead, the banquet hall is a scene of chaos, with drunken mercenaries slumped over the long, messy dining table. Standing amidst the mess, Elrose realizes the castle's internal security is lax due to the mercenaries' undisciplined behavior. While inspecting a seasoning rock, she notices an item is missing and plans to use it as an excuse. Elrose enters a grand, sunlit room, cautiously observing the ornate architecture while searching for a way to reach Rakshan. She reflects on the rumors of Harkon's legendary leadership, finding the reality of his current drunken army highly suspicious. Her gaze falls upon the red-haired man on the throne, whose unrefined posture makes her doubt his royal identity. Continuing her investigation, Elrose moves deeper into the castle, determined to prove that the man on the throne is a fake. A solitary throne stands under a dark aura as Elrose concludes that the real mercenary king is currently missing. A soft shake sounds as Elrose hides her face while the white-haired woman in charge walks past her. Elrose recognizes the woman as the high-ranking leader who previously stood before all of Harkon's gathered companions. A memory reveals the white-haired woman riding a white horse, confirming her position of power within the castle hierarchy. Putting on a cheerful front, Elrose offers her assistance to the powerful woman with a bright, welcoming smile. The woman, Alinda, requests light refreshments and tea, complaining of a stomachache from the heavy meat dinner. A quick whip sounds as Alinda departs, while Elrose promises to prepare the snacks as quickly as possible. With a determined clench, Elrose realizes that serving the person in power is her best chance to infiltrate further. A soft scoop sounds as a golden spoon lifts a creamy dessert topped with a fresh sliced strawberry. A quick nom follows as Alinda tastes the dessert, her eyes widening at the surprisingly delicious and delicate flavor. A sharp clink sounds as Alinda reaches for the next dish, an orange-flavored ice cream served in a chalice. Alinda praises the skill of the kitchen staff, completely unaware that the blonde girl serving her is an imposter. Later, Alinda's tone turns cold as she scolds the fake Harkon for failing to act like a true leader. A loud yell rings out as Alinda berates him, demanding to know why he only organized a drunken party. The fake king bows in apology as Alinda warns him that their deceptive plan hinges on his performance.
Alinda's red eyes glow with a cold intensity as she reminds the red-haired man of the wealth at stake.
A sharp whip and spring sound as Alinda suddenly tenses, sensing an intruder nearby and demanding total silence.
A high-pitched squeak echoes from the ceiling, causing Alinda to furrow her brow in suspicion at the rafters above. A dull flop sounds as Alinda collapses onto the sofa, frustrated and on edge as things become increasingly difficult. She gazes at a magical scroll, noting it was specifically designed to help her capture the real King Harkin. Alinda's hand trembles with a clench as she considers using the dangerous magic tattoo inscribed on her forearm. Hidden in the shadows, a scarred Rakshan watches Alinda closely, while a small purple rat sits on his shoulder.
Rakshan observes that Alinda is the one truly in control and decides to wait until her magic reaches its limit. He reflects on the difficulty of catching a runaway mage, knowing that physical strength alone might not be enough. As the sun sets over the castle walls, Rakshan decides to retreat to his cell to maintain his cover. A cheerful chirp sounds at the window as morning light filters into the room, signaling the start of a new day. A rhythmic brush and swish sound as Elrose prepares for the day, determined to see her plan through. The older chef holds Elrose's hands, begging her not to leave and to arrive early for the lunch shift. Dressed in a checkered dress, Elrose prepares to leave her room, knowing she has a long day of work ahead. She realizes that rescuing Rakshan from the heavily guarded prison will require external help from their trusted allies. Elrose hands a heavy coin pouch to a courier, requesting a carriage be sent immediately to Elden Village. Looking at the loaded carriage, she hopes her friends are ready to deliver the items she has requested for the plan. Elrose watches the carriage depart with a rhythmic clip-clop as she begins her next move.
Sitting on the stone steps, Elrose ponders the prisoner's plight, knowing they are only fed once a day. Looking at her freshly prepared wrap, Elrose worries that Rakshan must be famished and vows to make his dinner better. A low grumble sounds as a purple-haired man with glasses and a long braid sits nearby, looking exhausted. Elrose is suddenly startled when she notices the mysterious man sitting right beside her on the stairs. With a soft growl from his stomach, the man asks for a bite, leading Elrose to assume he is a beggar. Showing her kindness, Elrose offers him half of her meal, and he gratefully accepts, touched by her generosity. To show his gratitude, the man promises to show Elrose something cool, piquing her curiosity.
A mystical float sounds as the man uses magic to levitate Elrose's necklace right before her wide eyes.
Elrose stares in total silence, her face frozen in shock at the display of magical ability.
With a quick grab, Elrose tenses up and accuses him of being a con artist playing tricks on her. The purple-haired man is visibly shocked by her reaction, completely taken aback that she doesn't recognize him as a mage. He gestures with confusion, wondering why people don't immediately think of mages when they see magic.
Elrose flatly rejects his claim, stating that real mages aren't beggars and usually earn plenty of money.
A heavy gong sounds from the clock tower, making Elrose realize she is running late for her shift. As Elrose rushes off, the man calls out to her, stopping her in her tracks for one last question. With a soft chuckle, he asks about her relationship with Harkin, catching her off guard. Elrose pauses with a confused look, wondering why this stranger would bring up the mercenary king. The man's gaze turns sharp and serious behind his glasses as he watches her closely for a reaction. Elrose clarifies that she doesn't know Harkin and openly admits she doesn't like him at all. She turns away and says goodbye, leaving the mysterious mage alone on the steps.
The man smiles to himself, noting that Harkin wouldn't give his special whistle to someone who hated him.
Walking away, Elrose remains focused on her mission, unaware of the significance of the man she just met. Inside the castle, a maid serves Elrose breakfast as she blends into the background of the busy dining hall. A loud wail sounds in her mind as Chibi Elrose humorously screams about wanting to quit her difficult job. A sudden pause follows as Elrose stares at her sausages, frustrated by the overwhelming work and castle conditions.
While eating, Elrose overhears workers gossiping about Lord Harkin's corruption and his habit of taking bribes. A disgruntled man complains that it took him an entire week just to get a meeting with the king. The fake Harkin sits on his throne, flanked by two women, dismissing important matters as trivial. A rhythmic whisper murmur sounds as a worker complains that Harkin's mercenaries have worse manners than dogs. Another man sighs, noting the mercenaries spend all their time drinking and making a mess of the castle. Rumors circulate that female workers are too afraid to come all to work due to the mercenaries' nasty behavior. Elrose nods as she realizes how quickly the negative rumors are spreading and decides it's time to get to work. Suddenly, a familiar voice calls out her name, causing Elrose to turn in surprise. With a quick dash, the red-haired Kian runs toward her, looking exhausted but relieved to have found her. Elrose gasps as she recognizes Kian, her eyes welling with relief at the sight of her ally.
A loud wah sounds as the two reunite, with Kian dramatically complaining about how long it took to arrive.
Kian explains that the letter Elrose sent was delivered late, causing the delay in their meeting. He recounts how the wagon fell into a ditch, forcing them to scatter the load while making repairs. With a huff-puff, Kian fumes about giving the delivery guild a piece of his mind. Ethan and Coogan arrive right behind him, confirming the team is finally back together. Elrose explains that Rakshan is staying longer because the Mercenary King has finally appeared at the castle. Kian suggests Elrose should return to Elden Village for her safety while they handle the situation. Elrose immediately asks why, determined to stay and finish what she started alongside her friends. A close-up reveals the determination in Elrose's green eyes as she prepares for the coming night. As darkness falls, the moonlit castle stands tall, hiding the schemes unfolding within its walls. A powerful leap sounds as Kian vaults over the castle wall, moving with stealth through the night. Kian's swish moves through the shadows, mocking the castle's weak security as he passes a sleeping guard. A slow creak follows as Kian slips through a heavy door, entering the prison area undetected. A heavy da-dun sounds as Rakshan emerges from the shadows, asking Kian what took him so long. Kian jokes about Elrose until a sudden swoosh sounds as a projectile nearly strikes his head. Rakshan fumes with a glare, admitting he was aiming a skewer at the red-haired boy's goofy, heart-filled antics. Rakshan asks if Elrose returned home, but Kian's awkward hesitation reveals the blonde girl is still inside the castle. Shock washes over Rakshan as he learns Elrose is working in the kitchen to feed the castle's prisoners. Rakshan realizes why his meals improved, while Kian notes that Elrose is now serving the woman in charge. An imaginary scene shows Elrose promoted to dessert chef, leaving both men baffled by her unexpected culinary success. Rakshan grumbles in frustration, regretting the time he wasted while a secret passage to the kitchen existed nearby. Rakshan orders Kian to send Elrose home immediately, ignoring the red-haired boy's questions about his own role. A loud ah and clatter sound, prompting both men to sprint toward the sudden commotion in the castle. The two allies dash down the hallway, identifying the garden as the source of the high-pitched yell. In the moonlit courtyard, mercenaries in red armor confront two officials dressed in ornate purple and white robes. The lead official yells in outrage, demanding the mercenaries show respect to a direct representative of the emperor. With a cold chuckle, the mercenaries dismiss the emperor's authority, noting his power is far from the northern lands. Outraged by their insolence, the official springs forward with his face contorted in fury at their blatant disrespect. A heavy seize sounds as the official grabs the guard, vowing to punish him for insulting the imperial family. A brutal slash sounds as blood spatters the floor, accompanied by an agonized scream echoing through the night. Another guard draws his sword with a sharp shing while the official stares in a flash of sudden realization. He stares in confusion, wondering why the magical identifier provided by Lord Harkin failed to work at all. The officials realized the man claiming to be the king was missing a key item, confirming their growing suspicions. A mental lightning bolt strikes as they finally conclude that the mercenary king in the castle is a fraud.
Rakshan explains that the shock of an injury broke an imperfect mind control spell used to deceive the workers. He notes that the legendary mage Alente is likely resting, making it impossible for him to be involved here. Kian hands Rakshan a bandage, insisting he cover his bruised face before meeting Elrose so he doesn't look horrible. With a quick wrap and swish, Rakshan applies poisonous herb mud to his face to maintain his disguise. Now hooded and bandaged, Rakshan and Kian head off together to locate Elrose within the castle walls. Elsewhere, the mercenaries reel from the realization that they were serving a fake leader under a magical spell. A low groan sounds as memories of the fake king, Darum, resurface through the haze of Alinda's broken magic. A heavy shake follows as the guard panics, terrified by the consequences of attacking an Imperial employee. The mercenaries sprint away into the night while the officials order their immediate capture following the violent outburst. Inside the kitchen, a click-clatter sounds as Elrose works, her green eyes filled with worry and determination. Kian's voice screams in her mind, reminding her to quit her job before Rakshan discovers her risky plan. Remembering Kian's desperate plea to quit, Elrose prepares to tell the kitchen staff she is leaving the castle today. Despite her plan to quit, Elrose continues whisking, finding it difficult to abandon her passion for high-quality cooking. The master chef shares imperial recipes with Elrose, who is dazzled by the abundance of rare, castle-only ingredients. A display of exotic southern fruits and desert plants highlights the incredible variety available in the Lord's kitchen. Elrose marvels at the castle's magical refrigerator, amazed that such a convenient storage device even exists. The chef explains the freezing spell used for storage, making Elrose wish her home village had its own mage. A rhythmic roll sounds as a cart carrying a covered silver platter is pushed across the castle's floor. Pushing the dessert cart, Elrose worries that Alinda might react violently when she announces her intention to quit. A loud yell sounds as Alinda demands to know why the service is slow, prompting Elrose to apologize profusely. Elrose presents the day's special desserts, featuring a smooth custard pudding and a vibrant berry-topped raspberry pudding. A soft top follows as Alinda tastes the red dessert, admitting that the flavor is actually quite good. Elrose stands nervously before the seated leader, struggling to find the courage to speak about her resignation. The door bursts open as the bandaged fake king rushes in, shouting that their deceptive plan has been caught. Alinda's face contorts with shock and rage at the news, her red eyes wide with a flash of fury. A sudden spring and shatter sound as Alinda leaps up, causing Elrose to mourn the waste of the pudding.
Alinda tsk's in frustration, realizing that their attempts to use the fake Harkin to bring down the real one failed.
Elrose is frozen in shock as she hears the leader confirm that the man on the throne is indeed fake. Alinda tells the red-haired man she can feel magic waves from a whistle the real King Harkin possesses. Elrose's eyes widen as she realizes the necklace she wears is likely the very magical whistle Alinda is seeking. Mercenaries dash toward the throne room, identifying the man seated there as the fake Harkin. Elrose clutches her chest, letting out a relieved sigh as she witnesses the unfolding chaos. Alinda demands the return of a whistle, while a fearful Elrose shuffles away, hoping to remain unnoticed. Her red eyes burning with malice, Alinda vows to force the truth out of everyone present. Raising her tattooed arm, Alinda prepares to unleash a wave of dangerous magic upon the assembly. A sharp crackle sounds as red electricity surges through Alinda's arm, signifying her immense dark power. Laughter echoes through the halls as Alinda recalls a warning about the risks of using forbidden magic. A sinister grin spreads across Alinda's face, her red eyes gleaming with the thrill of impending destruction. With a heavy thud, Alinda crouches as flames erupt, promising to recreate a legendary, violent battle. A massive rumble shakes the castle, leaving Elrose wide-eyed and terrified by the sudden, violent tremors. The floor begins to split with a loud crack, prompting an agonized scream as Elrose narrowly avoids falling. Outside the castle, a sudden boom startles the townsfolk,
who mistake the magical destruction for approaching thunder. Panic spreads through the streets as people rush about, wondering if a massive earthquake is destroying their city. A loud rumble follows as a hand points toward the castle, which is visibly crumbling into dust. Fires blaze through the towers as the castle begins to collapse, sparking a desperate rush to save survivors. A monstrous, fiery presence emerges from the wreckage, its terrifying silhouette accompanied by a high-pitched, echoing scream. A powerful whoosh sounds as a red, many-eyed bird monster is summoned through an intricate, glowing magic circle. With a piercing screech and a heavy thump, the massive creature lands, terrifying the soldiers and workers nearby. Mercenaries draw their swords in terror, realizing a literal monster is now rampaging through the castle courtyard. From the shadows, the bandaged Rakshan and a worried Kian watch the terrifying creature's arrival in silence. Citizens dash away in fear, while the purple-haired mage stands calm, watching the chaos unfold with clinical interest. Observing the destruction, the purple-haired mage notes with a sigh that the situation has become significantly more troublesome. Adjusting his glasses, the mage peers closely at the magical energy, preparing to intervene in the escalating disaster. A low vroom sounds as 5 glowing orbs of energy hover over the crumbling castle, signaling more summons. The mage concludes that Elinda has finally mastered forbidden magic, manifesting as a dark, blazing sun above them. Rakshan remembers his vow to never use his true name again after the final battle against the Suin. Looking back at his past, the bandaged warrior stands tall, his blue cape fluttering amidst memories of war. Multiple monstrous birds descend upon the castle grounds, their presence casting an eerie shadow over the burning ruins. Crouching among fallen guards, Rakshan wonders why the Mad Mage's presence is tied to the ancient Suin tribe. With his eyes narrowed, Rakshan decides it is finally time to end this conflict using his true name. Rakshan directs Kian to engage the monster on the left while he prepares to handle the remaining threats. A sharp shing sounds as Rakshan's blade carves through the monsters, his movements a blur of lethal efficiency. Despite the victory, Kian yells a warning as the castle's structural integrity fails, threatening to bury them all. The main tower begins to collapse, prompting a frantic realization that Elrose is still trapped deep inside. Buried under debris, Elrose lets out a soft groan as she struggles to regain consciousness in the rubble. Coughing through the dust, Elrose looks up in terror as a shadow looms over her amidst the ruins. The fake Harkin screams for help, desperately wanting to go home as he is caught in the chaos. Elrose's green eyes widen in absolute horror as she comes face to face with one of the many-eyed bird monsters. The monster bird utters a chilling command to die as its massive claw prepares to crush the girl. Paralysis grips Elrose's body, making her feel as heavy as stone while she desperately tries to crawl away. A sudden slash cleaves the air as the bandaged Rakshan intervenes, protecting Elrose from the monster's lethal strike. Turning toward the sound of her coughing, the bandaged man demands to know who is hiding in the rubble. Relief washes over Elrose as she sees him, crying out Harkin's name in a moment of desperate hope. She stares at her savior, wondering if the man standing before her is truly the legendary mercenary king. Noticing his bandages, Elrose feels a flicker of confusion at how much he resembles her friend, Rakshan. Her heart skips a beat as she calls out Rakshan's name, causing the bandaged man to freeze in shock. Seeing the scars on his face, Elrose second-guesses herself, unsure if her eyes are playing tricks on her. Elrose grabs his arm, pleading for him to help someone else still trapped in the castle's dark depths. Tears stream down Elrose's face as she begs him to rescue her husband from the underground prison cell. Stunned into silence, the bandaged Rakshan stares at her, his eyes wide with disbelief at her unexpected, desperate plea. Rakshan holds the unconscious Elrose, wondering how she could ask him to save her husband when he is right there. Amidst a soft flurry of pink flowers, Elrose rests peacefully with her eyes closed and a slight blush. Carrying Elrose through the castle's wreckage, the black-haired man reflects on her desperate plea to rescue her husband.
The bandaged Rakshan looks down at the blonde girl in his arms, his expression unreadable and filled with concern.
In a tender moment, the warrior leans over Elros and gently tells her to wait for him in a safe place. A heavy thump echoes as the bandaged warrior stands victorious over the corpses of the defeated, many-eyed monster birds. Kian and another guard sprint across the courtyard, shouting for their captain after the chaotic, magical explosion.
Rakshan directs Coogan and the others to sweep the area for survivors while he prepares for a new threat.
A low squelch sounds as a severed piece of the monster bird twitches, glowing with residual dark energy.
A massive vroom echoes as a colossal, blazing monster is summoned through a glowing magic circle in the sky.
With her white hair and glowing red eyes, the monster woman looks down with a calm, predatory gaze.
Spreading her massive wings, the winged woman laughs as she reveals she has been waiting for Harkon's return.
Staring back with icy blue eyes, the bandaged Rakshan admits that he has also been waiting for this confrontation.
Rakshan and the red-haired Coogan stand their ground against the massive fiery orb descending upon the fortress courtyard.
A sharp zap sounds as a beam of concentrated magical energy pierces through the center of the blazing monster.
Looking at the sky, Rakshan and Coogan note the urgent need to stop the summoning before more monsters appear.
Flustered by the overwhelming power of the flying creature, Kian asks if brute force is their only option for victory. The purple-haired mage, Alente, makes a sudden appearance, casually suggesting they use magic to turn the tide. Later, inside a peaceful room, the unbandaged black-haired man questions what the mage and Elros discussed.
Elros smiles brightly, asking if it is true that wizards name their disciples using their own initials.
Adjusting his glasses, Alente proudly declares himself perfect as he adopts the name Eras for his village identity. Rakshan grits his teeth in frustration, demanding to know why the mage must make everything so unnecessarily complicated. Peering through his fingers, Alente reveals his plan to travel to Eden Village to experience life among regular people.
Rakshan mentions his purchase of a social skills book, leaving Elros looking skeptical about its effectiveness.
A loud shove sounds as Rakshan kicks the mage out, ordering him to keep their relationship a secret. Grabbing the mage by his collar, the black-haired man threatens him before sending him to learn from Kian.
Standing outside the closed door, Alente huffs with indignation at being treated so disrespectfully by the warrior.
A soft rustle follows as the purple-haired mage walks away, glowing with annoyance as he leaves the building.
Watching from a high balcony, Rakshan looks out over the courtyard with a stoic and thoughtful expression.
In the ruins, the bandaged warrior asks the purple-haired mage what truly brought him to the castle.
Alente explains that his precognitive abilities led him here, indicating his foresight into the future has not concluded.
The mage notes he may stay longer, prompting a look of silent, wary surprise from the bandaged Rakshan.
A grave warning follows, stating that the involvement of great wizards signals a potential re-invasion by the Suan tribe.
A brilliant flash sounds as a pair of officials present a glowing golden medallion that reacts powerfully. The officials gasp in amazement, shouting that the artifact is reacting to the presence of King Harkon. Seated at a grand desk, the bandaged Rakshan reviews reconstruction documents for the areas surrounding Eden Village. A heavy clock sounds as he stamps the paperwork, hoping this gesture erases Elrose's resentment toward the king. Rakshan stands on a balcony, resolving to focus on his administrative duties to ensure Elrose's future happiness. Back in her village, Elrose laughs with pure joy, surrounded by lush greenery and vibrant blooming flowers.
Softly blushing, Elrose appears thoughtful as a quiet realization about her feelings begins to take hold.
Touched by her reaction, the bandaged black-haired man covers his face to hide his own growing embarrassment. A playful bark sounds as Elrose stands in a sunny field, enjoying the summer heat with a yellow puppy. The village market bustles with activity as townspeople go about their daily lives in the warm sun. Elrose strolls through the heart of the village, observing the peaceful recovery of the community. A happy shout follows as Elrose reunites with the purple-haired Priscilla and the young girl, Rua.
Priscilla asks about a new hire,
and Elrose explains she found a skilled baker from the southern regions. They walk along a dirt path overlooking terraced fields while Rua and the dog run ahead excitedly. A rhythmic patter sounds as the little girl and her puppy dash through the tall, green grass. Inside a storage area, shelves are lined with bottles and supplies, and a refreshing chill fills the air. The group gathers around the village's magical refrigerator, thanking Elrose and Alente for the modern convenience. Relaxing in a sun-drenched field, Alente listens as Elrose suggests building a magical cold storage for their village. Looking thoroughly unimpressed, the blonde girl listens as the purple-haired mage questions her disrespectful attitude toward a wizard. Switching tactics, Elrose showers Alente with excessive flattery, calling him the great successor born under a bright star. With a sparkle in her eyes, Elrose pleads for a refrigerated warehouse, and a smug Alente finds her praise perfect. Elrose clenches her fists in annoyance while the purple-haired man stretches lazily, clearly enjoying his victory over her. Inside the storage room, Alente raises his hands as bright blue magic swirls, manifesting the requested refrigeration spell. Standing before a sturdy wooden building, Alente explains that the internal temperature is now perfectly balanced for food storage. In a playful moment, Alente promises to add refrigeration magic to the ranch as a special bonus for Elrose. A brown-haired woman gratefully notes that she can finally make cheese again, bringing a proud smile to Elrose's face. Standing by a massive wooden vat, the brown-haired woman asks the group if they are ready to begin production. Surrounded by blooming roses, Elrose and her friends cheer enthusiastically as they prepare to transform fresh milk into cheese. A fire crackles rhythmically in the stone hearth as the group prepares the necessary heat for their cheese-making process. The woman carefully pours lemon juice into the heated milk, explaining how it will instantly change the mixture's consistency. Using a large wooden pottle, she demonstrates the importance of stirring the milk at a constant speed and angle. Elrose and the brown-haired woman peer into the pot with wide eyes, amazed by the sudden chemical reaction. The milk undergoes a dramatic transformation, rapidly thickening into soft, white curds as they continue to stir the mixture. While Elrose takes a turn with the pottle, the brown-haired woman asks her how long she plans to stir. The woman explains the process takes over 30 minutes, emphasizing the importance of checking the dough's consistency over time. Stirring the vat, the brown-haired woman mentions an upcoming summer festival in the neighboring village of Cesare, inviting them. Brilliant fireworks burst in Elrose's imagination as she reacts with starry-eyed wonder to the mention of a summer festival. A notification announces the latest chapter's release over a background showing Elrose and the black-haired Rokshan in happier times. More vivid fireworks illuminate the night sky in Elrose's mind as she daydreams about the excitement of the celebration. Elrose recalls her lonely childhood, explaining that her mother was always too busy for them to attend any festivals. Surrounded by delicate flowers, Elrose sadly remembers how she was only ever allowed to watch the distant fireworks from afar. With infectious excitement, Elrose lists the joys she hopes to experience, from delicious food stalls to vibrant nighttime displays. A heavy silence falls over the group as the brown-haired woman prepares to temper the girls' high expectations. The woman clarifies that small village festivals lack grand fireworks, which are typically only seen in major cities like Deva. Elrose is shocked to learn that expensive gunpowder is primarily reserved for wartime bombs rather than entertainment and celebration. Admitting her sheltered past, Elrose explains that her strict household in the capital prevented her from ever leaving the grounds. The brown-haired woman reflects on others' stories, wondering if she was once a wealthy lady or a struggling orphan. Chibi Elrose laughs as she realizes her life was a mixture of happiness and hardship before the scene shifts. Villagers gather around a massive, roaring bonfire in an open field, dancing together to celebrate their local summer traditions. Leaning on her paddle, the brown-haired woman declares that the most famous part of the Cesare festival is drinking cider. An image of a cider bottle and a fresh red apple appears,
illustrating the region's unique summer apple specialty.
The woman explains that CR possesses rare apple trees that ripen in early summer rather than the traditional autumn season. Sunbeams filter through an orchard where workers are shown harvesting the unusual early ripening apples from the lush green trees.
A story follows about a mountain fairy living in the trees, a local superstition that explains the fruit's magical timing. 2 glasses of golden cider are raised in a celebratory toast, marking the traditional opening of the annual CR festival. The brown-haired woman wags her finger as she begins to explain a popular and romantic superstition surrounding the cider. Elrose and the lilac-haired Priscilla listen with rapt attention as the woman introduces the mysterious legend of the festival. Within a golden frame, a couple shares a romantic kiss, illustrating the belief that cider drinkers will find life partners. Blushing and holding her cheeks, Priscilla finds the legend incredibly romantic, while Elrose remains focused on the woman's words.
Elrose's expression turns dark and suspicious as she realizes the romantic legend might just be a clever marketing trick.
Snapping back to a more practical mindset, the blonde girl asks the brown-haired woman about the cider's actual selling price. Elrose is shocked and outraged by the high price of 2 pennies per cup, finding it far too expensive. Learning of the limited supply, Elrose jokingly brands the mastermind behind the festival a wallet-emptying devil for their greed. Staring at a lone tree, Elrose feels envious and wishes her village could find its own unique specialty to grow. A dramatic close-up of Elrose's vibrant green eyes captures the exact moment a brilliant new business idea takes hold.
Elrose envisions a future where they produce olive oil, pickles, and soap from trees growing in the northern regions.
Caught in her daydream, Elrose is startled when the brown-haired woman yells for her to stop daydreaming and stir.
The brown-haired woman suggests they sample their own homemade creations while waiting for the new cheese to set. Gathering around the table, the group listens as the brown-haired woman warns of the trouble awaiting Rakshan in CR.
While Elrose asks for clarification, a lilac-haired man excitedly shouts about the Northern Territory's most handsome man returning. Surrounded by a floral aura, the black-haired Rakshan is revealed as a figure of intense popularity among local women. Overwhelmed by the thought of Rakshan's immense popularity, a blushing and sweating Elrose sips her tea in nervous contemplation. A soft thump sounds as Elrose walks through the twilight woods with her puppy, her mind racing with thoughts. Reflecting on the romantic cider legend, Elrose arrives at the village home and calls out for Rakshan's attention. Entering the room, the blonde girl stops in surprise at the sight of an unfamiliar, dark-haired man standing there. The black-haired Rakshan enters with documents, prompting Elrose to ask about the identity of the distinguished-looking guest. The man introduces himself as Sharif Mode, the representative of CR Village, visiting to discuss the Elden Village mercenaries. Showing a polite interest, Sharif Mode turns his attention toward the blonde girl, asking for her name and identity. Elrose introduces herself with a bright smile, explaining that she is currently staying at Rakshan's home for a while. Sharif Mode notes it is a pleasure to meet her, asking if she is new to the northern regions. Extending a warm invitation, Sharif Mode asks Elrose if she would like to join CR's upcoming summer festival traditions. Sharif Mode mentions that Rakshan is also attending, encouraging Elrose to join the celebration rather than staying home alone. Realization strikes Elrose with a jolt of shock, her eyes widening at the news of Rakshan participating in the festival. Reviewing a contract, Rakshan explains that he has been hired to maintain order and security throughout the CR festival. Sharif Mode details the security concerns, noting that rogues and bandits often target large celebrations in the surrounding area. The representative explains that CR lacks sufficient residents for its own vigilante group, requiring them to hire outside help. Discussing the logistics, Sharif Mode notes that the Elden mercenaries were hired after the Diva Guild requested unreasonable fees. Sharif Mode laughs warmly, attributing his comfort with the stoic Rakshan to their long history together since childhood. Watching the 2 men, Elrose remains skeptical, suspecting that Rakshan's handsome face is the true reason people feel comfortable. Releasing a weary sigh, Elrose realizes she cannot send Sharif Mode away given his rational business needs and childhood ties.
Noticing Elrose's sudden shift in mood, the black-haired Rakshan looks on with a touch of confused concern.
A rhythmic clack of hooves sounds as the scene shifts to a sunny, tree-lined path leading toward the festival.
A line of horses and a covered wagon travel through the lush green countryside as the group departs for CR. Two mercenaries whisper to each other, noting the strange and awkward atmosphere between Rakshan and the visitor from CR.
A rhythmic thud sounds as Elrose sits silently in the wagon, her expression troubled as they continue their journey.
A flashback to days prior shows Elrose inviting Sharif Mode to stay for a late-night dinner at the house. Resolving to show respect to Rakshan's guest, Elrose prepares a shimmering and elaborate feast featuring fresh ranch cheese. Sharif Mode is taken aback by the delicious quality of the meal, pausing mid-bite with an expression of pure surprise. Thoroughly enjoying the food, Sharif Mode suggests that opening a restaurant would be a highly successful business for Elrose. Sharif Mode discusses the labor needs in CR for apple harvesting while expressing support for Diva's recent migration policies. Eating a small snack, Elrose wonders aloud if Elden Village should also receive similar support for its own reconstruction.
Elrose asks if a separate application is needed for support, leaving the black-haired Rakshan in a pensive, silent state.
A sleepy snore sounds from the puppy as Sharif Mode offers his personal assistance should Elrose pursue her restaurant.
In the evening light, Sharif Mode apologizes for the late hour as he prepares to depart near the waiting horses. Blushing with genuine warmth, the dark-haired representative admits he had a wonderful time despite the long meeting and late night. Elrose hands over a bag of homemade corn snacks for Sharif Mode to enjoy during his long ride home. Sharif Mode is delighted by the thoughtful gift, while Rakshan watches them from the background with a stoic expression. As Sharif Mode rides away with a thump, Rakshan declines tea and informs Elrose he must head out again. Standing alone in the night, Elrose is left surprised and confused by Rakshan's sudden decision to leave so late. Sitting with her puppy, Elrose wonders if Rakshan has been in a bad mood since Sharif Mode's arrival in town. A dramatic close-up of Elrose's vibrant green eyes captures her focused concern regarding Rakshan's recent distant and avoiding behavior. A vibrant ring sounds as the group arrives in CR, revealing a bustling town square centered around a large fountain. Elrose is struck with awe as she observes the city's scale, realizing it is far more developed than a simple village. Rakshan experiences a sudden shudder as Elrose praises Sharif Mode's hard work in achieving such impressive local success. A red-haired man points out a local site to Elrose, who reacts with a look of curious and startled interest. The group looks toward a massive, tiered wooden structure being prepared as a bonfire for the upcoming festival celebrations. A dark-haired woman in purple attire stands with crossed arms, watching the newcomers with a stern and watchful gaze. The red-haired Kian warns Elrose to be extremely cautious if she visits the festival on its final day. He explains that rowdy drunkards often cause trouble by trying to force kisses on anyone they find nearby. A growl sounding, Kian suggests that the fierce Rua should bite any man who dares to bother her. Elrose laughs at the idea, but their levity is broken by a sudden, loud shout calling for Rakshan. A rhythmic tapping sounding. Someone approaches with great haste, their footsteps echoing across the cobblestone street. A dark-haired woman named Manasa lunges into Rakshan's arms, leaving Elrose and Kian frozen in total shock. Beaming with unbridled joy, Manasa glows as she celebrates the return of her longtime friend and favorite mercenary. Rakshan introduces the overly affectionate Manasa as the younger sister of Sharif, the respected representative of CR Village. Manasa's friendly expression instantly vanishes as she shoots a sharp and intensely suspicious glare directly toward Elrose. Feeling the weight of the girl's hostility, Elrose realizes Manasa clearly harbors deep romantic feelings for Rakshan. Despite the obvious tension, Elrose can't help but admire the striking beauty of the elegant woman glaring at her. A quick movement sounding. Rakshan steps between the two women to put an end to the awkward silence. With a serious and unwavering gaze,
Rakshan prepares to deliver news that will change the entire group's dynamic.
Rakshan firmly takes Elrose's hand and introduces her to the stunned Manasa as his lawfully wedded wife. The bombshell announcement leaves Elrose wide-eyed and gasping, her mind struggling to process Rakshan's bold and unexpected lie. Kian and his fellow mercenary stand in a state of utter disbelief, their jaws dropping at the news. Manasa's face drains of color as she experiences a jolt of shock, unable to believe her childhood crush is married. Elrose nervously tries to laugh it off as a joke, but Manasa remains skeptical of the blonde girl's explanation. Manasa forces a laugh, yet her boiling fury is thinly veiled behind a wall of biting and sarcastic humor. Rakshan remains stoic, though a tiny bead of sweat betrays the immense pressure of maintaining his sudden deception. The scene shifts to the elegant and well-crafted architecture of the prosperous village where the group is staying. A sniffing-sounding Manasa leads Elrose and Rua into a luxurious, flower-filled guest room within the village lodging. Handing over a silver key, Manasa mentions she has heard quite a lot about Elrose from her brother, Sharif. A sinister giggle sounding, Manasa plots a way to turn this new connection into an advantage for her heart.
A long sigh sounding, Elrose leans against the balcony railing, feeling overwhelmed by the day's constant emotional roller coaster.
She reviews the layout of the building, noting her room is conveniently situated between her two loyal mercenaries. Her attention is drawn to the window at the end of the hall, wondering who is staying nearby.
A jolt of realization strikes Elrose as she confirms the corner room is occupied by none other than Rakshan. A sudden turn sounding, Rakshan spots Elrose from his own balcony, causing both of them to pause in surprise. Rakshan stares back with a pensive and melancholy expression, his mind clearly troubled by the lie he told. A soft thump sounding, Elrose sinks onto her bed, her heart thumping wildly after their brief, intense eye contact.
She reflects on their contract, reminding herself the marriage was born solely from mutual need, not genuine affection. A rhythmic thumping sounding, Elrose is startled by how her body reacts to the thought of being Rakshan's wife. A narrative panel explains that marriage papers are often viewed as mere formalities in the harsh northern regions. A dejected slump sounding, Elrose feels a wave of sadness as she considers the temporary nature of her stay. She envisions a future where Rakshan finds a real partner, worrying she should have left his home much sooner. Looking at the house decorated to her exact taste, Elrose realizes she has grown deeply attached to her surroundings. Elrose admits to herself with a heavy heart that she truly does not want to move out or leave. She silently wishes that Rakshan won't find another partner, a thought that leaves her and Rua looking bewildered. A sudden gasp sounding, Elrose tries to convince herself her possessive feelings are only because she likes the house. Deciding to clear her head, Elrose heads out with Rua to buy a large supply of Ciar's famous apples. A loud bang sounding, the furious Manasa kicks open her brother's office door, her face contorted with anger. She storms toward Sharif's desk, demanding to know the truth about the mysterious woman traveling with their friend. Sharif releases a weary sigh, repeating his claim that Elrose is simply an acquaintance who lives with Rakshan. Manasa shouts that Rakshan explicitly called her his wife, causing Sharif to stop his work in a stunned silence. Staring back with a look of pure shock, Sharif is left speechless by the news of Rakshan's sudden marriage. A draconic roar sounding, Manasa's aura turns monstrous as she insists Rakshan would never joke about such a thing. A sharp snap sounding, Sharif calls out her rotten personality while she demands he support her regardless of her behavior. Sharif firmly declares he will not tolerate her antics, reminding her that Elrose is an invited guest of Ciar. A hum of agreement sounding, Sharif prepares his horse for departure as evening shadows stretch across the village courtyard. Sharif Mode reflects on meeting someone he can truly converse with for the first time in a long while. Manasa looks puzzled as Sharif reveals that the person occupying his thoughts is actually the blonde visitor, Elrose. Sharif admits he finds himself mentioning Elrose at least 3 times a day, much to his sister's growing suspicion. Narrowing her eyes, Manasa concludes that her brother clearly harbors romantic feelings for the girl living with Rakshan. Sharif warns his sister with a stern look, telling her not to do anything reckless while Elrose is here. Smirking confidently, Manasa questions if she seems like the type to harass another woman over a man's attention. Manasa admits she doesn't see Elrose's charm, but resolves to try even harder to win Rakshan's heart herself. The scene shifts to the bustling village, where a traveler is greeted warmly after their long and tiring journey. Radiating pure joy, Elrose presents a beautiful rose-shaped apple pie as a special festival treat for the villagers. A notice appears announcing that a team is currently recruiting paid translators, proofreaders, and editors for various positions. A close-up reveals trays of golden, rose-shaped pies sitting alongside a basket of fresh, pink festival apples. Elrose invites the villagers to try her pies, while a red-haired man wonders if she should be giving them away. A man with a goatee enjoys a bite, noting that the pie is crispy and exceptionally pretty to look at. A munch and crunch sounding. 2 villagers happily enjoy the snacks while noting the unique floral shape of the pies. Beaming with pride, Elrose explains that she specifically crafted these decorative pies to celebrate the CR festival's spirit. Elrose suggests that people should gift her pretty pies to their loved ones to mark the festivication together. An ahem clearing his throat sounding. A man in a suit steps forward to inquire about the price of the pies. The man is visibly shocked by the cost, comparing the small, artisanal pie to his larger hometown favorites. A cheerful villager laughs at the young man's hesitation, urging him to trust Elrose and buy the delicious treats. Elrose offers her first customer an incredible bargain, promising a full box of pies for only 3 gold coins. Amidst a background of cute bears, someone praises Elrose's natural talent for business, despite her being from the Empire. Excited by the generous deal, the man in the suit immediately changes his mind and asks to buy a box. A loud shout sounding, Elrose joyfully announces she will extend the same discounted price to her next 10 customers. A wave of excitement hits the crowd as eager villagers push forward to grab a box before they sell out. A noisy clamor sounding. The square fills with romance as a happy couple shares a celebratory kiss over their pies. Sunlight filters through the lush trees, providing a peaceful moment of transition during the busy and vibrant festival day. A bark and hustle sounding. A long line forms at the stall, while Rua watches with excited, wagging energy. A relieved pew sounding. Elrose wipes her brow and checks on her older helper, Mirren, during the rush. Mirren admits she is doing fine, but remains a bit surprised by the sudden and massive influx of customers.
Elrose asks Mirren to handle the payments so she can focus on handing out the pies much more quickly.
A warm beam sounding. Mirren happily agrees to help, clearly touched by Elrose's kindness and trust in her. The narrative shifts back in time to reveal the events that took place 5 hours earlier this morning. A chatter and bustle sounding. The morning market is already full of life as various villagers set up stalls. Walking through town with Rua, Elrose observes a long line and wonders what the villagers are waiting for.
Elrose is intrigued by a sign for festival-exclusive herb apple jam, realizing there are many local specialties to find.
While considering gifts for her friends, Elrose's attention is drawn to a stall that looks quite unappealing to others. 2 men cruelly mock an older woman's humble lattice pie, questioning if it has already been partially eaten. A close-up shows the simple apple pie that Elrose admits looks a bit rough compared to more professional goods. The men continue to sneer and snicker, making hurtful comments directly in front of the woman who made it. A cackle and flinch sounding. A man suggests the pie would make someone sick, deeply hurting the elderly baker. Observing the cruel interaction, Elrose feels a surge of sympathy and worry for the clearly distressed and embarrassed woman.
A sudden shout sounding. Elrose surprises everyone by stepping forward and firmly asking to buy one of the pies.
Mirren looks up with a touch of startled confusion, unable to believe someone actually wants to buy her work. Feeling defeated, Mirren offers the pie for free,
and admits she was just about to pack up and leave.
Elrose gratefully accepts the pie and takes a big, brave bite, thanking the surprised woman for her kindness.
A crunch sounding. Elrose's eyes widen as she realizes the pie's taste is far superior to its unrefined appearance. She reflects that despite its looks, the pie is delicious and made with exceptionally high-quality ingredients and care. Swallowing her bite, Elrose asks if Mirren made it herself and gently suggests that fixing the shape would help sales.
A shy blush sounding. Mirren smiles and asks if her lack of baking skill is really that obvious. Elrose feeds a piece to the happy Rua and listens as Mirren worries about her excess apple filling at home.
Elrose stares in disbelief as she learns about the plan to discard the perfectly good pie ingredients.
Mirren explains her husband's failed festival preparations and offers Elrose the remaining pies since she cannot sell them.
A gentle pour sounding. Mirren serves tea while sharing that her late husband was the true cook of their home.
Mirren gazes at a photo of her late husband, mourning his passing just months after booking their festival stall.
A lick and slurp sounding. Rua enjoys a treat, while Mirren admits she struggled to replicate her husband's beautiful designs.
Noticing a large jar of leftover apple filling, Elrose realizes Mirren has an abundance of high-quality ingredients going to waste.
Mirren sadly explains that she overextended herself trying to honor her husband's lifelong passion for the village festival. Touching her chin thoughtfully, Elrose begins to formulate a clever plan to help the struggling elderly woman.
The scene shifts to evening as Sharif suggests sharing a snack with Rakshan before they begin their patrol. A reach sounding, Sharif presents a rose-shaped apple pie, noting its sudden and massive popularity at the festival market. Rakshan examines the beautiful pastry, immediately thinking that the delicate and sweet treat would be perfect for Elrose. Rakshan's pensive blue eyes reflect his deep focus as he considers his growing feelings for the blonde girl.
Aha sounding, Sharif enjoys the snack while Rakshan finds himself unable to stop thinking about Elrose's presence.
Rakshan recalls his earlier attempts to distance himself from Manassa's unwanted romantic advances and persistent attention. He vividly remembers the look of concern on Elrose's face during his tense encounter with the dark-haired woman. Reflecting on the moment, Rakshan realizes that simply claiming Elrose was his wife might not have been a sufficient solution. His expression hardens with determination as he considers how to better protect his relationship and clarify his true intentions. Sharif hands over a festival guidebook, hoping to distract his friend with information about the local celebrations and traditions. A bounce sounding, Sharif enthusiastically points out a specific section of the guidebook to the skeptical black-haired man. A giggle and chuckle sounding, a group of young village women nearby react with excitement to the handsome pair. A bow sounding, Rakshan offers a polite greeting that causes the watching girls to erupt in a sudden squeal. Surrounded by hearts, the village girls playfully argue over which of them received the handsome mercenary's special attention. A nudge and jab sounding, Sharif playfully teases Rakshan, suggesting he should finally consider settling down in Cesare. Closing his eyes firmly, Rakshan reiterates that he is already married, despite the informal nature of the arrangement.
Sharif looks baffled, questioning why Rakshan won't seek a true life companion if his current marriage is just a formality.
Sharif advises that a young man should be bolder and honor fate with a proper traditional ceremony. A chatter and ramble sounding, Sharif lectures Rakshan on the differences between casual modern relationships and imperial traditions. Rakshan reflects on the harsh northern culture where legal marriage papers often hold very little weight or social significance. He realizes Manassa dismissed his marriage claim because he failed to use the culturally significant term for a life companion. A flip sounding, an annoyed Rakshan scans the guidebook for a way to formalize his bond with Elrose properly. The guidebook details the romantic legend of summer apple wine, claiming a shared drink and kiss creates eternal companions. Rakshan's eyes widen as he reads that the ritual guarantees a spiritual union between two people who like each other.
A shout sounding, Rakshan demands to know if the powerful companion legend only applies to those born in the north.
A surprised Sharif asks to see what has suddenly caused his usually calm friend to become so intensely agitated.
A beam and tap sounding. Sharif reassures Rakshan that companion ceremonies are open to everyone, regardless of their origin.
A wobble sounding. A completely exhausted Elrose and Rua finally return to their room after a long day's work. A reach sounding. Elrose pulls a heavy black bag from a box, her eyes shining with a sense of accomplishment.
Hee sounding, Elrose presents her earnings and joyfully declares that their decorative pies were a massive success. Flashback reveals Elrose and Daisy discussing how beautiful presentation is essential for attracting customers to their new dessert products.
A proud-sounding Elrose beams as she remembers how Daisy's expert lessons helped make her festival pies so popular.
A da-dun sounding. The rose-shaped apple pie is officially recognized as a festival-exclusive product with its own patent.
A whip and woof sounding. Elrose and Rua celebrate the news of their 3-year exclusive sales guarantee from the village.
Elrose smiles warmly, satisfied that she has already secured extra help to handle the increasing demand for tomorrow's festival. Returning to a moment earlier, the scene shows the empty jars and crates left behind after a frantic baking session. A creak sounding. Elrose lies face down in exhaustion while Mirren watches over her after their intense day of work.
A brown-haired village woman appears at the door, offering her assistance to the clearly overworked and tired baking duo.
A step and pop sounding. More local bakers arrive to help as Elrose and Mirren share a joyful, emotional embrace.
Elrose eagerly accepts the help, admitting they are in desperate need of extra hands to keep up with orders.
The helpers agree to assist in exchange for eventually learning Elrose's unique and successful rose-shaped pie baking techniques.
Gazing at the crescent moon, Elrose reflects on the 3-year promise she just made to stay and teach the villagers. The quiet morning street reflects Elrose's growing anxiety about her eventual and inevitable departure from the village.
A lean-sounding Elrose wonders if she can truly stay unless Rakshan finds a life companion first.
Looking out from the balcony, she notices the town's morning bustle and wonders if her friend has returned.
Elrose giggles as she reflects on the rumor that Rakshan actually went to buy the festival's romantic wine.
A da-dun sounding, she is struck by the shocking realization that the wine is used for finding wives. In a quiet room, a red-haired man observes his friend's unusual behavior with a knowing and mischievous smile.
A woof sounding, Rua watches as a man suggests using alcohol's power to finally get things done.
The atmosphere is heavy with expectation as the group considers the timing for Rakshan to find a companion.
A whimper and whine sounding, Rua senses Elrose's internal distress as she leans against the wall in thought.
Entering the kitchen, Elrose finds Rakshan searching the pantry while she struggles to process her swirling emotions.
Rakshan looks back with a confused expression, reminding her that he doesn't typically consume any type of alcohol.
A ha-ha sounding, Elrose nervously laughs off her question, claiming she was only curious about the wine's fame.
She ponders the contradiction, remembering clearly that he previously expressed zero interest in the special festival wine.
A clench sounding, she realizes something significant must have happened to cause his sudden and drastic change of heart.
A close-up of her blonde hair highlights the messy state of her thoughts after a night of worrying.
A clench sounding, Elrose feels self-conscious about her appearance and the lingering scent of food on her dress.
A spring sounding, she quickly moves away, trying to convince herself she isn't the reason for Rakshan's actions. A wriggle and squirm sounding. The morning reveals a massive crowd already waiting for the day's festival events.
A yawn and da-dun sounding. A hooded Rakshan realizes he severely underestimated the festival's popularity and scale.
Observing a happy couple nearby, he feels a pang of longing while waiting alone in the long line. Surrounded by people but feeling isolated, the hooded man wonders what his own future holds at the festival.
Cloaked in shadow, Rakshan's heart wavers as he questions if Elrose will ever truly choose to stay.
He recalls the moment Sharif appeared,
fearing the charismatic man's influence might sway Elrose's heart away.
Surrounded by blooming flowers, the dark-haired Sharif suggests that Elrose should consider staying permanently in the city. Sharif offers financial and moral support for a shop, while Rua watches the interaction with a flat stare.
The beautiful architecture of CR stands as a reminder of the many opportunities Sharif can provide for her.
Rakshan sits in silence, tormented by the possibility of Elrose leaving him to follow Sharif to the capital. A shop sign hangs quietly, marking the location where Rakshan successfully purchased the wine for his intended companion.
Holding the ribboned bottle, Rakshan vows to find a way to make Elrose more interested in him.
A floral pattern marks a peaceful transition as the narrative shifts back to the busy festival preparations.
A rush-sounding Elrose bursts into the bakery, apologetically explaining her lateness to the waiting village helpers.
She squeezes her eyes shut, admitting that thoughts of Rakshan and the wine kept her awake all night. The villagers welcome her warmly, having already begun the baking tasks Elrose organized for them the previous evening. Seeing her vision coming to life, Elrose feels a wave of relief and gratitude for her reliable team. A slice and peel sounding, the group carefully prepares apples in salt water to maintain their fresh look. Elrose works side by side with the village women, teaching them the delicate art of rose-shaped pastry design. She knows that while others might try to copy her designs, her unique flavors will remain unmatched. A village man presents a perfectly shaped pie, earning high praise from Elrose for his rapid skill improvement. She plans to claim her title as the original creator while eventually selling her goods at Daisy's shop. A few sounding, a suggestion for a well-deserved lunch break brings a brief moment of rest. Wiping her brow, Elrose shares a joyful laugh with her helpers as they survey their impressive work. A purple-haired woman offers a warm package of stir-fried vegetables harvested from her own garden this morning. Another villager presents a bucket of fresh farm goods, eager to share her bounty with the talented baker. Elrose looks at the overwhelming amount of food, shocked that they have enough to feed 50 people. A clatter sounding, the group settles down to enjoy a hearty meal of bread, cheese, and fresh fruit. During lunch, a curious villager asks if the rumors about a handsome mercenary in town are actually true. They discuss a legendary handsome father from years ago, wondering if the new mercenary is his grown son. A bottom sounding, Elrose listens intently as they recall how women once flocked to become that man's wife. Aha sounding, a woman sighs. A woman sighs, noting that many eventually gave up due to the dangerous mercenary lifestyle. A freeze sounding, Elrose stops eating as she hears the grim reminder that a mercenary could die anytime. Over a simple meal, a woman ponders the heartbreaking reality of a husband dying alone in a distant land. The blonde woman considers that a handsome, hardworking mercenary who helps at home might be worth the risk. Surrounded by local bakers, the blonde woman listens as they praise a man who stays home when not working. The green-haired woman asks if she truly understands the spiritual weight of becoming someone's lifelong companion in the North. Amidst blooming roses, the blonde woman wonders if the companion bond is simply a more significant version of marriage. An illustration shows how the ceremony creates a deep spiritual link, allowing partners to sense each other's emotions and health. Her green eyes widen in shock as she realizes the legendary companion connection is a literal, tangible reality. Closing her eyes, the green-haired woman demonstrates the bond by correctly sensing her companion is having a drink. A joyful imagination of two men sharing wine illustrates the specific, detailed sensations shared between two spiritual companions. The blonde woman is stunned to learn that companions can feel even the smallest, most specific details of another's life. The air turns heavy as the conversation shifts to the darker, more permanent consequences of such an intense spiritual connection. A red-haired woman weeps over a coffin, illustrating the devastating, life-shattering impact of losing a beloved spiritual companion. An illustration of a crying man highlights the profound, inescapable loneliness that follows the death of a soul-linked partner.
Staring blankly, the blonde woman processes the terrifying risk of a bond that can end in such absolute misery. Next to a peeled apple, the grim warning continues that those who lose their companions rarely survive the grief.
The village helpers explain that many young couples intentionally hold imperfect, informal ceremonies to avoid the life-binding risks. By omitting specific ritual items, couples ensure their bond remains breakable, providing a safety net if their relationship fails.
Looking directly at her, the green-haired woman asks if she still desires to become his companion despite the dangers. An imagination of a handsome man doing domestic chores appears, emphasizing the idealistic dream of a perfect partner. Memories of a smiling black-haired man flood her mind, reinforcing her deep emotional pull toward the mercenary.
Despite the risks, the blonde woman firmly declares her desire to proceed with the soul-binding companion ceremony.
The green-haired woman giggles warmly, realizing her friend's resolve is driven by genuine, deep affection for the man. Blushing among flowers, the blonde woman finally admits to herself that she has truly fallen in love with Rakshan. The warm glow of sunset settles over the village as the long day of the festival finally comes to a close. A cheerful announcement celebrates their massive success in selling every single one of their 1,500 festival pies.
Bidding the villagers a joyful farewell, the blonde woman and her dog Rua celebrate their victory before heading home.
Her exhaustion is punctuated by a tired step sounding as she and Rua walk through the quiet hallway. Despite her fatigue, the blonde woman focuses on organizing her thoughts to prepare a new recipe for the village. A question mark appears as she notices something unusual while reaching into her large brown traveling bag. She recalls the black-haired Rakshan kindly offering to pack her things into his own bag earlier that day. Surprised by the bag's capacity, she and Rua watched as Rakshan efficiently organized her belongings for the journey home. Returning to the present, she finds a group of disappointed village women leaving a pile of gifts at his door. A close-up reveals several ribboned packages and letters left as tokens of affection for the popular mercenary. A forced ha-ha sounding escapes her as she notes her husband's incredible popularity with a flash of jealous annoyance. A firm knock and knock sounding follows as she calls out to see if Rakshan is inside his room. The red-haired Kian appears, surprised to find her standing outside the mercenary's door at such a late hour. She explains she is looking for her things while Kian looks at the mountain of gifts left by admirers.
Kian explains that Rakshan is likely avoiding the village crowds by patrolling the quiet outskirts to avoid unwanted attention.
Both agree that his good looks have become a significant inconvenience, causing problems for everyone involved in his life. Kian lets out a mischievous chuckle as he prepares to show off a specific mercenary skill to help her. A click and clack sounding accompanies Kian picking the lock, warning her not to misunderstand his questionable talents. Searching through the bag, she finally spots the distinct bottle of wine Rakshan purchased during the festival. Her eyes widen in a sudden realization as she stares at the bottle she didn't expect to find. The premium wine bottle stands as a beautiful and significant symbol of the romantic legend they discussed earlier. Holding the bottle, she contemplates the bottle's purpose and what it means for her future with the mercenary. An artistic vision of a romantic shared drink and a kiss represents the spiritual union she now desires. A determined blush spreads across her face as she makes a final, life-altering decision regarding their relationship. Clenching her hand, she vows to go through with the ceremony to protect her husband and their shared future. A lonely step and step sounding echoes as Rakshan walks down the dark street, lost in his own thoughts. A heavy ha sounding escapes him as he reflects on his own feelings, regretting his lack of earlier realization. Narrative text reflects on a lingering interest that began from the very first encounter with the blonde woman. Looking back at her surprise, he realizes his early feelings might have been simple sympathy for her situation. As she laughs over a meal, he recalls the selfish desire to keep her by his side forever. Her tears for her locked-up husband haunt his memory,
highlighting the growing web of lies between them. A drop sounding, the black-haired man hides a deep blush as he finally admits his love for Elrose. His boots come to a halt, sounding as he grapples with the weight of his hidden identity and past. A dun sounding, Rakshan panics, wondering how he can ever reveal that he is actually the legendary Harkin. Darkness swirls as he laments the long duration of the deception he has maintained against the blonde woman. A winged hybrid woman greets Harkin, revealing that dangerous enemies have been tracking his every move for years. Bandaged and weary, the black-haired man realizes his visions of the future demand he stay a while longer. He fears for the blonde woman's safety, knowing hybrids would target her the moment they learn of their bond. Closing his eyes, he realizes the timing is impossible. The immediate risks to her life are simply too great. Walking alone, he notes with a heavy heart that Elrose hasn't even begun to accept his true feelings. A click sounding, he reaches for the door, deciding he must finally see her tonight to clear the air. Entering the room, the black-haired man searches for the special wine, hoping to share a quiet moment with her. A whip and swish sounding, Chibi Rakshan frantically searches everywhere, but the bottle has vanished from the table. Waves of rage radiate from the black-haired man as he realizes someone has meddled with his private belongings. A wham and slam sounding, he roars for Kian to face him, his patience for his friend completely evaporated. A clack sounding, the red-haired Kian appears looking delightfully tipsy, oblivious to the storm brewing before him. A quiver sounding, the black-haired man trembles with fury as he demands to know what they are drinking. Flushed and happy, Kian offers him a taste, insisting that the mysterious beverage is exceptionally delicious and smooth. A clatter and crash sounding. The room erupts as the black-haired man loses his temper with the drunkard. A drop sounding, the black-haired man kneels in a sudden, humble apology for his violent and impulsive outburst. Nursing his bruises, the red-haired Kian indignantly questions if a simple apology justifies such a brutal physical beating. An advertisement showcases the premium golden white wine from Cesare, the source of the evening's chaotic wine misunderstanding. On his knees, the black-haired man explains he mistook the bottle's shape for the one he had purchased. He demands to know if anyone entered his room, and Kian confirms that a visitor did indeed stop by. With a mischievous smirk, the red-haired man reveals that the person who entered his room was actually Elrose. A bolt of shock strikes the black-haired man as he processes the fact that Elrose saw his hidden stash. Chibi Kian erupts in a ha-ha sounding, mockingly suggesting that Rakshan should ask her what exactly went missing. Stunned and confused, the black-haired man wonders why on earth Elrose would have stolen his expensive apple wine. A spring sounding, he bolts toward the door, his heart racing with a mixture of embarrassment and extreme urgency. A creak sounding, the red-haired man shouts after him, annoyed that the apology session ended so abruptly and rudely. Without looking back, the black-haired man tells Kian he can have all the gifts left at the door. A knock and knock sounding, he calls out her name as he reaches the safety of Elrose's bedroom door. The door opens and the black-haired man stands frozen as he catches sight of the blonde woman inside. A sparkle-sounding Elrose appears bathed in light with magnificent wings, looking like a divine being from northern legend. A badoom sounding. The black-haired man's heart skips a beat as he stares at her in breathless, silent awe. The illusion shatters as Elrose tells Rua to hide its wings, revealing the creature was hiding behind her. Recovering from her surprise, the blonde woman asks the mercenary what brings him to her room so late. The charismatic Sharif steps into view behind her, his sudden presence turning the atmosphere instantly tense and awkward. Shock and jealousy flare in the black-haired man's eyes as he finds his rival comfortably situated in her room. A beautiful spread of rose-shaped pastries and fruit sits on the table, marking an intimate and cozy gathering. Sitting together, Sharif pours the apple wine while the blonde woman watches the interaction with mild, quiet concern. A seethe sounding, the black-haired man refuses Sharif's wine, bristling at the news that she received a new dress. He is internally outraged, realizing Sharif not only provided the wine, but also bought her a symbolic white dress. Sharif hums a cheerful tune, looking thoroughly pleased with himself as he dominates the social situation with her.
The charismatic man explains he gifted the dress for the festival, while the mercenary watches him with narrowed eyes. The black-haired man fumes, convinced that Sharif understands nothing about the blonde woman's true personality and preferences.
He criticizes the dress in his mind, noting the restrictive sleeves and tight fit would only bother her movements. The blonde Elrose gazes at her husband, softly asking if he dislikes the dress she is currently wearing. A sharp drop sounding follows as Rakshan bluntly rejects her question, causing the dog Rua to lose its bone. A sudden jump sounding startles Rakshan as the small dog leaps toward him while he continues his blunt critique. A loud smack sounding rings out as Rua slams into Rakshan's face, forcing a muffled "oomph" sounding from him. A firm punch sounding from the tiny creature catches the black-haired man off guard as he wonders why. Holding the dog, Rakshan realizes his words came out wrong as Elrose looks away with a dejected expression. Rakshan calls out to her, but Elrose turns back to Sharif, suggesting they continue their private conversation instead. Elegant blue roses frame the narrative, praising the significant contribution her rose apple pies made to the festival. Sharif explains she will receive a certificate and a prize, prompting a delighted gasp sounding from the blonde woman. Elrose blushes as Sharif notes her popularity, while the black-haired mercenary watches them both with a troubled expression.
Jealousy sparks as Rakshan fumes, wondering why he must learn about his own wife's successes from his rival.
A heavy sigh sounding escapes the black-haired man as he admits to himself how much he hates the situation. Rakshan reflects on Sharif's intellectual charm, bitterly comparing it to his own hidden strengths and secret northern identity. A vision of gold and a legendary sword represents Rakshan's true identity as the powerful Archduke of the North. Giving a quiet peak sounding, the mercenary watches Elrose, wondering if his status would even matter to her. A sharp clack sounding accompanies Rakshan stabbing a sausage, certain the humble Elrose wouldn't care for riches. Elrose bids Sharif a warm farewell at the door, while the black-haired man stands by, feeling awkward and out of place. Reaching out, the black-haired mercenary calls her name as the blonde woman begins to walk away from him. Turning with a cold gaze, the blonde woman asks him what he could possibly want from her now. A sharp humph sounding escapes her as she turns away, leaving Rakshan sweating and nervous to find his words. Boldly placing a hand on her shoulder, Rakshan tells her she should take off the dress she's wearing. Rua lets out a fierce growl and snarl sounding, forcing the panicked mercenary to clarify his sudden demand. Rakshan promises to find her something better to wear, leaving the blonde woman confused by his sudden intensity. Gazing into her green eyes, the black-haired man insists that he knows exactly what suits her the best. Leaning in close, the mercenary repeats his request for her to take off the white dress immediately. A deep flush sounding spreads across Elrose's face as she stands frozen in the black-haired man's intense embrace. Chaos erupts as Rua lets out a woof sounding, biting Rakshan and eliciting a painful R sounding from him. Bright morning light filters through the trees, signaling a peaceful transition to the day after the festival's chaos. Dressed in her simple work clothes and headscarf, Elrose prepares for a busy day with a content smile. A village woman laughs while Elrose reacts with a startled sounding at a surprising and blunt personal question.
The scene shifts to the village clock tower as Elrose stutteringly mentions a friend to the curious locals.
Raising a glass, Elrose and her friends celebrate their successful sales as they enjoy the festival's final moments. A village elder asks if she's returning to Eldon tomorrow, expressing sadness at her potential departure from their village. The elderly man looks genuinely disappointed as he asks if she has considered making her home in Cesare. Chibi Elrose explains she must return to tend her farm, though the village has become very special to her. With a warm and radiant smile, Elrose promises to visit often as the villagers bid her a fond farewell. Dressed for travel, Elrose makes a hurry and dash sounding as she navigates the quiet streets of the village. Rua trails behind her, ignoring the call of its name, while the blonde woman rushes toward her destination. Stopping in its tracks, Rua lets out a curious cue sounding as it spots something unusual on the ground. A sudden swish sounding follows as Rua darts into a room, carrying a small wrapped gift in its mouth. Elrose's face lights up with sheer joy as she discovers the thoughtful and unexpected surprise waiting for her. A radiant sparkle sounding surrounds Elrose as she stands in the beautiful, flowing white dress Rakshan chose for her. Hiding a blush, Rakshan clears his throat with an ahem sounding, claiming mercenaries are simply sensitive to fine details. Elrose admires the dress's expensive quality, unaware of the premium wine bottle sitting on the table behind her. The premium wine bottle and a small note sit on the table, waiting for the right romantic moment. A desperate sprint sounding echoes through the dark forest as Rakshan realizes his timing couldn't be any worse. A giant hybrid monster grrr and dash soundings toward them, while Rakshan and the red-haired Kian give chase. Rakshan stares at the creature in shock, wondering where the dangerous monster could have appeared from so suddenly. A loud pow and bam sounding ring through the night air as a pained Kayeg sounding cry erupts. Kian commands Rakshan to go back to Elrose while he stays behind to finish off the dangerous bastard. Rakshan thanks Kian and sprints into the night, desperate to find the woman he just upset. A rush sounding follows as Rakshan frantically calls out for Elrose while dashing past the village houses. A gasp and pant sounding echo as the black-haired mercenary bursts into the room, only to find it deserted. Rakshan gazes out the window, deeply worried about what could have driven the blonde woman to run away crying. Villagers discuss the danger of the night, while a dun sounding heartbeat highlights Rakshan's growing panic. Fear and regret cross Rakshan's face as he realizes the gravity of his mistake in letting her leave. A sniffle and sob sounding pierce the night as a tearful Elrose wanders through the woods, cursing Rakshan. A cue sounding from the small dog Rua accompanies Elrose as she continues her miserable, drunken walk. A gulp sounding rings out as the chibi blonde woman takes a deep, frustrated drink directly from the bottle. An ah sounding follows a sour grimace as Elrose finds the wine's bitterness matches her current mood perfectly. Determination and heartbreak swirl in Elrose's green eyes as she pushes forward through her hazy, intoxicated state. An sounding and a stumble follow as the drunken woman realizes she is lost in the woods. A sniffle sounding escapes her as Elrose looks down, lamenting that her beautiful white dress is now ruined. Elrose's eyes widen in confusion as she suddenly hears a voice calling her name from the darkness. Stunned, she finds herself back at a village bonfire, wondering how she could still be in Cesare. Couples dance happily around the fire, while Elrose stands alone, feeling disconnected from the festive atmosphere. Rakshan's voice calls to her again, but the confused blonde woman assumes she is simply hearing things. A dash sounding breaks her reverie as Rakshan finally catches up to her, breathless and full of relief. Turning away with a cold expression, Elrose tells him she has no desire to see him right now. A stumble and sway sounding follow as the drunken woman trips, forcing Rakshan to rush to her aid. An embrace sounding fills the air as Rakshan catches her in a back hug, desperately apologizing for his lateness. Tears stream down Elrose's face as she stays locked in his arms, her anger finally beginning to crack. Rakshan explains that a hybrid monster delayed him, but he never intended to leave her side tonight. A dejected flush covers Elrose's face as she softly acknowledges that he was busy with his mercenary work. She tells Rakshan to return to work, insisting he did nothing wrong while she struggles with her emotions. A sniffle sounding accompanies her confession that while he isn't at fault, she is still deeply hurt. Rakshan watches her with a pained expression, realizing his actions drove his wife to this drunken, miserable state. Elrose admits to herself that she is being selfish, but her heart cannot let go of the disappointment. Looking down at her dirty shoes, the blonde woman whispers that she simply wants to go home. A wobble sounding follows as Elrose tries to walk toward Eldon, prompting Rakshan to reach out once more.
A flop sounding occurs as the exhausted woman collapses, falling straight into the mercenary's strong, protective arms.
A heavy sigh sounding escapes him as Rakshan carries her, promising they will return to her farm tomorrow.
A step sounding follows as Rakshan carries the sleeping Elros through the quiet, moonlit forest.
Holding her close, the black-haired man laments that he has ruined what should have been a perfect evening.
Rakshan closes his eyes in a moment of quiet reflection, weighed down by the secrets of his identity.
A poignant thought bubble reflects Elrose's past, realizing she might have collapsed with her village without him.
A slice and clack sounding from the past show Elrose happily preparing food in her simple farm kitchen.
Flashbacks depict their simple, shared life together, filled with the warmth of meals and genuine conversation. A wish-sounding wind carries her deepest wish to remain by his side for the rest of her life. A kiss sounding softly echoes as Rakshan leans down to press a tender kiss to her sleeping forehead. Panic flares in Rakshan's eyes as the blonde woman speaks his name, questioning if she was actually awake. A smooch sounding follows as Elrose surprises him by pulling him into a passionate, reciprocal kiss.
Stunned and speechless, the mercenary holds her close, his heart racing as the atmosphere shifts entirely.
A beautiful blush colors Elrose's face as she looks up at him with a gaze full of love.
Rakshan returns her gaze with equal tenderness, his eyes softening as he finally understands her true feelings.
A step sounding accompanies Rakshan, pulling her into a firm embrace, vowing never to let her go again.
Golden light erupts around Rakshan as a magical seal and chains manifest, reacting to their intense emotional connection.
Elrose gazes in wonder at the shimmering golden aura and magical symbols appearing before her eyes.
Rua lets out a curious Q sounding, watching the divine spectacle unfold in the middle of the woods.
Bathed in a radiant golden glow, the couple stands together as ancient magic binds their souls even closer. A gloved hand grips a bottle labeled Premium, prepared for a significant celebration between the two companions.
Under the starlight, the black-haired mercenary tells Elrose they can hold a perfect ceremony later in Eldon.
A loud ba-dum sounding heartbeat echoes as Elrose blushes happily amidst a garden of blooming roses.
With a nervous blush, Rakshan asks Elrose to officially become his lifelong companion and partner.
A soft flush-sounding color spreads across the blonde woman's face as her eyes shimmer with pure joy. Elrose accepts his proposal, but pauses to ask him for one more thing before they leave the woods.
The couple shares a passionate kiss while a radiant golden light and floral aura surround their emotional embrace.
The scene shifts to a rhythmic whack and thwack sounding as a shovel digs deep into the dark soil. A defeated wolf-like hybrid lies in a hole, its form crumbling away with a soft crumble sounding. The village chief asks if all hybrid monsters typically possess such fierce and animalistic traits as this one.
Kian explains that some hybrids look remarkably human, making them nearly impossible for normal people to detect.
Looking intensely focused, the dark-haired village chief asks how one can possibly tell these creatures apart from humans. A quick fwish and whack sounding accompany Kian as he continues the grim task of digging the grave.
A chibi village chief scratches his head, surrounded by floating question marks, and feeling completely lost by the explanation.
The village chief asks Kian if he intends to keep the appearance of the hybrid monster a secret. Kian confirms his intention to stay quiet about the creature while the burial site is finally completed. Standing together in the woods, the two men finish their work and reflect on the night's dangerous encounter.
Armed with a sword, Rakshan is praised for capturing a monster that usually requires an entire mercenary squad.
A quick glance sounding follows as the village chief realizes Kian is bound to follow Rakshan's authoritative orders. Kian smiles, noting that the chief's quick wit is likely why he leads his village so effectively.
Propping his shovel in the dirt, the red-haired mercenary demands extra compensation for their dangerous efforts tonight.
Kian bluntly suggests that the village chief should give up on any romantic pursuit of the blonde Elrose. The dark-haired man looks genuinely shocked by the mercenary's sudden and direct interference in his personal feelings. With a sharp look, Kian warns that continuing to pursue Elros will make Rakshan his mortal enemy.
Left alone in the dark forest, the village chief stands in silence, processing the heavy and threatening warning.
Warm light glows from the village windows, reflecting the quiet end of the festival under a starry sky.
Kian stretches happily, looking forward to returning to Eldon and enjoying a home-cooked meal from Elros again.
A lively hustle and bustle sounding fills the square as villagers begin tidying up after the grand celebration.
Kian watches with an annoyed expression as a loud ha-ha sounding erupts from a pair of drunk villagers.
The red-haired mercenary sighs, noting that nearly everyone in the village is completely boozed up tonight. A loud wah sounding and crying bubble interrupt the peace as someone laments Rakshan's frequent departures.
A dark-haired woman in a blue dress sits at a table, letting out a loud sob sounding.
A deep gulp and chug sounding follow as the miserable woman drinks deeply from a large wooden mug. A heavy slam sounding echoes as she hits the table, loudly insisting that she lacks absolutely nothing. With a sudden spring sounding, she stands up and declares she will find a better man than Rakshan. A bright flash sounding surrounds the woman as she looks around with renewed, drunken determination for a companion. Kian stands perfectly still with a freeze sounding, horrified by the woman's sudden attention and aggressive energy. A rapid dash sounding follows as Kian flees, shouting that he already has a companion to avoid her. Back in the woods, Rakshan realizes this is the perfect moment to finally speak his hidden truth. A nervous badoom sounding heartbeat fills the air as Rakshan hopes his true feelings are reaching Elros. Elros gazes at him with a gentle smile, surrounded by soft blue flowers in the quiet moonlight. Rakshan begins his confession, while a vision of his legendary armored persona, Harkin, appears behind him. The small dog Rua watches from the bushes, looking worried as the heavy conversation continues in the woods. Elros laughs softly, dismissing his intense words as mere drunken hallucinations or a very strange joke. Rakshan grips her hands, desperately declaring that he is actually the legendary and powerful mercenary king. Chibi Elros questions how he could be the Lord Harkin who never returned to Deva years ago. A vision of Deva's castle in ruins illustrates the tragic consequences of the fake Harkin's cruel reign. A heavy silence falls between them as Rakshan waits for the blonde woman to process his revelation. Elros argues that Harkin is famous for being over 50 years old and a veteran of 3 decades. Rakshan clarifies that his father was the original Harkon, and he has maintained the identity since his passing.
Elros is left speechless as Rakshan makes a shocking revelation, her hand clutching her chest in pure disbelief.
A dawning realization hits the blonde woman as she processes the impossible weight of his sudden confession. Flashbacks reveal Harkin's history, noting his resemblance to his father and his habit of wearing facial bandages. Standing in the glowing woods, Elros asks for tangible proof of his secret identity as the legendary Harkin. Rakshan's expression softens with pain as he recalls a traumatic injury she sustained years ago back in Deva. Memories of Elros weeping over her imprisoned husband resurface as she stares at Rakshan in complete shock. A dark, gloom-sounding atmosphere descends as a terrifying, giant red eye manifests in the sky above them. A sudden swoosh-sounding tentacle attacks, forcing Rakshan to shield Elros as she lets out an ah-sounding scream. Far away at Deva Castle, the same ominous red eye hangs over the silent stone towers in the distance. A piercing screech-sounding cry erupts from the isle, leaving the residents below in a state of absolute terror. Thick, dark shadows swirl in the air, signaling the arrival of a world-ending and malevolent magical presence. The eye continues to loom sounding over Eldon Village, casting a sinister red glow upon the quiet homes below.
Alente unleashes a vroom-sounding blast of magic, shouting for the intruders to get lost amid a boom-sounding explosion.
Fire and smoke engulf the sky above the village as the purple-haired mage stands his ground against the darkness. A crackle-sounding and fsh-sounding energy dissipate as Alente successfully fends off the immediate magical threat. Looking grimly toward the horizon, Alente realizes the entire village will soon face an inescapable and deadly danger. Alente commands the villagers to evacuate toward the capital, leaving the pink-haired woman and her child in distress. He explains he must remain to seal the monster, promising to reunite with them once the duty is fulfilled. Chibi Elrose frets over Rakshan's injured shoulder, but he dismisses the pain with a gentle and brave reassurance. Rakshan takes her hand, insisting she flee the woods immediately for her own safety as the atmosphere darkens. Elrose protests, her eyes wide with fear as she begs the black-haired man to come away with her. He smiles sadly, explaining his duty to fight, while she questions how he can face such a horror alone. Surrounded by glowing light, Rakshan declares that as the mercenary king, he has no choice but to stand firm. A whip-sounding movement follows as Rakshan orders Rua to take Elrose to safety, receiving a firm nod sounding. A flap-sounding noise fills the air as Rua takes flight, leaving the black-haired man alone on the ground. Rakshan knows that once this battle ends, his final secret as the Emperor's half-brother must finally be revealed. High above the trees, Elrose desperately commands Rua to turn back so she can help her husband fight. A gloom-sounding presence returns as a tentacle lets out a whoosh-sounding strike at the flying beast. Rua lets out a crow-ar-sounding roar, gathering golden energy in his jaws to strike back at the shadows. A brilliant flash-sounding and TSS-sounding beam of energy pierces through the dark clouds to destroy the threat. Elrose praises her companion's bravery as Rua responds to her cheer with a determined woof-sounding bark. Diving through the trees with a swoosh-sounding descent, Elrose declares Rua the best companion she could ever have. With a joyful smile, she convinces the golden creature to return and assist Rakshan in the coming battle. A whoosh-sounding flight continues as the loom-sounding eye above lets out an ominous and bright flash-sounding. The narrative shifts to the treacherous mountains that once served as the boundary between humans and the hybrids. Visuals of a hybrid warrior and a monstrous wolf illustrate the hidden, dangerous world lying beyond the peaks. A womb-sounding magical seal once protected the only mountain path from hybrid invasions for generations. A violent crack-sounding echoes as the protective barrier finally shatters under the weight of powerful dark magic. The ancient seal is utterly destroyed, leaving the border wide open for monsters to pour into the human realm. Horrific hybrids emerge from the shadows, crossing the border to begin their merciless assault on the peaceful lands. Kion and the other mercenaries dash-sounding and rush-sounding toward Rakshan to report the sudden border crisis. The black-haired chief looks up, his sharp blue eyes reflecting the gravity of the dire situation they face. Arriving at a womb-sounding portal, Rakshan welcomes his men, relieved that they arrived just in time to assist. A flash-sounding blue portal reveals Alente, who reports that the hybrid archmage has successfully broken the ancient seal. With a nod sounding of grim agreement, Alente and Rakshan prepare themselves as they declare that war has returned. The sun sets behind the mountains, marking the end of peace as darkness begins to claim the land. A flicker-sounding and waver-sounding atmosphere fills Elrose with dread as she wonders if their home is safe. A flash-sounding realization crosses the blonde woman's mind, her eyes wide with a sudden and urgent thought. She commands Rua to stop at Eldin Village, determined to retrieve something vital before the real battle begins.
Rua lets out a cue-sounding chirp, diving toward the village as Elrose pleads for him to hurry.
Light beams descend over the quiet Eldin Village as someone wonders if everyone has successfully evacuated the area. A whoosh sounding accompanies Elrose as she flies toward a house on the winged Rua, needing one last item. Tucked away inside, a framed portrait of a smiling couple is finally found, resting among bright yellow flowers. Elrose identifies the man as the mercenary king Harkin, realizing this is the last precious memento Rakshan possesses.
A woof sounding erupts as Elrose prepares to leave, but her attention is caught by someone nearby.
To her surprise, Elrose spots the purple-haired Priscilla rushing through the village clutching a large white bundle. Elrose calls out in shock while Priscilla stops in her tracks, stunned to see the blonde woman there. Elrose demands to know why Priscilla didn't evacuate, as a happy cue sounding marks Rua's joyful reunion with them.
Overcome with emotion, Priscilla hugs the beastkin, while Elrose asks if the purple-haired Daisy is also still here.
The scene shifts to Daisy's home, where a voice calls out to alert her of their unexpected visitors. Daisy greets Elrose while holding a cooing baby, leaving the blonde woman completely speechless at the sight. Chibi versions of the group react with frantic denials as Elrose immediately suspects Darus has been a punk. Priscilla boldly declares that the couple has only progressed as far as kissing, her eyes wide with mischievous certainty. A blushing Elrose asks how Priscilla could possibly know such things, only for the girl to claim she saw everything. A flashback reveals Darus and Elrose kissing behind the house, a secret Priscilla witnessed before his departure. Overwhelmed by the sudden exposure of her secret romance, a chibi Elrose stammers in complete and utter embarrassment. Elrose regains her composure and turns her focus back to the mysterious woman standing beside Daisy. Surrounded by white magnolias, a serene woman with long brown hair gazes down lovingly at the infant she holds. Elrose remains frozen in disbelief as she tries to piece together the situation within the village house. The brown-haired woman introduces herself as Haria, offering a gentle and tired smile to the surprised Elrose.
Haria explains that her contractions began while traveling, forcing her to seek refuge in the nearest village, Eldon.
She expresses deep gratitude toward Daisy and Priscilla for taking her in and ensuring she and the baby are healthy. Relieved by the peaceful outcome, Elrose smiles warmly, her eyes sparkling with genuine happiness for the new mother. However, the blonde woman's worry returns as she questions why the group hasn't evacuated despite the looming danger. Daisy explains that many villagers chose to stay, simply being too exhausted by the endless wandering of their lives. She notes that Lisa stayed for her livestock, and they themselves couldn't bear to abandon their beloved village bakery. A dash sounding signals Elrose's disbelief as she processes the villagers' stubborn refusal to leave their homes behind. A burst sounding heralds Lisa's frantic arrival as she shouts that they have a serious problem on their hands. Lisa stops short, her eyes widening in surprise as she realizes Elrose has finally returned to the village. She begins to welcome Elrose back, but her expression remains taut with the urgency of the new discovery. Deep in the woods, the group discovers a red carriage abandoned on a dirt path under the sunset sky. A sniff-sniff sounding follows Rua as Lisa and Elrose approach the vehicle, realizing it is more than just a carriage. A creak sounding marks the opening of the door, revealing 4 terrified children huddled together in the shadows. The children tremble and wince in fear, their eyes wide as they huddle together for protection against the strangers. A red-hued rage overcomes Elrose, as she wonders how anyone could cruelly abandon helpless children in the woods. Determined to take action, Elrose instructs Rua to return to Rakshan without her while she deals with the crisis. Framed by white flowers, Elrose's face hardens with resolve as she declares her intention to stay and help. A voom sounding accompanies a glowing seal as the narrative explains how the Eternity Mountains once blocked all passage. Despite the ancient barriers, the hybrids begin their ominous crossing, moving through the mists toward the human lands. A flash sounding signals the arrival of the mage Alente, who confirms the hybrid archmage has broken the seal. A detour begins as Elrose urges Rua to stop at Eldon Village to retrieve something she cannot leave behind. A whoosh sounding accompanies their descent as Elrose tells the beastkin they will leave once she has what she needs. Inside the house, Elrose finds the mercenary king's portrait, determined to protect the last memory of Rakshan's parents. As she exits, Elrose is startled to see Priscilla running past, prompting her to call out in confusion. The scene jumps forward to Priscilla teasing Elrose about her secret kiss with Darus, much to Elrose's shock. Returning to the matter at hand, Elrose looks at the baby and asks Daisy about the mysterious mother. Haria is revealed as the mother, a weary traveler who found kindness and a safe place to give birth. Elrose listens intently,
her face reflecting the shock of finding a newborn in the middle of a war zone.
The view of the village bakery reinforces Daisy's explanation that some things are just too precious to leave. The discovery of the abandoned carriage and the orphans inside seals Elrose's decision to fight for her home.
A group of orphans sits huddled together in a room as a loud creak sounding echoes through the air.
Elrose decides she must stay in her current location, prompting a confused cue sounding from her hidden companion. A thought bubble explains that the ability to perceive simple details is crucial for their survival and understanding.
A grieving woman weeps over a closed coffin, while a warning explains the devastating life following a companion's death. Elrose is startled by a heavy thump-sounding heartbeat, suddenly realizing she can no longer feel Rakshan's presence. A clatter-sounding and rush-sounding follow as Elrose frantically runs outside, determined to find and see Rakshan. Feeling an urgent void, Elrose sprints through the woods until a sharp bite sounding stops her in her tracks.
Rua grips her dress with a persistent shake sounding, desperately trying to prevent her from leaving.
Dropping down with a plop sounding, Elrose asks if Rua can feel something as the creature lets out a cue sounding. Tears well in the blonde woman's eyes as she voices her terrifying fear that something has happened to Rakshan.
Rua responds with a firm shake sounding of his head, reassuring her that her husband is safe.
Wiping her eyes with a quick rub sounding, Elrose feels a wave of relief knowing that Rakshan is okay.
Rua gives her a comforting lick, sounding as Elrose realizes their broken connection must have been caused by something else.
A sudden and powerful whoosh sounding of wind and light surrounds them, signaling a monumental shift in the environment.
Two children watch in awe as Rua transforms into a massive, majestic, divine animal with a thick, golden mane.
With a soft pluck sounding, the great beast removes a glowing object from himself while showing a calm expression.
Rua stands tall before Elrose as a gentle flutter sounding fills the air around the glowing, legendary creature.
Looking up at her companion with wonder, the blonde woman realizes that Rua is actively trying to protect her.
Elrose embraces the beast while a loud purr sounding vibrate from Rua's large, furry head. Trusting her home is safe, Elrose sends Rua to protect Rakshan, promising to scold him next time they meet.
A powerful swoosh sounding echoes as the golden creature takes flight, soaring across the bright blue sky toward the battle. Walking back with a rhythmic step sounding, Elrose confirms to the curious children that Rua has always been divine.
A faint rustle sounding from the nearby bushes reveals a pair of glowing eyes watching the group from the shadows. One of the young boys pauses with a confused expression, sensing that someone or something is lurking behind them.
A heavy clatter sounding follows as a basket hits the ground, accompanied by a terrified and loud "ah" sounding scream.
Elrose spins around in shock, her heart racing as she sees a sudden threat emerging from the dense forest.
A hooded woman.
The narrative notes that the intruder is holding a tiny infant and appears to be suffering from extreme starvation.
The young boy lets out a terrified shake sounding and tremble sounding as a small chibi Elrose watches in horror. Responding to the threat, a basket of apples and supplies is released with a heavy drop sounding onto the grass. Elrose offers food and shelter, pleading for the hooded woman to spare the child and put the knife down. Sensing the sincerity in the blonde woman's voice, the hooded mage moves her hand lower, distancing the blade.
A rapid dash sounding is interrupted by a violent boom-sounding explosion that sends a massive plume of fire skyward.
The hooded woman reveals she is a mage, ordering Elrose to lead her to her home without making a sound.
A memory reveals the mage using a crackle-sounding lightning spell against a massive stone wall in a desolate land.
A wolf-eared hybrid praises the mage, Niahardi, declaring they will burn down the human cities once they arrive. Niahardi argues with the hybrid leader, reminding him they agreed to seek safety for the vulnerable members first. The hybrid cold-heartedly orders the weak to be left behind, showing no mercy for those who have struggled. Other hybrid refugees, including a winged woman and animal-featured people, look on as their leader prepares to abandon them.
A heavy, gloom-sounding weight settles over Niaharti as she realizes the leader intended to discard everyone from the beginning.
With a cruel grin sounding, the leader threatens the mixed-blood mage to move forward or face his immediate wrath.
Niarti tells him to shut up, her face partially obscured by shadow as she prepares to defy his orders. A bright flash sounding of magical energy erupts as Niaharti declares that the leaders are the ones being left behind. Niarti commands the refugees to hurry as they begin a frantic sprint sounding away from the cruel hybrid leader.
A winged companion collapses with a slump sounding and gasp sounding, leaving Niarti to urgently try and revive her. The exhausted winged woman admits she can no longer continue, her strength failing her at a critical moment.
With a teary-sounding goodbye, the dying woman thanks Niaharti for protecting a failure like her during their flight. Niaharti looks on in total shock, unable to fully grasp the weight of the silver-haired woman's sudden and tragic farewell.
With a quick swish-sounding motion, the mother hands her child over, begging the green-haired mage to save her infant.
The baby lets out a tiny ga sounding, resting peacefully as Niaharti takes on the burden of the mother's final wish.
Niaharti declares her intent to save the child, her expression full of resolve and yellow-eyed determination.
In a quiet room, Haria sits with a companion, gently cradling the infant in her arms. A sudden clack sounding marks the arrival of the hooded Niarti, startling Elrose in her chambers.
Outside the modest house, a voice calls out to Elrose, questioning the identity of her mysterious visitor.
The group reacts with shock and confusion as the green-haired intruder stands before them.
A brilliant flash sounding accompanies Niaharti's warning that no one will be allowed to leave or seek help.
Niaharti issues a lethal threat while the baby's cries of wah sounding and wah sounding pierce the air.
Haria tries to approach, but the defensive hybrid orders her to stay back amidst the infant's loud crying.
Haria offers to nurse the starving child, explaining her ability to help as the others look on.
Desperate for the baby's survival, Niaharti urgently hands the child over to Haria for immediate feeding.
A clench sounding highlights the hybrid's internal struggle as she watches her charge being taken care of.
Issuing a final warning, Niaharti lets out a reach-sounding motion as the hungry baby continues to wail.
In a moment of serene beauty, Haria peacefully nurses the infant, surrounded by blooming floral imagery.
The scene shifts to the wounded Rakshan, who lets out an sounding groan while resting among his team.
With a vuv sounding and voom sounding and voom sounding of magical energy, Alente performs a complex spell to aid the fallen.
Cugin lets out a painful groan sounding, his arm bound in a sling following the intense combat.
Alente reports that despite her best efforts, the injured warrior remains in a dangerously critical condition.
Outside the medical tent, the remaining mercenaries gather, their faces grim as they await news. Rakshan questions the whereabouts of Kian, noticing his absence from the group during this dire hour.
A swish-sounding curtain reveal follows as a teammate explains that Kian has left to seek bloody revenge. Rakshan is baffled by how Kian could track Niaharti, but his companion insists the red-haired man will find her.
Alente looks away solemnly, whispering Kian's name as she prepares to reveal a long-held secret.
A somber realization dawns as the narrative confirms that Kian is actually Niaharti's destined companion. The group is stunned into silence by the revelation, prompting Rakshan to ask if anyone else knew.
A sharp grab sounding follows as Rakshan seizes Alente's collar in a sudden burst of frustration. Demanding answers, the black-haired leader asks why this vital information was kept hidden until now. A heavy da-dun sounding heartbeat echoes as Alente explains she was merely honoring Kian's request for secrecy.
With a sprint sounding and dash sounding, Kian races through the woods, wondering if Niaharti fled south.
Kian reflects on how Niarti has weakened, failing to notice their companion bond has been restored. A memory recalls their first meeting in the woods, where Kian helped an injured Cugin find his way.
Despite a language barrier,
the two warriors shared a light-hearted moment about Kugin's impressive physical height. The flashback shows the pair serving together as mercenaries, wielding their heavy blades with practiced ease. A whoosh-sounding and boom-sounding explosion marked the tragic moment Kugin was struck by Nia Hardy's magic.
Kian is plagued by regret, closing his eyes as he laments not stopping Nia Hardy when she first betrayed them.
A step sounding interrupts Kian's thoughts as a younger Nia Hardy approaches him in the sun-drenched forest. Surrounded by flowers, the green-haired woman enthusiastically offers her help, requesting an introduction to Harkin. Kian's eyes narrow with suspicion as he tries to process the young woman's strange and sudden request. Claiming to be a low-grade mercenary, Kian tries to leave with a swoosh-sounding dash as she protests. The scene returns to the present as a pot begins to boil-sounding and simmer-sounding over a campfire. Kian tends to the injured warrior by the fire, telling him to hang in there during his recovery. A gentle tug sounding accompanies Nia Hardy as she bandages Kian's arm in a moment of quiet intimacy. The red-haired warrior blushes deeply, clearly moved by the young woman's unexpected kindness and care. Sitting by the fire, Kian suggests finding a way to stay connected even after the war finally ends. With flowers blooming around them, Kian drops to one knee and asks Nia Hardy to become his companion. Nia Hardy stares at him in utter shock, her golden eyes wide with disbelief at his heartfelt proposal. Her expression turns somber as she softly refuses him, stating that she cannot accept his offer. Kian is devastated by the rejection, his face pale as he desperately asks why she cannot stay. Without another word, Niardi walks away into the shadows, leaving Kian alone with his broken heart. The narrative notes that they grew distant as the hybrids were gradually pushed back during the Long War. A heavy clank-sounding and clash-sounding echo as the final battle looms near the Eternity Mountains. Soldiers prepare to seal the mountain path, but a sudden rumble-sounding and kaboom-sounding explosion erupts, followed by screams. Kian collapses with a painful cough-sounding and clegg-sounding, while his shocked companions look on in utter confusion. Magic crackles with a bzzz sounding and vzz sounding as Nia Hardy ignites a terrifying blaze sounding across the field. The mercenaries realize with horror that Nia Hardy has betrayed them, leaving her allies stunned amidst the raging flames. Now a prisoner, Nia Hardy lets out an sounding groan while bound in glowing blue chains within the room. Kian confronts the bound mage, his blue eyes filled with pain as he desperately asks why she betrayed them. Nia Hardy mockingly calls him a fool, her yellow eyes gleaming as she reveals the truth about his misplaced love. She taunts Kian, asking how it feels to have fallen for the very beast he once claimed to despise. Stunned by her confession, the red-haired warrior stammers in disbelief as he realizes her true identity as a beastkin. Kian insists it is impossible, unable to accept that the woman before him is anything other than completely human. Overwhelmed by the revelation, Kian clutches his head in silence while Nia Hardy watches him with a cold, unyielding expression. Resolving to find the truth, Kian clenches his fist and declares that he must see the evidence for himself. Kian carries the protesting mage away, ignoring her eng-sounding and sounding struggles as they reach a house. Dropping her inside, Kian questions if their entire history was a lie, while Nia Hardy demands to know his plan. In a sudden, confusing gesture, Kian places a bridal veil and flower crown on her head, shocking them both. Ignoring her n-sounding gasp, Kian pulls Nia Hardy into a deep, passionate kiss that silences all of her protests. They pull away with heavily flushed faces, the atmosphere thick with tension as Nia Hardy wonders what is happening. Kian lets out a light-hearted laugh, confidently declaring that their undeniable mating bond is the ultimate proof of connection. Pulling her close, he challenges Nia Hardy to run if she truly hates him, his eyes sparkling with newfound resolve. A memory reveals that Niarti once cast a powerful spell specifically designed to hide her presence from her mate. Back in the present, the red-haired man looks on with a complicated expression, haunted by his lingering doubts. Kian races through the dark forest, determined to reach Elden Village before his strength or the trail finally fails. At the village, Elrose greets a much calmer Nia Hardy, who now wears a dress and sits in a rocking chair. Nia Hardy quietly eats a sandwich as the blonde woman kindly offers to provide more food if she is hungry. Elrose smiles softly, noting that the mage has become significantly more peaceful since she began caring for the baby. Nearby, a group of curious children watches the scene with wide-eyed wonder, fascinated by their mysterious new guest. A warm, flowery atmosphere fills the room as a quiet thought observes how tiny and fragile the infant truly is. The babies rest peacefully in their baskets, drawing an ah-sounding and ooh-sounding reaction from the adoring onlookers. The children marvel at the infants, noting with surprise that the little one looks just like the rest of them. Harya and her companion prepare a warm bath for the babies, suggesting the others go and eat breakfast first. A surprised "oh my" sounding cry escapes the woman as she discovers a secret while preparing the child's bath. The woman is stunned to find tiny wings on the infant, realizing the child is more than she appeared. In the modest village home, the group gathers together as the domestic scene continues to unfold peacefully. Elrose pauses thoughtfully, beginning to address the tension between the villagers and their mysterious green-haired guest. She notes that the baby is no different from them, pleading for understanding and compassion for the innocent child. Elrose stares ahead with determination, her green eyes shining as she hopes to bridge the gap between their worlds. Approaching Nia Hardy, Elrose asks if there is any way they can finally learn to get along and find peace. Elrose explains her understanding that the Beastkin only migrated because of a devastating natural disaster in their own land. Nia Hardy sharply interrupts, declaring that her people did try to find a peaceful solution from the very beginning. The green-haired mage reveals the hidden history, stating that the Beastkin actually reached out to humans many years ago. Elrose is shocked to learn the conflict didn't start 5 years ago, her expression full of confusion and disbelief. A flashback shows the Beastkin crossing the Eternal Mountains 25 years ago, seeking help and negotiating for peace. They offered vast quantities of gold and silver, items humans value most, hoping to buy safety for their families. Elrose is baffled by the revelation, asking why the war ever started if they were willing to negotiate. Nia Hardy reveals her own origins as the child of a Beastkin envoy and a human from that forgotten era. The two women stand together in the room, the weight of the past settling heavily between them during their talk. Suddenly, a beast attacks, forcing Nia Hardy to cast a protective magic circle while Elrose lets out a kya-sounding scream. A terrifying voice declares it has found Nia Hardy, threatening to kill her along with the humans she is protecting. The scene is consumed by a violent explosion of fire as the attacker's lethal magic erupts with destructive force. Amidst the smoke and debris, the threat is neutralized, leaving the beast defeated on the grass outside the house. Elrose asks the green-haired mage why her own kind would want to kill her despite her being a beastkin. Nia Hardy remains silent, her expression downcast as she avoids eye contact with the blonde woman during the tense moment. A shocked realization hits Elrose as she wonders if Nia Hardy is being hunted by the other Beastkin soldiers as well. Nia Hardy walks toward the building while Elrose watches her with growing concern for the safety of the village. Turning back with a small smirk, Nia Hardy notes that the blonde woman is surprisingly quick to catch on. Nia Hardy explains that since the scouts haven't returned, the village is no longer safe from the approaching Beastkin army. Reflecting on her depleted mana, Nia Hardy realizes her pursuers will soon find her hiding place within the quiet village. Looking at the gathered villagers, Nia Hardy worries that everyone will die if she tries to flee with the child now. With a weary smile, Nia Hardy admits her body is too damaged to travel far, leaving her with few remaining options. Faced with a difficult choice, Nia Hardy begins to act while Elrose watches her with a look of utter confusion. Nia Hardy activates a glowing defensive barrier over the house, prompting a startled cry from the amazed blonde woman. Maintaining the spell, Niaharti assures Elrose that the protective barrier will keep them safe for at least one night. Elrose is left standing alone in the yard, her face reflecting the heavy weight of their uncertain and dangerous future. With a quick tap sounding of footsteps, Elrose runs through the village paths, her long skirt fluttering behind her. Elrose's eyes fill with tears as she wonders if their safety is merely temporary and they might perish tomorrow.
Narration explains that several days passed while the Empire's forces arrived to seal the path through the Eternal Mountains.
Taking advantage of the internal chaos, the Empire began its swift and ruthless suppression of the Beastkin people's forces.
In a memory, Alente stands before a massive magic circle, determined to end the war by sealing the only passage.
A close-up reveals Alente's focused gaze, her glasses reflecting the intense purple glow of the powerful magic surrounding her.
The purple-haired mage reflects on her mission, knowing she must finish the complex sealing spell perfectly this time around. Alente recalls the long years she spent locked away in the Mage Tower, dedicating her life to completing the seal. The flashback shows Alente's mounting frustration as she searches through piles of scrolls for the correct magical formula.
Overwhelmed by the difficulty of her task, Alente clutches her head in despair, unsure of what her next move should be.
The scene shifts to the moment Alente first met Elrose, who mistakenly thought the reclusive mage was a beggar.
A knock sounding at the door interrupts the memory as Elrose arrives to bring food to the exhausted Alente. Elrose presents a basket of fried chicken, urging Alente to eat and regain her strength after a long day's work. Alente's stomach lets out a rumbly-sounding growl as she realizes she hasn't eaten since she began her magical research. The mage happily bites into the chicken, her eyes widening at the delicious taste that brings her immediate comfort. Delighted by the food, Alente jokingly claims that the chicken is so good it's sparking new magic formulas in her head. Back in the present, the narrative explains how the barrier traps the remaining beastkin, preventing their return to their homeland. Kian, his face partially wrapped in bandages, asks Alente if all the final preparations for the closure are complete. Alente explains that the dimensional closure ritual is beginning, noting that it will take a full week to activate. She requests that Kian and his men protect her during its process, and he confirms his commitment to her safety. A flap sounding heralds Rua's arrival, the majestic winged lion beast landing gracefully as Kian calls out its name.
Alente is pleased with the timing, asking the group if Elrose has safely reached the capital as they had planned.
Rua's golden eyes fix on the group, conveying a sense of urgency that transcends the need for any spoken words. Kian is stunned by the revelation that Elrose is actually in Elden Village, questioning why she is there. He reflects on his choice to break their mate bond, hoping to protect Elrose, only to realize the plan failed. Realizing the grave danger, Kian worries about the village being defenseless if the Beastkin decide to launch an attack now.
Kian's blue eyes fill with fierce determination as he realizes his true place is not here at the Eternal Mountains.
Entrusting Rua to protect Alente, Kian prepares to depart while the purple-haired mage watches him with a knowing smile. Kian assures the group that the other mercenaries are more than capable of guarding Alente while he is gone. Alente uses her magic to open a teleportation gate, warning Kian that he must save Elrose or be sealed too.
A whoosh-sounding warp carries Kian away, leaving Alente to suddenly wonder if she accidentally sent him to the wrong village.
Nearby in the dark forest, a group of beastkin archers lurks in the shadows, preparing for a surprise assault. A command to begin the assault is given, followed by a swish-sounding volley of arrows flying toward the house. The arrows strike the building, but are harmlessly deflected by the glowing hexagonal barrier Niaharti cast over the walls. Inside, a villager expresses guilt for relying on Niaharti's protection, but the woman tells them it is perfectly okay. Niaharti sits on the floor, focusing her remaining energy to maintain the protective golden magic circle around the room.
The elder woman tells the curious villager that Niaharti is a beastkin mage who is protecting them and the children.
Niaharti asks if the villagers have gathered, warning them not to go outside the house without her permission. Niarti walks away as the brown-haired woman watches her with a mixture of concern and uncertainty. Entering another room, the green-haired mage prepares herself for the long night of maintaining the village's magical defense. Finding Elrose in the kitchen, Nia Hardy asks what she is doing, and the blonde woman explains she is cooking. Elrose holds a knife as she prepares vegetables, wanting to ensure everyone has a proper meal during the crisis. A close-up of Elrose's eyes reveals her inner turmoil as she admits she must keep busy to avoid being scared.
Niardi stands with her arms crossed, watching the blonde woman in silence as the weight of their situation lingers.
The scene shows the careful preparation of onions, ginger, and other vegetables on a wooden cutting board for the meal. In the dark forest, a beastkin warrior curses Near Hardy as a traitor who prevented them from taking the humans' castle. The beastkin commander leans heavily on his sword, his wolf ears twitching as he stands amidst the shadowy trees. A bare-faced warrior reports they found Nihari, and the commander demands to know her exact location. The scout reveals Nia Hardy is in a nearby human village where other warriors are attempting to break her barrier. With a cold and lethal determination, the commander orders the scout to lead him so he can deal with her. The group of beastkin soldiers marches through the tall grass at dusk, heading toward the village with their weapons drawn. A loud, dull-cock-sounding click echoes as Nia Hardy steps out from the protected house to face the approaching commander. Nia Hardy stares back at her former comrades, her yellow eyes glowing with a mixture of sadness and resolve. The commander shouts her name in fury, but Nia Hardy calmly observes that their side has already lost this war. She points out they have no warriors left, having even lost the youth who were supposed to build their future. Two beastkin warriors look on with visible sorrow as Nia Hardy states that their tribe's total defeat was always inevitable. Nia Hardy stares intently at the commander, asking if he feels the same despair and truth in his own heart. The dark-haired commander remains silent, his grim expression softening slightly as he considers the mage's heavy words. Niardi urges the commander to go back home while he still can, if any part of him still longs for it. Conflict erupts among the soldiers as a lizard-faced warrior questions if there is any difference where they finally die. Warriors begin to flee, citing family members left behind as they apologize to their commander for abandoning the fight. Seething with a red-hued rage, the commander tells those who wish to leave to go and never look back. Nia Hardy turns her attention back to the defense, sparking yellow magic in her hand to reinforce the village's protection. A massive lightning strike hits the golden hexagonal barrier, creating a violent quang-sounding explosion over the house. Inside the building, Elrose reacts with shock as the loud boom-sounding impact of the magical assault rattles the walls. Elrose urgently tells the brown-haired woman they must act now as she clutches the baby to her chest. The village house stands silent under the glowing barrier while discarded arrows and weapons litter the ground outside. Niardi kneels over a glowing magic circle on the floor while Elrose watches her from the shadows of the stairs. Stepping forward, Elrose asks the green-haired mage if there is any way she can help during this desperate time. Nia Hardy explains that she needs food and water to stay awake, as the barrier will collapse if she falls asleep. A tray is prepared with a warm bowl of vegetable soup and 2 pieces of bread for the exhausted mage. Niardi gratefully eats the meal, noting the delicious taste, while Elrose stands by with a look of quiet relief. After finishing her food, Nia Hardy suddenly instructs the blonde woman to bring the babies to her immediately. A vision of peace shows an infant resting softly amidst purple flowers and glowing light as the mage's power flows. Nia Hardy casts a specialized spell over the infants to mask both their presence and the sound of their cries. The mage warns Elrose that she cannot hold off the attackers forever, urging her to take everyone and escape. Elrose is frozen in shock as she realizes Nia Hardy intends to sacrifice herself to buy the villagers time. Nia Hardy's gaze is tired but resolute as she estimates she can only maintain the barrier for 2 or 3 hours. Elrose and the villagers, including the purple-haired Daisy, begin their silent retreat through the mountain pass at night. A massive, bare-faced beastkin warrior prowls through the woods, his heavy footsteps sounding a rhythmic kung as he searches. Haria signals for silence as the group hides in the brush, watching the bear warrior pass dangerously close to them. The bear warrior sniffs the air with a low, growl-sounding breath, declaring that he can smell humans nearby. Elrose watches from the shadows with wide eyes, realizing they are at risk of being discovered at any moment. Clutching the sleeping child, Elrose prays for their safety as she remains perfectly still in the tall grass. Elrose whispers to Daisy not to look back and to keep moving, determined to reach safety despite her fear. The two women crawl through the undergrowth, their hearts racing as the rustling sounds of the forest surround them. Elrose points the way forward, but she gasps as the bear warrior suddenly looms over their hiding spot. A massive brown bear monster roars with a fierce uff sounding as it charges through the dense forest. A patter sounding follows Elrose as she desperately sprints away from the towering beast pursuing her through the trees. Panicked and breathless, the blonde Elrose realizes that being caught by the monster means certain death for them all. A sharp thud sounding marks the moment Elrose's boot catches on a stone, sending her stumbling toward the ground. An sounding cry escapes Elrose as she falls hard onto the grass, the sunset sky looming above her. Grunting with an sounding, the blonde woman struggles to push herself up while the monster draws closer. A throb-sounding pulse of red light emphasizes the pain in Elrose's leg as she realizes she cannot move. Heavy thump sounding footsteps vibrate through the earth as the bear monster finally catches up to its prey. The beast looms over Elrose, raising a heavy club with a bung sounding as the blonde woman stares in terror. Desperate and fearing the end, Elrose cries out for Rakshan, while a dark, chaotic energy erupts around the scene. Elrose stares blankly into the distance, her mind racing as she wonders how she managed to survive the attack. Blinking in disbelief, the blonde woman realizes she is still alive, her green eyes wide with shock and confusion. The black-haired Rakshan stands victoriously over the defeated beastkin, his sudden arrival having saved Elrose from a grim fate. Overwhelmed with emotion, Elrose lunges forward with a cling-sounding hug, burying her face in Rakshan's chest in relief. Softly calling her name, Rakshan looks down at the blonde woman, his presence providing the safety she so desperately needed. Tears well in Elrose's eyes as she gazes up at Rakshan, still processing the miracle of her narrow escape. A glow-sounding aura surrounds the pair as they share an intimate moment, their foreheads touching in the quiet forest. Rakshan kneels before Elrose, holding her hands gently while promising that he is finally back by her side. Pulling her close once more, Rakshan affirms that he is right where he belongs, offering comfort to the trembling woman. The two share a deep, lingering gaze, the trauma of the chase fading away in the warmth of their reunion. Rakshan's ornate sword lies forgotten in the grass as he questions why Elrose was alone so far from safety. Elrose explains that Eldin became too dangerous to stay, expressing her fear that the others are still lost nearby. Remembering the mission, Elrose mentions Niahardi, causing Rakshan to react with a start, as his focus shifts immediately. Rakshan's face pales with shock as he repeats the name Niarti, realizing the gravity of the situation they face. Gripping Rakshan's arms, Elrose pleads with him to save Niahardi, her voice trembling with urgency and deep concern. A clash-sounding flare of light erupts over the village fence, signaling the start of a magical confrontation nearby. A tramp-sounding rhythm marks the arrival of Beastkin's soldiers at a quiet cottage, their presence signaling trouble at night. Inside, a green-haired woman coughs with a hack sounding, her face pale as she struggles against a failing body. Staring at the blood on her palm, the woman accepts her approaching end while praying for her child's survival. The green-haired woman orders a blue-haired beastkin to leave, her voice firm despite the blood staining her hands. She challenges the beastkin commander, questioning why he would return to a dying world, only to perish with them. Weeping with a sob sounding, the woman confesses her heartbreaking desire to return home before her strength fades entirely. The Beastkin commander receives a warning that their time is running out, prompting a grim acknowledgement from his companion. With a wish-sounding motion, a bear-like Beastkin draws a dagger, his eyes glowing with a murderous red intensity. A vision reveals the dark tradition of beastkin magic, where living tattoos are flayed from the dead to pass power. The narrative explains the gruesome necessity of coaxing the magic to stay before skinning the bearer for its transfer. With a spark-sounding glint in her eyes, the green-haired woman smiles coldly, refusing to pass her magic gently. Raising her arms with a burst sounding, the woman releases a massive surge of golden energy into the night sky. The beastkin commander shouts in alarm, desperately trying to stop the woman from completing her self-destructive magical release. Staggering with a wobble sounding, the woman clutches her chest and groans with an sounding as the power drains. A magical barrier shatters as the woman successfully severs the spell that had been blocking the connection to her mate. The woman collapses in overwhelming pain, just as the red-haired Kian finally emerges from the shadows of the forest. Her eyes widen in pure disbelief as she spots a familiar face through the haze of her magical exhaustion. Kian stands before her with a weary, affectionate smile, calling her sweetheart as he finds her at last. The woman calls out Kian's name in shock while the beastkin soldiers look on, stunned by the human's arrival. Panting with a huke sounding, Kian remarks on the difficulty of reaching her past the many foes who tried. The green-haired woman is baffled, demanding to know how a human like Kian can speak the secret beastfolk language. Kian explains he studied the language just to tell her that her obsession with killing him is what brought her here. The blue-haired commander coldly dismisses the pair, predicting that one of the humans will soon die on their own. Kian confronts the woman in the village yard, mocking her current state and the curse that defines their human lives. Kian admits the difficulty of facing the beastfolk archmage alone while wearing a nervous, sweating smile. Nia Hardy realizes Kian's true intentions through their mental link, sensing he has no desire to harm her. Kian looks on with somber eyes, prepared to meet his fate at the hands of those he loves. With a gentle, knowing smile, Niardi reaches out as her form begins to shimmer with magical light. Kian's eyes widen in absolute horror as a brilliant, blinding light erupts, signaling a tragic turn of events. Gritting his teeth, Kian clutches his torso as the overwhelming weight of the magical surge takes its toll. Nia Hardy closes her eyes peacefully, her green hair catching the light as she prepares for the ultimate sacrifice. Kian sinks to his knees in the snow, cradling the unconscious Niarti in a tender, protective embrace. Nia Hardy rests in a serene slumber, her features softened by the fading glow of the powerful magic ritual. The beastfolk commander demands Nia Hardy's body, claiming her as property of his tribe amidst swirling dark energy. Rakshan's eyes burn with fury as he warns the commander never to treat Nia Hardy like a mere object. Drawing his blade with a fierce growl, the black-haired Rakshan commands his forces to seize the Archmage's partner. Kian protects the fallen Nia Hardy as a horde of animalistic beastfolk warriors launches a ferocious, unified charge. A massive explosion of blue energy ripples across the battlefield, signaling the violent clash of high-level powers. Rakshan looks on with intense focus as Kian calls out to him while shielding the vulnerable, sleeping woman. Elrose arrives on the scene with desperate haste, prompting a shocked reaction from the red-haired Kian. Panicked and breathless, the blonde Elrose screams Nia Hardy's name as she witnesses the devastating aftermath of the spell. Kian gently lowers Nia Hardy to the ground, his expression heavy with grief as Elrose watches in stunned silence. Entrusting his partner to Elrose, Kian prepares to rejoin the fray, leaving the confused blonde woman behind. Elrose notices Niardis' extremely faint breathing, realizing the profound bond shared between Kian and his dying partner. A crimson tattoo on Niardis' arm appears to crawl and consume itself, indicating the destruction of her spells. Metal sparks fly as Rakshan engages in a high-speed duel, his black hair whipping around during the confrontation.
The beastfolk commander stares down Rakshan, his sword leveled at the man who stands in his way.
Shadows loom over Rakshan as the commander recognizes his opponent's true identity as the legendary mercenary king. Surveying the growing chaos, Rakshan curses their dire situation, realizing the battlefield is far more dangerous than anticipated. Seeing Elros in danger, Rakshan's eyes turn cold and blue as he resolves to eliminate every single threat. Memories reveal how a great shaman bestowed Niaharti with immense magic despite her heritage as a human hybrid. The Beastfolk commander watches the magical residue, desperate to recover the shaman's power before it is lost forever. Beastfolk soldiers raise their paws in a celebratory cheer, hoping for a return to their tribe's former glory. A massive, blood-red tentacle erupts from a dark portal, threatening to crush everything in its path. A purple-winged beast clashes with a multi-eyed red cephalopod monster in a surreal display of predatory power. Rakshan lunges forward with his sword, slicing through a thick red tentacle to protect those behind him. Elrose screams in terror as a massive tentacle looms over her, and Rakshan watches with a horrified expression. A single glowing feather manifests a shield of holy light, blocking the monster's lethal strike just in time.
Elrose gazes upward in awe, recognizing the golden shimmer as a manifestation of her beloved pet Rua's power.
Transforming into a magnificent winged lion, Rua lets out a thunderous roar, radiating a divine and protective aura. Rua bites down on the demonic beast's tentacle while Rakshan watches the massive creature's intervention with utter shock. A Beastman soldier reports to his commander that the demonic beasts have been successfully quelled and neutralized. Facing reports of the approaching human army, the commander is urged to make a final, decisive move. The commander reflects on the cruel history of beastfolk treated as slaves by humans beyond the eternal mountains. Grinding his teeth in resentment, the Beastman wonders how their desperate struggle led them to this tragic impasse. The desolate forest is littered with the remains of defeated monsters, marking the end of the supernatural siege. Accepting defeat, the Beastfolk commander orders an immediate retreat to their own lands to preserve their survivors.
Rakshan runs toward the blonde Elrose, his voice filled with concern as he checks if she is unharmed.
Kian stands in a world of shimmering light, holding the unconscious Niaharti close to his chest once more.
Kneeling before Elrose, Rakshan explains that being a partner means accepting every part of the other person.
Kian prepares to reveal the secret of the ritual of counterattack to those who wish to understand. A dark vision depicts Kian forced to harm his beloved Niaharti, highlighting the agonizing nature of their duty. Kian holds Niaharti tenderly against a backdrop of blooming flowers, proving that love survives even the harshest trials. Elrose watches the heartbreakingly beautiful scene, deeply moved by the absolute devotion displayed by Kian and Rakshan. The blonde Elrose gazes ahead with wide green eyes, acknowledging the deep-seated fear Kian once instilled in her. A quiet close-up captures Elrose's contemplative expression as she processes the weight of her past experiences. High above the town, the narrative explains how Northerners naturally wield magic due to their ancient connection to the land. In the hazy field, Kian cradles the unconscious Niaharti, while Elrose sits nearby, witnessing their tragic final moments. Elrose looks on with sorrow, warning that both she and Rakshan will face a difficult path ahead. A golden portrait depicts Rakshan alongside his beast partner, explaining that a completed ritual creates an unbreakable bond. Kneeling on the cold ground, Elrose is questioned if she truly wishes to bind her fate to Rakshan's again. Kian offers a gentle, bittersweet smile, his red hair framing a face filled with calm resignation. Surprised by Kian's inquiry, Elrose firmly declares her refusal to let Rakshan endure the coming hardships alone. A somber flashback shows a lonely cabin where Elrose once spent countless nights speaking to a silent world. Elrose recalls the turning point when the black-haired Rakshan finally appeared, extending a hand to answer her calls. A soft smile touches Elrose's lips as she reflects on the profound impact Rakshan has had on her life. Surrounded by blooming white roses, Elrose envisions a peaceful future where she and Rakshan share every mundane moment together. Returning to reality, the group remains at the village fence as the setting sun paints the sky in shades of gold. Kian's expression softens further, his blue eyes reflecting a soul that has finally found its long-sought peace. Grateful for Elrosa's presence, Kian prepares to leave, determined that Nia Hardy will not have to face the end alone. Kian holds Nia Hardy close to his chest, their silhouettes framed by the soft, fading light of the afternoon.
Elrosa's face reflects a mixture of shock and sadness as she realizes the finality of Kian's departure.
Framed by purple lilies, Kian kisses Niarda's forehead, accepting their role as tragic remnants of a brutal war. A vision of Nia Hardy shows her walking through a field of golden flowers, smiling back one last time. Walking away into the dense forest, Kian carries Nia Hardy toward their final destination while wishing Rakshan a good life. A shout for Elrose echoes through the air as the sun begins to dip below the horizon. Rakshan sprints toward Elrose, reporting that the Beastkin are retreating and asking about the whereabouts of Nia Hardy. Elrose stands frozen, her breath hitching as she prepares to deliver the news of Kian's departure to Rakshan. Rakshan's face pales in utter shock as Elrose explains that Kian has already left them behind. Overcome by desperation, Rakshan runs into the woods, his voice crying out for Kian as he searches the shadows. Frustration and grief mar Rakshan's features as he demands to know why such a secret was kept from him. The narrative shifts to Kian's childhood, detailing a life of hardship and bullying under a single mother. Flashbacks show how the two young men bonded over their shared struggles, forming a brotherhood forged in adversity. On the battlefield, Kian and Rakshan stood back to back, their friendship serving as a beacon amidst the chaos of war. They shared moments of profound loss, yet Rakshan feels a crushing guilt for being unable to comfort his friend. Rakshan continues to call for Kian, his voice echoing through the misty trees as the light fades completely. A vibrant green magic seal pulses with energy, signaling the moment the human and beastkin worlds were officially severed. Sujo Devli kneels within the glowing circle, having successfully completed the ritual to separate the two realms forever. Meanwhile, Daisy leads a group of weary villagers back to Elden Village, under the protection of the Imperial Army. An Uong-sounding cry erupts from the newborn baby, Seiya, whose dark skin and light hair mark his hybrid heritage. Daisy holds the crying Seiya close, her expression a mix of exhaustion and deep maternal concern. An Imperial soldier draws his sword in a panic, shouting at the sight of the hybrid infant. The village children stand defiantly before the soldier, shielding Seiya and insisting the baby is not a threat. The soldier stares down at the group of determined children as they vow to raise Seiya as their own sibling. Daisy tells the soldiers they can leave, asserting that the village is capable of protecting and raising the child. Amidst sunflowers, a girl joyfully lifts Seiya into the air, promising to protect him from the world's prejudice. Rakshan stands alone at the edge of the forest, his back turned as he gazes at the distant horizon. Elrose approaches slowly, her heart heavy as she watches the man she loves struggle with his grief. Suddenly, the massive winged Rua appears in the forest, his golden mane glowing with an otherworldly light. A pillar of celestial light descends upon Rua as he prepares for a monumental transformation, or departure. Both Rakshan and Elrose stare in disbelief, their eyes wide at the sudden manifestation of divine energy. Refusing to lose anyone else, Elrose throws her arms around Rua, begging the beastkin not to leave her. The light intensifies as Elrose clings to Rua, desperately pleading to be taken along if he must depart. With a kung-sounding landing, Rua transforms into a tiny kitten, leaping into Elrose's arms as a new chapter begins. Elrose holds the tiny cat-like Rua, who snuggles against her while making a happy kung-sounding noise. Smiling warmly, Elrose promises to reward the little creature with plenty of delicious food for staying with them. Amidst the sun-drenched fields, Elrose playfully asks Rua to keep his cute wings as they spend time together. With a Bazrak-sounding rustle, the winged Rua leaps playfully over a log as they explore the forest outskirts. Rakshan and Elrose stand quietly before a damaged cottage, reflecting on the long journey that brought them home. Rakshan looks over at Elrose with a soft expression,
their bond deepening as they face the future together.
A faint smile touches Rakshan's lips as he acknowledges that the war likely left nothing of their past standing.
Elrose gasps in shock as a hand reveals a precious, hand-drawn portrait of a smiling man and woman.
Rakshan explains he diverted to Elden Village specifically to find this last remnant of her family, surprising Elrose.
Clutching the portrait, Elrose notes that while possessions can be replaced, this sentimental treasure is truly irreplaceable.
Rakshan's face glows with a gentle smile as he accepts her gratitude, surrounded by a romantic backdrop of roses.
In a moment of pure affection, Rakshan and Elrose share a tender kiss, finally finding their long-awaited peace. The scene shifts to the majestic imperial palace, its towering spires reaching toward a bright, cloud-filled afternoon sky. Inside the ornate halls, the red-eyed emperor offers a welcoming smile, telling Elrose there is no need for nerves.
The Emperor addresses Elrose and Rakshan, stating he called them here today to resolve a very important matter.
Placing his hand on a stack of papers, the emperor declares his intention to return a significant document.
Elrose is stunned as the Emperor returns the Espensia Manor deed, explaining the crown kept it safe and clean. Looking at the deed in disbelief, Elrose is told that imperial servants will assist her until she finds staff.
The emperor explains he acted because he was made aware of the grave injustice Elrose had previously suffered.
Rakshan smiles beside Elrose, revealing he was the one who detailed her plight to the Emperor to ensure justice. Elrose beams with joy, discovering Rakshan is the Emperor's precious half-sibling and partner to the royal's younger sister. A sudden Miamchit-sounding pause occurs as Rakshan and Elrose's hands touch, a flicker of bashful surprise between them.
Elrose shouts in pure shock at the revelation, while Rakshan reacts with an embarrassed ack sounding over his lineage.
A pajak-sounding snap of playful irritation marks Elrose's reaction as she stares down Rakshan for keeping secrets. Elrose demands to know if Rakshan is hiding anything else, while he tries to explain himself with sheepish alarm.
Playfully calling Rakshan a liar, Elrose's voice rings out over the palace as their light-hearted bickering continues.
The pair stands together in the grand reception room, the sunlight casting long shadows over the beautiful blue carpet. Rakshan groans while Elrose looks on with a bewildered expression, both adjusting to the sudden shift in their lives.
They gaze upon a magnificent portrait of the former empress, whom the emperor proudly identifies as Rakshan's mother.
Elrose gracefully lifts her skirt in a polite curtsy, offering a respectful greeting to the empress in the portrait.
A reflective narrative thought ponders what kind of woman Elrose's own mother might have been in the past. Elrose explains she conveyed everything Neahardi told her to the Emperor, causing the monarch to listen with grave intensity.
Following their discussion, Rakshan and the Emperor's direct units launched an immediate raid on the troubled northern territory.
With a rhythmic tack-tack sounding, armored knights gallop into a quiet village as the local residents watch in fear.
Clad in full armor, Rakshan oversees the liberation of enslaved beastfolk and the confiscation of the corrupt lord's treasures.
Among the dry autumn grass, a bleached ram skull and scattered bones serve as a somber reminder of war. A guillotine stands ready as the Emperor announces the corrupt lord's execution to a crowd of witnessing citizens. Freed beastfolk carry their meager belongings through a forest, migrating toward new lands graciously provided by the royal family. A simple wooden signpost welcomes travelers to Elden Village, the historic site of the final battle with the beastfolk. Elden Village has transformed into a bustling, prosperous city, filled with beautiful architecture and many diverse new residents. Elrose and Rakshan walk peacefully through a sunlit park, their faithful companion Rua trotting happily along the path.
Elrose waves enthusiastically and calls out to Lisa, who is hard at work near a quaint village house.
Approaching her friend, Elrose notes how busy Lisa seems lately as they meet under the bright afternoon sun. Lisa laughs and confirms her schedule, explaining they are working hard to turn mountain hills into lush pastures. Elrose gazes out at the expansive, fertile valley, questioning how such difficult land was cultivated so rapidly. A powerful, bull-headed beastkin laborer diligently hauls heavy crates, surprising the human workers with his immense strength.
Lisa stares in wide-eyed amazement as she realizes just how vital the beastkin have become to the farm's success.
The bull-headed beastkin points and communicates with the animals, effortlessly herding sheep and accelerating the land's cultivation.
Lisa joyfully credits the beastkin for the farm's rapid recovery, leaving Elrose deeply impressed by their newfound cooperation. With a bright smile, Lisa asks the couple where they are heading on such a beautiful and peaceful day. Elrose invites Lisa to join them at the manor via Alente's new teleportation magic, but Lisa stays behind. A nostalgic family portrait depicts a smiling man and woman with their young, pink-haired daughter between them. Rakshan and the brown-haired man discuss the benefits of their small group, while others handle mercenary work elsewhere. Amidst the lush forest, Alente activates a glowing golden portal as Elrose watches the magical energy swirl.
Adjusting her glasses with a confident smirk, Alente welcomes her companions to step through the shimmering gateway.
Elrose questions the safety of the magic, but Alente playfully dismisses her worries and encourages her to enter. With a sudden shove, Alente sends a startled Elrose tumbling into the portal, her kaya-sounding scream echoing. Vibrant green and white magic circles pulse with power as the teleportation spell fully activates in a flash.
Elrose arrives in her grand manor, while Alente's floating head promises to connect Rakshan's home next.
Surrounded by golden sunflowers and roses, Elrose beams with a heart-warming smile, expressing her profound, sincere gratitude. The manor's opulence is on full display, featuring ornate golden architecture and a magnificent, sparkling crystal chandelier. Inside the spacious hall, the young Scylla runs excitedly while Elrose, Darus, and Rua explore their new surroundings. Elrose marvels at the vastness of the manor, her voice echoing through the beautifully decorated, sun-drenched corridors. Little Scylla dances past white statues as the winged Rua flies overhead, both delighted by the luxurious home.
The pink-haired woman shouts Scylla's name, her expression one of frantic alarm as she tries to catch up.
With a huck-sounding gasp, the pink-haired woman scolds Scylla for running and shouting near the expensive ornaments. Scylla clings to Darus's leg, complaining that her older sister is bothering her, while Darus looks on amusedly. Elrose laughs off the concern, noting the house is large enough for a little playful running without any harm. The pink-haired sister remains skeptical, worrying about the potential cost if a precious, fragile ornament were to break. A stern demand for a promise of good behavior results in Scylla's stubborn refusal as Darus watches the bickering.
A well-dressed steward approaches Lady Elrose, urgently requesting her assistance with a stack of important guild documents.
The scene shifts to a serene blue sky framed by olive branches, signifying a transition to a new moment. High above the city, the pink-haired child's head floats in a chibi thought bubble, shouting in pure amazement. Under the soft glow of garden lamps, Rakshan stands alone at night, contemplatively holding a small, ribboned gift. With a hat-sounding startle, Rakshan turns as Elrose arrives, questioning why he summoned her to the gardens. Rakshan explains he sought privacy from the crowded manor, his gaze soft as he focuses entirely on Elrose.
Rakshan reminds Elrose of her past mention of divorce, sparking a moment of light-hearted, bashful embarrassment between them.
Taking her hands firmly in his, Rakshan looks deeply into Elrose's eyes, his expression becoming intensely serious and devoted.
Rakshan vows to stop avoiding his destiny, promising to properly fulfill his role as Harkin by her side.
Elrose listens breathlessly as he warns that his path will become busier and far more dangerous from now on. Amidst a backdrop of ethereal purple flowers, a silent question lingers. Will she choose to be his partner? Rakshan leans in close, his presence commanding yet gentle as he awaits Elrose's response to his heartfelt proposal. Pure joy radiates from Elrose's face, her eyes shining with love as she prepares to give her final answer. With a sudden, happy movement, Elrose throws her arms around Rakshan, pulling him into a tight, emotional embrace. They hold each other close amidst white roses, their hearts finally at peace as they begin their future together. Elden Village flourishes as a vibrant city,
its streets filled with people and bustling commerce under a clear sky.
News spreads like wildfire through the capital, announcing the triumphant and long-awaited return of the Espencia Merchant Guild's successor. In a local tavern, patrons discuss rumors of the emperor's death while Elrose and Rua listen from a nearby table.
Narrative reflections recount how Elrose's disappearance led to dark rumors about the imperial family coveting her family's immense wealth.
A sinister portrait of the corrupt duke appears, illustrating the public's fear that the crown had silenced Elrose forever. Memories of Elrose's darkest hours surface, showing her kneeling in despair amidst a forest of thorns and shadows. In the present, Elrose dabs her eyes with a handkerchief, her beauty framed by the soft petals of roses.
The tavern talk continues, with patrons incorrectly assuming Elrose was hidden in the north throughout the entire war.
Elrose feeds the hungry Rua while listening to the wildly inaccurate rumors, a subtle, knowing smirk touching her lips. The city landscape reflects the Emperor's plan to use an expert to bridge the gap between the north and south.
With a Dalrang-sounding bell, Elrose enters her old guild, ready to take on the heavy duties of leadership.
Elrose chuckles softly to herself, finding amusement in how much the public's rumors have exaggerated her true journey. The majestic Espencia Merchant Guild stands tall, its grand architecture a symbol of the family's restored legacy and power. Elrose greets the elderly guildmaster with a bright, happy exclamation, thrilled to see a familiar face from her past. With a respectful bow, Elrose thanks the loyal woman for protecting the guild's interests during her long, difficult absence.
The brown-haired woman with glasses smiles warmly, noting how much Elrose's features resemble the late Lady Maria.
Rua filters out intruders as Elrose identifies a red-haired man as a spy, much to his utter shock. Rakshan manages northern affairs with a bearded advisor, focusing intently on the heavy stacks of administrative documents. In her manner, Elrose studies maps with her aides, burdened by the weight of her new leadership responsibilities. Overwhelmed by the never-ending paperwork, Elrose groans and expresses a desperate desire to run away from her work. As a door swings open suddenly, Rakshan enters the room, and Elrose's exhaustion turns into immediate, bright joy. Hearts float around them as Rakshan welcomes Elrose into a warm, celebratory embrace amidst festive golden ribbons. Rakshan suggests they run away together, offering a playful escape from the crushing burden of their administrative duties. Surprised and excited, Elrose looks at him with shining eyes, questioning where their secret journey might lead them.
They share a tender, affectionate moment as Rakshan takes her by the shoulders, promising a beautiful, private retreat.
Radiant sunflowers bloom around the happy couple as they prepare to leave their heavy responsibilities behind for a while. They arrive at the stunning Nylea resort, where vibrant hibiscus flowers frame the sparkling blue tropical waters. While enjoying the sunshine, Elrose wonders if their sudden departure was truly acceptable, despite her relaxed, peaceful expression. Rakshan reassures her that everything is under control, allowing them to finally relax under the clear, bright sky. The guild stewards encourage the couple to rest, promising they can handle all guild affairs for a month. Rakshan mentions one final task before their vacation officially begins, prompting a playful, worried reaction from the blonde Elrose.
Gold coins and jewels rain down, representing the immense legacy Elrose's mother left behind at the central bank.
They arrive at the bank, where Elrose is formally welcomed to claim her mother's final, mysterious inheritance.
The pair sits before a locked box, anticipation building as they prepare to uncover a long-hidden family secret.
Elrose laughs while wondering what surprise awaits them this time, recalling the strange magic gifts from her past.
A memory of a magic scroll surfaces, revealing Alente's shock at finding lost, high-scale annihilation magic inside.
The box opens to reveal a stunning white wedding dress, a beautiful surprise left behind by Elrose's mother. The elegant gown is displayed against a backdrop of soft pink roses, a masterpiece of delicate white ruffled fabric.
A handwritten note from Elrose's mother appears, offering a heartfelt blessing for her daughter's future happiness.
Reading the letter, Elrose is deeply moved by the love and foresight her mother possessed across the years.
Rakshan watches silently,
giving Elrose space to process the emotional weight of her mother's final, thoughtful gift. They share a poignant moment of connection, the gown serving as a bridge between Elrose's past and future. Walking along the shore at sunset, they enjoy the peaceful rhythm of the waves under a golden sky.
Rakshan leans in with a tender smile, his gaze fixed devotedly on Elrose during their romantic beach walk. Suddenly, Elrose's green eyes widen in shock as an unexpected magical phenomenon begins to manifest around them. A brilliant light erupts as Elrose cries out in surprise, claiming she isn't ready for this sudden event. Elrose runs toward the water as Rakshan calls her name in confusion, her sudden movement startling him. At the palace, the Emperor and the purple-haired Alente are troubled by the missing daily reports from the couple. Alente adjusts her glasses with a grim expression, frustrated by the lack of communication from the traveling pair. Word arrives that Elrose and Rakshan plan to wed in Eldon in a month, using traditional imperial styles.
The blonde Emperor is visibly puzzled, questioning the specific timing of the wedding and their month-long absence.
Alente suggests they might be starting their honeymoon early, hinting at the potential for a future royal heir. Back at the farm, Elrose greets her friend Lisa amidst a peaceful herd of sheep grazing in the sunlight.
Lisa introduces a brown-haired man named Anan, who has just returned to the village following the war's end.
Elrose stares in disbelief at the name Anan, her mind racing with the legendary agricultural significance of the man. She recalls that Anan was a world-renowned pioneer in seed improvement, a master of his agricultural craft.
Anan greets Elrose warmly, shaking her hand and thanking her for preserving his fields during his long absence.
The pink-haired Amarnel smiles while holding a white-haired toddler who waves a red balloon at Elrose. A flashback shows Amarnel bravely defending civilians from marauders, his fierce protective nature on full display.
Anan presents a bag of drought-resistant wheat, a miraculous development for the recovery of the northern lands.
The two men share a romantic moment, explaining how their mutual passion for farming forged their deep bond. They reveal that even young Seiya is eager to help on the farm, much to everyone's quiet amusement.
Elrose learns that Seiya is the sacred name of a god worshipped by the beastfolk population.
Amarnalel looks at the child with deep reverence, suggesting Seiya might actually be a fragment of that god. The scene concludes with a heartwarming look at the family, as Elrose marvels at the world's quiet miracles. A winged beastfolk child descends in a beam of light, fulfilling the legend of a god born with power. Two beastfolk warriors cross swords as narration explains how god Seiya conveys peaceful intentions between their disparate tribes. The white-haired Seiya waves a red balloon while the legend claims their voice can cease all tribal fighting. Elrose looks on with wide-eyed wonder, questioning if the miraculous child might truly possess magical abilities. The brown-haired Amarnael smiles warmly, expressing his simple wish for the child's nature and future.
Standing together, the group shares their belief that Seiya's influence can bridge the gap to the beastfolk world.
Gazing at the blue sky, Elrose offers a silent prayer that her hopes reach those who truly need them. The scene shifts to Elman Village, where Elrose and Rakshan's home stands peacefully amidst blooming white flowers. Lisa braids Elrose's hair, while the blonde bride admits that her impending wedding hasn't quite felt real yet. Daisy and the young Scylla burst into the room, excitedly calling out to Elrose to wait for them. A radiant Daisy laughs with joy, announcing that every preparation for the outdoor ceremony is finally complete. In the garden, villagers work together to arrange rows of chairs under a gentle shower of falling petals. An enthusiastic centaur and a cat-like beastfolk help decorate the village with flowers from the surrounding mountains. A magnificent floral archway stands ready, a testament to the grand decorations provided by the Aspenzia Merchant Guild. Daisy directs Scylla to help with Elrose's makeup, certain this wedding will be a legendary event. Clutching her chest, Elrose feels her heart race with anticipation, despite the formal nature of the upcoming ceremony. Daisy carefully applies the final touches to Elrose's eye makeup as the bride sits in quiet, happy anticipation. A peaceful close-up shows Elrose's closed eyes as she prepares to step into her new life.
Rakshan enters the room in his red imperial uniform, startling Elrose as she wonders where the others went.
Rakshan explains he dismissed the aides to share one final private task with her before the wedding begins.
Elrose looks at him with a mix of surprise and worry, wondering what secret ritual he has planned. Standing before the elegant white gown, Rakshan declares it is time for them to perform their partner ritual.
Rakshan begins helping Elrose into her dress, prompting her to playfully question if a husband should do this.
With a confident look, Rakshan simply confirms that he is exactly the man for the job.
Rakshan smiles brightly, his devotion evident as he prepares to stand by Elrose's side forever.
Framed by soft pink tulips, Elrose radiates happiness, her beauty enhanced by the love in her eyes.
They stand together in the sunlight, a perfect pair ready to begin their official journey as partners.
Rakshan gazes at her with intense adoration, calling Elrose the most beautiful woman in the entire world. Elrose smiles with pure joy, wearing her mother's wedding dress as a bridge between her past and future.
With deep respect and love, Rakshan takes her hand and kisses it, formally addressing her as Elrose Espencia.
Rakshan kneels before Elrose in a gesture of absolute devotion, reaffirming his promise to be her life partner.
Tears of happiness well in Elrose's eyes as she joyfully accepts his vow and his hand.
Rakshan lifts Elrose into a tender embrace, gently asking why she is crying during their happiest moment. Wiping away her tears, Elrose laughs, unable to explain the overwhelming flood of emotion she feels.
Rakshan looks into her eyes with a soft, comforting smile, telling his bride not to cry anymore. The couple shares a passionate, eternal kiss, sealed with a vow of love that will last forever. Memories of their first meeting surface as Elrose reflects on how her impulsive choice led to true happiness.
The newlyweds walk down the petal-strewn path together, arm in arm, as they greet their cheering guests.
A crowd of villagers and beastfolk cheer with unbridled excitement, celebrating the union that brought peace.
Elrose laughs with radiant, pure joy, finally finding the peace and love she always searched for.
Narrative text reveals that 9 years have passed since the end of the long war with the beastfolk.
Elrose and Rakshan sit together, discussing how the abundance of the land should benefit the local inhabitants first.
Elrose expresses her firm desire to build a northern economy that remains independent of southern imperial influence. Rakshan agrees, determined to protect the empire's wealth from being monopolized by powerful, distant merchants.
They share a look of mutual respect and confidence, their leadership having brought prosperity to the north.
The Grand Espencia Merchant Guild headquarters stands as a symbol of their fair and successful trade legacy. A local woman refuses to trade with anyone else, insisting on the integrity of the Espencia Merchant Guild. A rival merchant expresses his frustration as the guild continues to dominate the northern market through fair practice. Banners fly high to celebrate the expansion of the ranch and bakery, marking the guild's massive success. Eldon flourishes as a major city, its growth and importance finally surpassing even the capital of Ruhan. Perched on a rooftop, Seiya receives enthusiastic cheers and requests for blessings from a centaur and beastfolk child. Feeling overwhelmed by the villagers' constant requests for wealth, the white-haired Seiya lets out an exhausted sigh. Declaring that being a fragment of a god is too much trouble, Seiya takes flight over the peaceful town. Seiya's frustrated thoughts echo through the sky, emphasizing that granting material wishes is beyond her divine capabilities. Sitting high in a tree overlooking a grand estate, Seiya waits impatiently for Elrose's long-awaited arrival. A shimmering portal suddenly erupts before Seiya, making her wonder what the strict Alente would think of this phenomenon. A tiny winged Alente emerges from the light, scolding Seiya for recklessly opening a portal between spaces. The miniature Alente pulls Seiya's ear to get her attention, demanding a proper answer for her irresponsible magical behavior. Seiya dismisses the lecture, joking that the fox dog Rua will protect them from any demonic beasts that wander through. A brilliant flash signals arrival as Seiya clarifies that Rua is actually Elrose's beloved pet, not hers.
Gripping the tiny Alente in excitement, Seiya shouts that Elrose has finally arrived as she prepares to greet her. Elrose and Rakshan emerge from the light with their 2 children and Rua, returning home to a warm welcome. 6-year-old twins Rienka and Mirka are introduced, inheriting the striking features and vibrant spirits of their parents. The energetic children plead with their father to put them down so they can go out and play. Rakshan smiles mischievously at his children, playfully weighing his options before deciding how to handle their request. Rakshan offers a playful deal, promising to let the twins go if they each give him a kiss. The twins happily plant kisses on Rakshan's cheeks, a sweet moment of affection that delights their devoted father. Elrose calls out a reminder for the kids to return by dinner as they race off into the garden. Standing alone on the porch, Elrose and Rakshan share a quiet moment of reflection on the life they've built. Leaning into Rakshan, Elrose expresses her deep appreciation for the peaceful, happy life they now share together. Rakshan informs Elrose that the Emperor and Princess will be visiting soon, prompting a look of mild surprise. Rakshan observes that they have spent the entire day together, his gaze lingering affectionately on his wife. Rakshan teases Elrose about her sudden shyness, causing the blonde bride to blush deeply under his intense, loving stare. Playfully hitting Rakshan's arm, Elrose laughs off his teasing as their light-hearted banter continues in the garden sunlight. Elrose jokes about her strength, claiming she could defeat the former mercenary king with a single, well-placed punch. Hugging him from behind, Elrose declares herself the strongest on the continent while they share a joyful, triumphant laugh. High above, Seiya spots the children and calls out to them, her wings catching the brilliant afternoon light. The twins and Rua race toward their winged friend, their voices filled with excitement as they greet her. Stopping suddenly, the brown-haired Rienka notices something unusual caught in the branches of a nearby tree. Rienka points out a strange object to Seiya, who immediately offers to fly up and retrieve it for them. Seiya brings down a colorful red kite, which the children examine with curiosity as they find an attachment. A quick woof from Rua draws attention to a small envelope tied securely to the tail of the kite. Seiya wonders aloud if the mysterious message is from someone they know as she prepares to open it. Inside the package, they discover a handful of corn kernels and a letter, sparking even more curiosity. Seiya begins reading the letter, surprised to find that it is written in the traditional script of the beast folk.
A flashback reveals a red-haired girl who sent the kite, hoping her message would reach someone far away.
The girl, Harnita, explains she sent corn from her own mountain field as a gesture of friendship and abundance. Seiya reflects on the names Harnita, Niaharti, and Kian, recognizing the growing connections between their 2 worlds. As the sun sets, the children cheer in the distance, celebrating a world where simple miracles connect everyone. Elrose and Rakshan share a tender embrace, their enduring love serving as the heart of this completed legendary tale. Rakshan lifts Elrose with a joyful smile, celebrating the successful conclusion of their long and arduous romantic journey. A playful scene shows the couple sharing a frosted donut, highlighting the simple, sweet moments of their married life. Radiant and happy, Elrose poses in a beautiful blue and white dress, embodying the grace of a true leader. Framed by vibrant flowers, Elrose's golden hair glows as she looks toward a bright and promising future. Rakshan stands in full black armor beside Elrose, his hand on a sword as they protect their peaceful legacy. The couple is depicted in elegant wedding attire, a final celebratory tribute to their union and the story's end. Dressed in practical farming gear and sunglasses, the duo looks ready to continue their agricultural work with style. A modern reimagining shows the pair as students, proving their connection is timeless, regardless of the setting or era. Elrose shares a heartwarming moment with the fox dog Rua, symbolizing the simple joys found in their daily lives. Standing together in classic attire with Rua, the couple offers a final, peaceful farewell to their epic journey.